morning, dear guests. Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. And good morning to our live broadcast viewers.
Welcome back to the second day of the Global Fact Conference. And today's program takes on more of an investigative journalism focus with the program here in the main hall dedicated for the Investigative Journalism Festival, which is happening for the third time already. And today it is integrated into this international conference, which we are very proud of. And here on the stage right now, we are the main organizers of this festival. Let me introduce Indrė Makaraitytė, who is the head of Investigative Journalism Desk at Lithuanian National Public Broadcasting, and me, I'm Gina Donauskaitė, head of Lithuanian Journalism Center.
And it all started a few years ago with an idea of my colleague from LRT Investigative Department, who really believed that what we needed, journalists, not a simple event for investigative journalists, but kind of a festival where we could share our experiences, gather ideas, and find colleagues and for cross-border collaboration. And there was nothing like this in Lithuania, in anywhere in the region. And together with Gina and Lithuanian Journalism Center, we opening already the third and so far the largest festival. And it's often said that journalists wouldn't have a living if there were any problems. And the conclusion seemed to be that we all have more work to do in difficult times. But it's paradoxical, though, that the times are really tough and journalists are covering most difficult topics, such as investigating Kremlin's regime, its influence in the region, all over the world, its murderous plans, but there is a growing wave of the rejection of the journalists' work in our societies. And we decided to explore this paradox in this festival, hoping that by the end of the day, we would leave feeling more confident by sharing our experiences and by strengthening our collaboration. We become more stronger and simply unbeatable.
And despite the challenges with the audience that investigative journalists and that fact-checkers also have, and that has been also mentioned yesterday, how to bring back the audience for the journalists and fact-checkers. Despite that, there has been a rise in investigative journalism in Lithuania in the recent years, and almost all major newsrooms have investigative journalists in their teams. We have small micro newsrooms that are doing investigative journalism, and one of those small newsrooms just recently won the biggest financial prize for investigative journalism in the world. We have that prize introduced this year only, and for the first time, and it was 200,000 euros. For the investigation, which led to resignation of Prime Minister and legal investigation into his business and assets. Recently also in Lithuania, there also have been challenges to media freedom, massive protests happening, and journalists gladly managed and have been able to defend their freedom of speech. And we believe that it is crucial to maintain and strengthen journalistic practice while building international connections. And we hope that it will happen today. We hope that this festival and the Global Fact conference will help us to ensure that journalism in Lithuania and in our region, in Baltics, in Central and Eastern Europe, stands strong. And let me introduce the first speaker today and invite her to the stage, Nina Jankovic. She is an internationally recognized researcher, author, and commentator whose work focuses on disinformation, online harassment, and the impact of information warfare on democratic societies. She has advised governments and institutions on issues related to Russian influence, which is a very important topic of these days, not only in the Baltics, but all over Europe and elsewhere in the world.
Okay, so we wish you a very fruitful day. And Nina, please.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing? It's early, I know, and especially for those of us who came from abroad. For me, it feels like the middle of the night, especially this lighting, but I'm going to try to be peppy for you. It is great to be back here in Vilnius. I used to spend a lot of time here in previous iterations of my career, and I am just really heartened to be surrounded by so many friends this morning. I've been asked to speak about what it takes for democracies to win the war on truth. No pressure, right? Just one of the biggest questions of our time. And if I had been asked that question a few years ago, my answer would have been pretty different. I think this talk would have been a tad more optimistic. Invest in media literacy, fund fact checkers and researchers and investigative journalism, regulate unaccountable social media platforms. Now, don't get me wrong, those are all crucial components of a winning strategy. I spent the better part of a decade advocating for them. And if we had seriously invested in them, put the whole weight of government and society behind them, treated them as the core challenge that they are instead of the nice-to-have sideshow that governments pretended they were, we might be in a better situation today. But it wasn't solely lack of investments or lack of urgency that got us to a point where our work is demonized as censorship, where we're facing investigations and lawsuits and funding cuts, where we aren't just fighting foreign adversaries, but our own allies, my own government. And those adversaries are engaged in a deliberate campaign to intimidate us and to suppress the truth. That campaign uses the same tactics of suppression that autocrats have always used: media smears, administrative burdens, lawfare, and threats. To some degree, it was inevitable. When autocrats encounter a challenge to their grip on power and to the narratives that put them there, they will try to eliminate it. What was not inevitable was our response. We were, and in many cases remain, too timid, too careful, too technical in a moment that rewards bold action and emotional connection. Now, I'm not suggesting that we fight fire with fire, that we stoop to the level of the autocrats attacking us. We don't need to traffic in AI slop and online abuse to gain ground in this battle. But we do need to meet people where they are and speak to them in a language they understand, on topics they care about. We need to take another page from our adversaries, too. We need more solidarity. We need more audacity. We need more courage. These aren't platitudes I've grabbed out of thin air. They're lessons I've observed over the past 4 years as my own life has been turned upside down by these mistakes. And to my deep dismay, I've seen them repeated over and over again as our community continues to be attacked. As many of you know, I was appointed to lead the Disinformation Governance Board in the United States, a policymaking body within the Department of Homeland Security that was supposed to coordinate responses to disinformation while ensuring protection for Americans' civil rights, civil liberties, privacy, and freedom of expression. This was something I had studied for years. I had testified before Congress, published a book written for national and international publications, and appeared on every major news network discussing disinformation and how we could stop it. I had advised members of Congress from both parties, as well as foreign governments and tech companies. But when news of my appointment broke, politicians and political influencers prepared an insidious campaign of disinformation and harassment against me. They lied and said that I was going to be America's chief censor. Tucker Carlson, alleged that I would have the power to send men with guns to the homes of Americans with whom I disagreed. A complete fabrication. They didn't just lie about me. They went after me because of my gender. They used my online presence, one to that point that was fun and authentic, sharing my hobbies like musical theater alongside my research, to paint me as an unserious, silly little girl. Or worse, they sexually objectified me. Men criticized my breasts, my chin, my nose. They enlarged pictures of my face to highlight imperfections on my skin. They commented on my pregnancy weight gain. They said that I appeared to be transgender. They wondered how anybody would ever want to impregnate me, then told me that my eggs were all dried up. They told me in graphic terms that I was President Biden's whore. Tens of thousands of people sent me those sorts of abusive messages. My family's personal information, including our home address, was released on the internet. I received a deluge of violent threats, including to my son, who wasn't even born yet. My face was plastered on the New York Post and on an improvised munitions handbook. The MAGA movement's censorship allegations made their base angry. So angry, they said I was committing treason against the United States. Treason, of course, is punishable by death. I was less than 1 month away from becoming a mom. I ended up resigning 3 weeks after the abuse began in May 2022, not because of that abuse, but because it was clear to me as the attacks wore on that the Biden administration really did not have my back. They were not willing to clearly and loudly defend the critical work of countering disinformation. And they didn't seem willing to defend me. Frankly, neither did very many of my colleagues. Maybe they were worried my toxicity would rub off on them. Maybe they wanted to avoid being abused themselves. Maybe they were happy to see me go down. There was even somebody in the counter-disinformation community who published an essay essentially asserting that I deserved what I was experiencing. Needless to say, this didn't help our cause, and it gave more fodder to the liars, to the people who were threatening me and my family. Maybe those that stayed silent as I was dragged through the mud on the largest cable network in the world weren't exactly sure what the Disinformation Governance Board was all about. And that was fair. DHS had a bad reputation, and the administration had done a terrible job of communicating about the board. They gave it a bad name and announced it very opaquely. Afterward, when the administration stayed silent, they also forbade me to speak publicly, while lies filled the vacuum that it had left. So maybe it was understandable. No one wanted to expend valuable social and political capital to defend the board or defend me. Maybe it was understandable, but it was wrong, and it was costly. Since then, because the Biden administration succumbed to the right wing's pressure campaign, because our community didn't back me up, because the narrative the other side was peddling was so sticky, the US government has unilaterally disarmed in the fight against falsehoods, shutting down government agencies dedicated to the countering disinformation work we all do, and halting our funding. My own personal challenges as a result of these lies continue. I found out just before the Trump administration came into office that Kash Patel made an enemies list, and I am one of 60 people on it. Patel, of course, is now my nation's top cop, leading the Federal Bureau of Investigation. In January 2025, my family moved to a new house, afraid that under this new administration, Trump supporters might target us in our home of 12 years. The next month, while Elon Musk was busy dismantling USAID, he tweeted about me, driving a new wave of conspiracy theories, harassment, and violent threats. Last June, the protective order I had against a cyber stalker who had threatened me and my child expired, and a judge wouldn't renew it because my stalker, she said, hadn't threatened us with bodily harm in the past 2 years while the order was in effect. It felt a bit like saying you're going to put down your umbrella during a rainstorm because you're not getting wet. In September, I found out the defamation case I had filed against Fox News for their role in turning my life upside down was not successful. Among other things, the judge in that case ruled that Fox's viewers do not view the network's coverage as fact. Tell that to the people who sent me death threats after watching it. My own nonprofit hasn't been able to get any new funding since Trump was reelected. We've all been working as volunteers, and we know we're not the only ones. It has been hard, really hard, but I am not giving up, and neither should you. What disinformation researchers around the world have been fighting against, this autocratic campaign that has labeled crucial public interest research and advocacy and fact-checking as treasonous or fascist, that has labeled speech as censorship, is now being more broadly exported all over Europe and around the world. The Trump administration has aligned itself with the social media platforms who have decried the valuable fact-checking work you all have done for years, often in direct cooperation with those same platforms, as a threat to free expression. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has instructed his consular officers to deny visas to anyone involved in fact-checking, trust and safety, content moderation, countering disinformation, and a grab bag of other phrases he has labeled undesirable. He banned 4 of our colleagues, Claire Melford, Imran Ahmed, Josephine Ballin, and Annalena van Hodenberg, from traveling to the United States because they dared to shine a light on the ways social media platforms promoted disinformation and hate. And unfortunately, these efforts don't end at the US border. Rubio has instructed his diplomats to lobby against the European Union's Digital Services Act. In Congress, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan, has bullied and harassed European civil society organizations, baselessly arguing that their fact-checking, research, and advocacy work is somehow censoring Americans' speech. Tech companies have supported his agenda, handing over their internal notes from confidential, off-the-record proceedings, which Jordan has then published and attributed publicly. He's also shared researchers' personal information while redacting and protecting the names and details of tech company employees. Unfortunately, several organizations and universities in the US and Europe have also voluntarily handed over their internal documents when asked, not because they support what Jordan is doing, but because they hope that by playing nice, they'll be out of the line of fire sooner. Take it from me, this approach only opens up more lines of inquiry for folks like Jordan. He's even shared such documents with people pursuing politicized legal cases against our field. There is no legitimate fact-finding mission behind Jordan's requests. He has published multiple 17,000-page reports. I'm being serious, literally 17,000 pages, over the 3 years of his witch hunt. And he has never come close to finding a smoking gun. That's because the process is the punishment. The initial headline, "Censor being investigated," is all Jim Jordan wants. And we know his tactics are being replicated around the world, including here in Europe, by organizations like Alliance Defending Freedom, a far-right NGO with close ties to the Trump administration that is herding right-wing MEPs to the cause. And like Libernet, which published a report last fall claiming that German research organizations were working with the European Commission to censor. In Brazil, a similar investigation was launched by a Bolsonaro-supporting congressman against researcher Marie Santini and NetLab. Why? Because autocratic forces around the world have been testing the waters with a US administration that turns a blind eye to restrictions on free expression and even restricts free expression itself. They are using the same playbook that has worked so well for Trump, in some cases with the explicit support of the administration itself. Unfortunately, that permission structure is only becoming stronger the longer the Trump administration is in office. And while Trump and his autocratic allies might want our community of fact-checkers and disinformation researchers and civil society advocates to look the other way, to forget that informational threats to our democracies exist, to our collective security, to our shared reality, we know they continue. Our strategic adversaries continue to actively exploit deepening fissures in our societies in order to amplify discord and polarization. While social media companies have rolled back their efforts to address disinformation on their platforms and restricted access to their data, making it difficult for us to hold them to account, government and public sector responses to foreign disinformation have been derided and dismantled, and our adversaries have taken note. The Kremlin continues to weaponize homegrown disinformation in order to keep achieving its foreign policy goals, weakening our collective security, and destroying our shared reality. My team at the American Sunlight Project continues to identify evidence of coordinated pro-Russian actions undermining democracy in Europe and the US. For 2 years, we've been tracking a network we call EcoBoost. It's several hundred X accounts that spam environmental and tech conversations at a mass scale. They pose as environmentalists and post provocative content designed to inflame tensions across the political spectrum. Using hot-button topics like environmental and tech policy, the network attempts to undermine trust in left-leaning causes and pit citizens against one another by polarizing conversations. We've also looked at the way AI is changing how our adversaries spread disinformation. Last year, we discovered that a collection of several hundred pro-Russian content aggregation sites, known as the Pravda network, are pumping out at least 3.6 million articles per year in order to groom large language models into regurgitating Russian propaganda. Since then, several other research organizations have confirmed that the Pravda network content was being cited by some of the biggest AI chatbots in support of pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine narratives that were provably false. The network has even made its way into Wikipedia citations. Since the start of the US war on Iran has created massively successful AI-generated Lego propaganda videos. We've all seen them, generating millions of views and tapping into the very real disapproval of the war around the world. And just last week, I love this one, we learned that China has used AI to influence debates about AI data centers. There are plenty more examples of foreign disinformation, information manipulation, and interference that organizations in this room have discovered and cataloged. All of these case studies show that Russia and China and Iran and many other autocracies and mixed regimes, along with PR companies and scammers, are still active in undermining social cohesion and truth in democracies. They're taking advantage of the lack of political will at platforms to address disinformation and taking advantage of a geopolitical environment that's growing more favorable to it. So why then have we seen such a rollback in the support for our public interest research? It's because our field, fact-checking, disinformation research, resilience building, has made autocrats and oligarchs more vulnerable. We have endangered the structures that have made them rich and powerful. Our research has proved time and time again that the most engaging content online is the most enraging content. It's the content that shores up support for the likes of Putin and Trump and Xi and Khamenei, and the content that makes billions of dollars for Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. That's why these men, the broligarchs, as Carol Cadwalader calls them, want nothing more than for us to self-censor, to self-police, to self-select out of the work we're doing in service of the public, in service of democracy, in service of a shared reality. But my friends, I am here to tell you we need to do the opposite. This is the moment. It's more important than ever to stay in the fight. I've been to a lot of events over the past 18 months, wondering where our field goes next. How can we avoid scrutiny? How do we reinvent ourselves? Where did we go wrong? Listen to me. If you remember one thing from my speech today, let it be this: we do not need to reinvent ourselves. We did not do anything wrong. The liars of this world have spent so much time and energy and money attacking us precisely because what we are doing is working, because we represent a formidable challenge to their power and their profit. They cut off our access to data because they were worried that our findings would undermine them. They're using the legal system to attack us, to keep us preoccupied and scared, to distract us from our work. They have defunded and decried fact checkers because the facts aren't on their side. They are threatening us because we are a threat to them. So we need to keep fighting. We can't twist ourselves into knots trying to describe the work in ways that they might find acceptable, because if we do, we will always be reinventing and rebranding in ways that keep us from connecting with the public we are trying to support. We can't bury our heads in the sand and hope to resurface when all of this is over, because if we do, when we resurface, there might not be anything left to fight for. The fight is now. So, I'm not here to just offer you these inspiring metaphors. I want to give you a few lessons learned from the last 4+ years of fight that I have endured. The first one is kind of boring. Before the worst happens, think through your online and offline security posture. Make sure all the boring details of multi-factor authentication and password managers are worked out, so that your personal and professional details are safe. Next, if you become the subject of a politicized investigation, say from Jim Jordan or one of his copycats around the world, don't simply comply in hopes that it will go away. Push back. Make them subpoena you. Release your own correspondence with them, because they certainly won't be publicizing it. Demand the transcripts of any interviews be made immediately public, or demand a public hearing. Don't let them operate in the shadows and punish you with process or declare you guilty simply by announcing an investigation. Challenge their premise and challenge it robustly. Now, in addition to recommitting to our work, we need to defend it. And there are 2 lessons to learn here. The first is about strategic, modern, compelling communications. Gone are the days of the spray and pray press release. So are the days of considering a mainstream newspaper or TV feature the pinnacle of influence. That's what DHS counted on, and that's what failed it and failed me. So if you're hit with a similar campaign, while you're trying to land the best reporter for your exclusive, or worse, waiting for the storm to blow over and hunkering down, saying nothing, your adversaries will already have filmed and repackaged 1,000 media spots and reaction videos and comments. That content will drive more content. You'll never catch up. Renee DiResta, another researcher who has been targeted by these mendacious lies, likes to say, if you make it trend, you make it true. We need to communicate proactively, particularly in the age of ubiquitous, accessible AI. We can't wait for a narrative to hit mainstream news or critical mass on social media to get the facts out. Publishing the truth early and often and priming those large language model answer engines with it, the same way our adversaries are doing, gives us a better chance of undermining those falsehoods before they start. But we can't just put the truth out and hope for the best. It has to be the truth well told. When we communicate, we need to leave behind the dry and the technical and communicate like our Aunt Sally and Uncle Bob are listening. How would we explain our work to them? And why should they care? We should also seriously consider if we, the fact checkers, the researchers, are truly the best messenger for our work. To many people, unfortunately, we are elite and out of touch. We should ask ourselves, are there local content creators, community leaders, or independent outlets that might have more credibility with the audience we're trying to reach? And we should ask, are we on the right platforms to reach them? This requires some experimentation, I will admit. It will lead to failures. But our adversaries have been figuring out what works through trial and error for decades. We should let ourselves do the same. The last and arguably most important lesson I'm going to leave you with today is about solidarity. We need to focus on the big picture. We need to put aside differences we might have with each other and come together in support of something we all take for granted, our belief in democracy. Now is not the time to debate the perfect definition of disinformation or to harbor bad blood because 5 years ago another organization won a grant that you wish you had won. We need to recognize we are all on the same team, and we are here to lift each other up. One of the worst things about my experience has been how isolated I sometimes felt from this community. To this day, there are still people who are scared to be on email chains with me, to be at events with me, to collaborate with me and my organization. Donors are afraid to fund us and be associated with us. And the same is true for others who have been smeared like I have. Now, I was really proud of the way this community came together to defend our friends who were unjustly targeted by the US administration with visa bans last December. Let's keep that up. This community knows better than any other. If there's one thing the autocrats of the world are good at, it's weaponizing division. Let's not give them any to use against the counter-disinformation and fact-checking community. Let's speak with one voice and defend those who are being attacked. And let's not just say it, let's show it. Let's coordinate and cooperate with those who are targeted, even when it might be risky or uncomfortable. We are much stronger together than we are when standing alone. And that goes for donors, too. Now is the time to stand by the values you have invested in building around the world, to stand by your old partners and to make new ones, even when the going gets tough. Our organizations might need a little more flexibility in the years to come as we work to survive this period. We might have to stray a little bit from our carefully reasoned theories of change while we fight to survive. Yes, our work has been politicized. Our work has been made more risky, but it's more important than ever. And we need to defend it from this burgeoning movement of Western autocrats, the same way we've defended it from Putin and his friends. I know that simply existing in this field has become exhausting for everyone. And there are some days when we ask ourselves whether it's worth it at all. I know I do. And that's when I come back to an essay I read in graduate school. This is one I share a lot at conferences like these. Back in grad school, when I was studying social movements in Central and Eastern Europe, and it's an essay that many of you probably hold dear as well. The Power of the Powerless by Václav Havel. In it, Havel describes a greengrocer who one day refuses to hang party propaganda in his shop window, providing the pretext for others to pierce the communist regime's stronghold on society. He writes, quote, "The greengrocer has not committed a simple individual offense, isolated in its own uniqueness, but something incomparably more serious. By breaking the rules of the game, he has disrupted the game as such. He has exposed it as a mere game. He has shattered the world of appearances, the fundamental pillar of the system. He has upset the power structure by tearing apart what holds it together. He has demonstrated that living a lie is living a lie," end quote. Every day, through our research, our advocacy, our fact-checking, we are doing that very same work. But we're already in a better position than that greengrocer, acting alone in hopes of inspiring others. We have a community here in this room and thousands around the world who have shown over and over again how those who traffic in disinformation, be they in Moscow, in Tbilisi, Beijing, Silicon Valley, Washington, Tehran, or wherever, they're playing a game, and they're doing it with a weaker hand. They're living a lie, and we are refusing to. So send that tweet, use the disfavored word, read a banned book, publish the paper, speak out on behalf of a colleague, expose the liars and the megalomaniacs profiting from online harms and disinformation for exactly who they are. Keep on fighting, and please, know that if the worst should happen, an investigation, a smear campaign, harassment, I'm here to help you strategize and think through your options. It would be my honor. We can win this fight. They would not be attacking us if we couldn't. So thank you for all of your work and for your attention today. And thank you so much to our sponsors for having me here. I look forward to your questions. Thank you. I think there's microphones going around. There's one there. So, and another over here. So just put your hand up. It's a little hard to see, but go ahead. You guys choose who goes.
Hi, I'm Krzysztof. I'm a journalist from Poland. You said we are in the same team and we need to cooperate in defending the truth, something like this. And I wanted to ask, who is we? Because, what does it mean for you? We live in very polarized societies, all of us. I believe, nearly all of us.
Yeah.
And, we live in the situation where other journalists are mocking other journalists. So we are not in the same team. Some journalists are also journalists, also politicians undercover, or something in between.
Yeah.
Myself, for example, I worked all my life for liberal media, let's say that. And right now I moved to a more conservative YouTube channel. And I'm being constantly mocked by other journalists. Are you stupid? Why did you do this? And so on. So do you think we are really in the same team? And what should we do to really form this society of journalists fighting for the truth?
Gosh, I'm so sorry that you're going through that, first of all. And it's something, as I think I talked about, that I've experienced myself as well. I think in this moment of rage baiting and click farming, people are trying to get that emotional reaction from their audiences. So they do stupid things like leave comments against somebody who's clearly on their side. And it can be really difficult to figure out who is on your side. But to the best of our ability, we need to put aside those differences right now. So I think of this community as including everyone in this room today, fact checkers, journalists, researchers, something that I've seen a lot of within particularly the academic community and the research community is that they don't want to get involved in politics. And I think the same thing goes for some journalists as well. They see themselves as outside of the fray. But because our work has become so politicized and has become the subject of disinformation itself, we really need to put aside those differences and understand that everything we do is political. And there are going to be people who you have to leave behind. But I say find allies where you can make them. They might be unusual allies, I will tell you. There are some people who I disliked a lot before who are now close friends now because we've all been attacked by, oh, now you're in the spotlight, by the same people, right? And so it's not quite the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but we do need to build up that community. How do we do it? I think organizations like IFCN are a great convener. All of these events, I've been to, I think, 3 or 4 of them in Europe over the past 6 to 8 months or so. These are all opportunities to meet new people, to find new alliances, to build something together, whether that's standards that you hold your colleagues to against, non-abuse of people in your field, things like this, or whether it's just helping each other behind the scenes when you get hit with smears and disinformation campaigns. I think we need to actually learn a lot from grassroots civil society movements. So frequently journalists and researchers are covering the grassroots civil society organizations. We're not working together. They know a lot about movement building, and I think we need to take a page from their book. Thank you, Krzysztof. Maybe a question over here. I don't know if there was one. Whoop.
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know. Aha, okay.
Yeah, hi. My name is Elena Churanova. I'm from Stop Fake. It's Ukrainian fact-checking organization. Yeah, and I'm not so optimistic as you are. Yesterday, a brother of my close friend were killed at war. He was killed by Russians, and he was killed by Russians who believed in all this disinformation, in all this lie that we as a nation should not exist. We are the country is not a real country, and so on. So what I want to ask you, around the globe, we see how democratic regimes fail to fight with all these challenges. Of course, you already talked that it's worth fighting for democracy, but maybe you can answer what should we do with democracies right now? Maybe it's not in an ideal situation because, as we see, it fails. It's democracy who bring Trump to the presidency. It's democracy who bring a lot of far-right parties in different countries.
Yeah, that's a great question. And first, let me say I'm really sorry for your loss. I've lived in Ukraine. I'm part Ukrainian myself, so I feel for you, and I know what you and your colleagues are dealing with every day in Ukraine is far beyond anything any of us, most of us anyway, could imagine. So thank you for continuing your work. If I seem optimistic, I think that's an interesting way to describe my speech. I think it's really dire right now, but I wouldn't continue doing this work if I didn't believe it was worth fighting for. And you raise a good point. How do we ensure that these systems aren't being essentially hacked by people who want to tear them down? And I recently had the chance to go and do a reporting trip in Brazil. Are there any Brazilians in the room today? Woo! So I learned a lot in Brazil, and Brazil's about to have another presidential election. We'll see how things go. But what I've noticed from Brazil time and time again, including just this week, Brazil announced that Eduardo Bolsonaro has been indicted, is that right? Indicted for having sought US interference on behalf of his dad, right? But this is a long line of actions that Brazilian democracy has taken to defend its democracy. One Brazilian that I interviewed called it same story as the United States, but happy ending. And I think the ending remains to be seen, but what Brazilians brought up to me is this piece, I'm going way deep in a rabbit hole now, but this piece by a political scientist in the 1930s called Karl Lowenstein, who was at Amherst College, I believe, in the 30s. He was German, and he looked at the rise of the Nazis in his country, and he said, we have to do something to stop it. And he wrote a piece called Militant Democracy. And this is something I've been thinking about a lot. Essentially, the concept is that sometimes you need to bend the rules of democracy in order to protect it. And this is the sort of thing that we've seen Brazil do with one of its Supreme Court justices who, I think during normal times, people would say maybe he's, going outside of the bounds of his power, but it was necessary to stop Bolsonaro, to stop the coup, to hamper to some degree the disinformation that Brazil was experiencing and still continues to experience. And it's the same sort of thing that we're seeing in the United States today as we try. I say we, but I don't know that I necessarily consider myself a member of the Democratic Party anymore. I'm just homeless. But there are Democrats around the country who are trying to redistrict in order to make sure that more Democrats can come into Congress and try to right the wrongs that the Trump administration has been perpetrating and act as a check on power. Now, all of these changes to our democratic systems, they can't be allowed to happen in perpetuity. They need to have sunset clauses. But I think we need to think more creatively. And if there's one thing that I've seen throughout our community and I mean, disinformation researchers, fact checkers, it's that we adhere to the rules of a game that the other side is not playing. And I'm not saying that we should break the rules all the time, but we need to play the same game. So I think we need to think more creatively. Again, experiment, see what works. Don't be afraid of making mistakes because they're not. They make mistakes, very embarrassing mistakes all the time, and no one seems to remember because there are so many of them. So let's try the same thing and let's experiment. And again, thank you for your work. Over here. Yep.
Hi, Nina. Angie Holan, Director of the International Fact Checking Network. Thank you so much for being here. I wanted to ask you to just look into the future and what are you seeing coming around the corner next? I thought your points about us all working together and not infighting were really strong. But when we think about how particularly some of the funding models for public benefit have collapsed, it's hard to know how to position ourselves for the future, for what's coming next.
Yeah.
And I was wondering how you're thinking about that for your organization. Thank you.
We're existing on fumes is the answer. Fumes and coffee. Listen, I think if things go back to normal, it's not going to be a going back to normal. It's going to be a complete reimagining of the system. And I think one thing that we've heard, even from people who used to work at organizations like USAID and the State Department, is that the way the aid model was structured that supported so many of us in this room, it wasn't working. And I'm seeing the same thing with philanthropic organizations now who have more money than God. If I had that money, I would be the most powerful person on the planet. You couldn't stop me. But instead, they're very scared to attract any criticism because they're worried it's going to have a cascading effect against all of their other programs. And they're right in a way. I mean, look at the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is now being investigated by the Trump administration. But I think we need to in this moment, those organizations need to stand up and fight against those forces because that's really the insurance policy for the future. But when it comes to farther in the future, I'm hoping that what we see is aid models that are restructured around a little bit more efficiency, a little bit more agility, a little bit more flexibility for our organizations who have for so long needed to kind of fit a square peg in a round hole. I think the Trump administration and their allies around the world are going to do everything possible to keep that from happening. And so when it comes to elections like the one coming up in Brazil, our midterm elections in the States, elections around Europe, I think we need to be doing really smart communications about those power grabs. For instance, one thing that I've been thinking about a lot, and I wrote about this week in my newsletter, is how many of you saw that Tulsi Gabbard, the outgoing director of national intelligence, shared some Russian propaganda last week? It's kind of like any other week, right? But she was sharing disinformation about Ukrainian biolabs, and not just sharing it, she declassified a bunch of documents that she claimed proved the existence of these biolabs. My worry is that the next DNI, who is also a Trump yes man, if he is confirmed, will do the same thing around our elections, will declassify a bunch of documents that he claims shows China or Iran are trying to interfere in US elections. And the Trump administration will take that as an opportunity to restrict access to elections, to federalize elections, to send ICE or military to the polls, right? This is the autocratic playbook. We've seen it in Russia before. We're going to see it, I think, in the US. And so I think the more that we all can contextualize that for people and tell them why you shouldn't actually trust this declassified intelligence document that says, you know, with low probability, the intelligence community thinks X, Y, and Z. Put that in context, explain it in plain English, explain it with influencers, the people who are actually, you know, in contact with and have that parasocial relationship with their viewers. That's what we need to do right now in the near term so that hopefully we can get to that next structure. I also think one final thought, unfortunately, again, not optimistic, is that we're going to see more weaponized leaks or Twitter files type behavior coming from the US government, where they're, again, either declassifying or strategically releasing internal communications that you may have had with donors, et cetera, in order to smear all of us. And particularly for those of you who are operating in autocratic environments, you know, it was just a paragraph in the speech, but you really need to think about your security presence if and when that happens. So better do it today than when the worst happens. But I'm happy to kind of game out any of those situations with all of you. And I hope for the good situation, but prepare for the worst, hope for the best is kind of how I've lived my life for the past 4 years. Thank you, Angie. I hope that answered your question.
Hi, I'm Chandran with GigaFact in the U.S. A question about the information infrastructure on which we're all operating, right? It's the battleground has been kind of set against the propagation of kind of good information, enables the sort of multiple X accounts coordinating on the eco example you gave. So we're talking a lot about the battle and the way people ought to fight the battle, but we're not challenging enough the underlying infrastructure on which we're forced to fight it, right? So can you talk a little bit about where social media, sensible information reform fits in the kind of landscape of how you think about the pushback?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it is a mistake that the regulators around the world, Ofcom in the UK, the European Commission in the EU, the e-safety commissioner in Australia, and certain Brazilian regulators have been attacked with the same narratives that all of us have been attacked with, because they pursued that common sense, sensible regulation, and now that's being perceived or characterized by the Trump administration as censorship. And so back in November and December 2024, when I was thinking about, what is the next step for organizations like mine that have done some advocacy on Capitol Hill to try to push these common sense reforms, it's pretty clear to me that unless something changes in November and the makeup of the Congress changes, that regulation isn't happening at the federal level right now. And so I think the most that we can be doing is supporting continued implementation of the DSA, which I think is probably the gold standard of where we are. I'm not saying it's perfect, don't get me wrong, but it's the best that we've got at the moment, while trying in the states to support regulators and legislators at the state level who are pushing ahead or pushing the envelope in terms of tech regulation. So there's been some efforts in California, some in New York, and a couple of other states. Interestingly, states are the ones who are trying to hold Elon Musk accountable for the Grok XAI nudification scandal. It's not the federal government. In fact, interesting and juicy bit of little gossip for you all. The Defiance Act, which would give victims of deepfake nudification a civil right of action, passed the Senate with a voice vote, but it's stuck in the House right now because someone, I'll give you one guess who, Jim Jordan, believes that it is a constraint on free expression to not allow people to freely make deepfake nudes. I have a lot of problems with that, but that's the sort of kind of impasse that we're talking about at the federal level. So I think where those of us who are working on advocacy are working, we should be working on the state level and working to support and back in those regulators that are working around the world. And I know that's a little bit, it's a weird setup, right? Because you're journalists, you're researchers, you're not used to going to bat for regulators. You're used to conducting oversight of them. And I'm not saying you have to lobby for the DSA, but I do think we have a job of explaining what the DSA is, explaining what the Online Safety Act is, right? So that people understand what it does and does not do, because these are dense pieces of legislation that the charlatans of the world are waving around and saying this is censorship when actually they have no content-based regulation in them, right? So that's our job until something shifts. And if and when something shifts in Congress, I think we're going to see a lot of oversight attempts of the Trump administration. It'll get ugly. It's going to be made for, TV and social media. I don't think they'll be able to pass much, even if there is a blue wave, so to speak, in November, because ultimately it ends up on the Resolute desk, and I don't see them having a veto-proof majority just yet. That's my not very optimistic view of U.S. federal regulation at the moment. But I do think ultimately, where global regulators can come together as well to create a coalition to stand up to behemoths like the US, the better. Other questions? Oh, hi.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm Rabib Alwi. I'm from Tunisia and representing BN Check platform. So my question for you is regarding the laws. Many governments, including my government in my country, Tunisia, adopted laws to address misinformation and hate speech. At the same time, in some cases, these laws are used to restrict this civil space and to target journalists, activists, and opposition voices. So my question for you, what safeguards should be implemented or adopted to prevent this misuse while addressing the harmful content and the hate speech and disinformation?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you so much. And I was lucky enough to travel to Tunisia, gosh, I think it was in December 2019, which was around the last time I was here in Vilnius, and it seems like 2 seconds ago, but it was 7 years. I actually wrote a paper about this when I was at the Wilson Center. It's called Freedom and Fakes, and it goes into a lot of detail. But I think a lot of it still holds true, unfortunately, because we're not past this moment of autocratic or mixed regimes using laws to suppress speech that are created in the guise of promoting truthful information, and we've seen it around the world. I think the single most important factor in those laws is that they are implemented by a regulator who is independent, that is not politically appointed. We've seen some of these laws be I can't say the word implemented right now, implemented by the equivalent of a Ministry of Interior, the police, right? Not great for journalists or activists. So we want to see those implemented by somebody who is apolitical, who isn't even appointed by governing administrations. And we want to make sure those laws are content agnostic, that look at tools and tactics, but not necessarily the content itself. If there's a clause in a law that says the government can determine what is true or false, that's obviously a very bad thing. So they should look at, is there spammy behavior? Is there behavior that is, threatening the integrity of elections or the right of people to vote, which we have stipulations in our electoral code that deal with that. So I think that's how you approach it, but there's definitely more in that paper that I'm forgetting because I'm old and it's been a long time. Thank you for your question. Hi. Whoop. Sorry for making you run. Everyone clap. Yay.
Hi, Nina. This is Carlos from Maldita.
Hi, Carlos.
So my question is, over the last few years, you have said already, I don't consider myself a Democrat anymore, kind of homeless, and we all know some or many American institutions have been disappointing in several ways for the people who care about these things. So I guess my question is for the next 4 years, let's assume that we don't go back to normal because, as you said, that's impossible, but we cease to exist in this environment. Which are the institutions that you think can be more helpful or could be more effective at ensuring that this kind of prosecution of people who care about information integrity doesn't repeat itself? Where, if you have to think about it, where your efforts could be in that sense? Thanks a lot for today and every day.
Yeah, well, it's always good to see you, Carlos. That's a hard one. I think the institution that I've been most disappointed with over the past couple of years in my own personal case has been the court system. It moves too slow in the United States, and it is, with our topic, the internet and technology, it is really not fit for purpose because the way American jurisprudence works, I'm not a lawyer, I just play one on TV, it's always looking backwards, right? For instance, I mentioned my cyber stalker. I was able to get a protective order against him, thank goodness, and that stopped the worst of the harassment. It was able to give me a little peace of mind when I was walking with my child to daycare or taking the dog for a walk or what have you, because my cyber stalker likes to show up with a camera and live stream his interactions with his targets to his audience, who then pay him for the privilege of watching. It's very sick. But when I got to court, I learned that the statute that we were actually talking about had nothing to do with cyber stalking at all. It was a domestic violence statute. And because it had nothing to do with cyber stalking, and is just our legal system is a little bit messed up, my cyber stalker was able to question me as a witness because he was representing himself. Can you imagine if I had been the victim of domestic violence and my abuser got to question me on the stand? I mean, it was bad enough with this conspiracy theorist doing it. But similarly, when the judge got before her, the chance to extend my protective order after the first 2-year period, she said, well, he hasn't threatened you again, so I can't do anything. She found him in contempt of court because he violated the protective order and talked about me online. But she said, well, he hasn't violently threatened you, so I can't do anything. I mean, it's just the law is not fit for purpose, and there are many other instances where the same thing has happened. I was just talking about deepfake nudification. I was also the target of deepfake nudes a couple of years ago after the DHS stuff. And when I looked at what legal action was available to me for that, for the insertion of my face into non-consensual pornography, even though I lived in a state where we had a deepfake statute on the book, I would need to be able to identify the perpetrator, which the OSINT folks in the room know is not always super easy for people who are covering their tracks, which these guys are intent on doing. And I would have had to prove their intent, which is really messed up, right? I mean, I think the intent is pretty clear, but for a judge, they could ask the guy, what did you mean to do with this? And if he says, well, it was just my sexual fantasy, I didn't mean to hurt her, then it's my word against his. So the laws are not fit for purpose, the courts are moving too slow, and I think because of the harassment and in some cases even attacks that we've seen on justices in the United States, they're not willing to push the envelope in the same way that, let's say, some judges in Brazil have been. I mentioned before Supreme Court Justice Alexandre de Moraes. He has had assassination attempts against him as well. So this is a dangerous business, but again, we need those systems to back up the judiciary, because without that check on the power, it's really hard for democracy to go forward. And I do think that I agree with the assessments of some Brazilian colleagues that Supreme Court Justice de Moraes has been incredibly important for the preservation of Brazilian democracy. Other questions? I don't know how much time we have left.
Hi, Szilárd from Hungary.
Where are you? I don't see you. Okay, there you are.
Szilárd from Hungary, representing Lakmus. You said that we don't have to reinvent ourselves, but I'm interested in your opinion about a proposition I've heard from many places, that we should reframe a bit what we are doing, and instead of the fight against disinformation, we should emphasize a more positive message, like working for information integrity. So what's your opinion specifically on that communication aspect?
Well, and thank you for your work as well. I met one of your colleagues recently in Moldova, and it was a delight. I think we have an interview published in your publication. So a very astute observation. Let me be more clear. I do not think that we should drop the word disinformation. I think that is a strategic error. I think if you went up to Aunt Sally or Uncle Bob or whatever the equivalent of your crazy aunt and uncle are in each of your countries, and you said information integrity, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? about, right? Like, what does that mean to a normal person? I don't think it means very much. And I have, a hard time even defining what it is. There is a great article by my friend Michael Koo in Tech Policy Press called Disinformation is Dead, Long Live Disinformation. And Michael is an environmental advocate who was active during the early years of global warming. Remember when we used to call it global warming instead of climate change? He was working against the right-wing big oil lobbyists who eventually decided that they were going to push this idea of calling it climate change instead, because it sounds less existential. It sounds like something that we can deal with when we're. It's just a changing climate. That's okay. It's not going to affect me. It sounds less personal. And he describes in this piece how it really was an impediment to their getting good work done and set them back many years. And I think we've seen the same thing. No shade to the European Union and FEME or those who have adopted this language in order to survive. I get it, but I think it really harms our communication with the public, who is our ultimate audience. A friend of mine, Emily Horn, who has a great publication. I feel like I'm just like hawking all these things at you, all of my friends who do good work. But Emily Horn used to be the deputy spokesperson for the Biden and Obama National Security Councils. And she has a great series of questions that you should ask yourself anytime you're communicating to the public. It's, who am I talking to? Why am I talking to them? And what is it I want them to know? Right? And we should be asking ourselves those three things every time we put anything out, whether that is just a simple fact sheet or a blog post or whatever. What do you want people to take away from it? And if you want them to take away that we have a very infected information environment, then I think you need to use a term that encapsulates that rather than I work on information integrity. I call this the mom test, right? My mom is a very smart person. She's read both of my books cover to cover. I love her. But if I say something like information integrity, she has no clue what I'm talking about. So run the mom test, run the Aunt Sally, Uncle Bob test. And that, I think, should be the key for how we continue to communicate in the future.
Hi, Nina. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I have a question about the role of multilateral institutions in encouraging autocrats, because autocrats, modern one, learn how to mimic democracy and how to use democratic tools against us and against democracy. Because we see this UN gathering with the people who remove word gender from legislation, and they use this gathering to pretend that they are protecting gender or other human rights. What we can do together to address these institutions rather than local autocrats and make some changes?
Oh, yeah, that is a great question, Tamar, and thank you for your work. For those that don't know, I'm sure you all do because she's a star. Tamar Kinsurashvili from Georgia, she's the best. I love everyone here. Big fans of all of you. So I think this is really problematic as well, and it's kind of like multilateral institutions are caught between a rock and a hard place, because on the one hand, if they exclude, let's just take my own my own country, the Trump folks from the multilateral institutions, I do think we're worse off. They can exert some pressure, but they need to stand strong, and I think that's where we come in. Again, I've been thinking a lot about this shift from. I'm writing the conclusion to a new book, and one of the phrases that keeps coming back is like, we need to drop the academia hat and move to the activism hat, and understand that we've been drafted into this role of advocacy and activism, whether we like it or not, because they're targeting us, right? And so that means going to those institutions and making coalitions, as we talked about before, across sectors from Georgia, from the United States, from wherever, working together and saying to these multilateral institutions, okay, you have heard from these folks, and that's their opinion. They have that right to free expression. But like, hear from civil society, hear from what we have to say as well. And I would say the other side has been very good, not just at doing that in an official way, but also doing this sort of lobbying and activism in an unofficial way. So I mentioned Alliance Defending Freedom International. A little bit more information about them. They were behind a lot of the pushes to end abortion rights in the United States, along with to end gay marriage in the United States. And they came to Europe and said, these issues seem like they're not that popular here. Let's talk about free speech instead. And what they've been doing is priming MEPs with questions that they can submit for the record. They've been working with civil society organizations, aligned civil society organizations here in Europe, and they've been bringing in American experts. I really hesitate to call them experts, people like Michael Schellenberger of the Twitter Files and others, to come talk to European MEPs and brief them. We need to do the same thing for the people on our side, not just coming in when we're called to do hearings and evidence sessions, but making sure we have that concerted movement, offering ourselves as experts, saying, oh, if I don't know about something here, you can go to Tamar or you can go to Carlos, who does know about the situation that you're referencing, making sure that they have the information they need to resist that push. So it's two things, doing the advocacy ourselves, but also doing the grassroots mobilizing to make sure that the people who are in those institutions, either at the parliamentary level or as staffers, have that briefing material. And I'll give you one more example. In the United States, not a multilateral institution, but similar with our Congress, I found that staffers really had absolutely no clue on Capitol Hill about the whole censorship industrial complex thing. They are too busy. They've got huge portfolios. They didn't know the first thing when it came to where these narratives were or where they started and what they are meant to do. And so they'd find themselves trying to staff their members for hearings about this stuff, but they didn't have any information. And so we would go to them without being asked and say, hey, we're happy to give you this briefing and let you know about this stuff. They often invite us to submit written evidence, so that stuff is entered into the congressional record. And I think it's been really helpful. And in those conversations, there have even been, ideas for legislation that have come up. We were able to put out some research, tangential, but related to other anti-deepfake nude legislation that they had no idea about, because we were triangulating all this stuff for them. So we have to get comfortable with that political part of our work, which I know has traditionally not been something that we have done, but it's part of the role now if you want to keep yourselves safe. I think maybe we have time for one quick one. If there is one. Any? No? Oh.
Hi, I'm Katie Sanders. I'm the editor of PolitiFact in the US. And I have many questions for you, but on this one, it's top of mind because of the Aunt Sally test. Mm-hmm. I'm curious how you might be thinking about the rise of conspiratorial thinking on the American left, and how you might be adjusting your message for that audience that maybe is traditionally more friendly toward your work and your research. But what are you doing to kind of hold up the mirror that they are vulnerable to misinformation narratives too?
Oh, I don't know if that's a short one. So I will say very briefly that even though I focused on the right because they were the lion's share of the abuse against me, there were still narratives from the far left, and they are certainly vulnerable. I guess the thing that I would say is that frequently when these groups have fallen victim to conspiratorial thinking, it's not in our best interest to pull them back from that. Like there is, I think, when you think about target audiences, it's the people in the middle who we need to be talking to. So I guess the short answer is I don't frequently waste my time on those fringes because they're so deep. Even if I present them with a bunch of facts and documents, which I have, or congressional testimony that I've done and gotten released, they don't care. They're like, you're still treasonous fascist. We hate you. We hope you go to jail and die. It doesn't matter, right? And I think instead we need to focus our efforts on educating the people who haven't yet fallen victim, which is a sad thing, but I do think is the most likely to succeed. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you everyone for great questions. Thank you, Nina, for this inspiring talk. And I invite you all for a short break, 15 minutes. And please be back at 10:30. We will have a panel discussion on how to investigate Russia. Plenty of investigative journalists from all around the region. See you soon.
All right, I think now you can hear me all. Let us start because I see that the clock for our panel is already ticking without us even saying the first word. My name is Vykintas Pugačiauskas. I'm a foreign editor at the public broadcaster here, so I'm just a guest at this conference, an outsider. I don't do investigations, nor do I do Russia. Well, I do Russia, but to the extent that Russia is just part of the regular news flow. Otherwise, I deal with whatever God or Trump gives us any given day. So Russia, obviously, on a day like today when Moscow is burning, Russia would be part of what I do. But otherwise, anything is within my radar. So I'm an outsider. This is your panel. This is your conference. I will just perhaps ask a few questions and try to broaden the scope of the discussion a little. I think we have the introductions here on screen. Yeah. So and we're sitting in the right order. So yeah. Perhaps without much ado, I would like you to each present whatever you want to say about your stuff, about what you're doing, about the impact that your investigations have had, and about the challenges that investigating Russia presents, about the possible dangers, perhaps. So let's start from Anna from Ukraine.
Hi. Oh, sorry, it's too loud. Very happy to be here, actually, for the first time in Vilnius, and enjoying it too much. So Vykintas, before this discussion, asked us to come up with an answer to the question how to investigate Russia, and I actually also squeeze it into 5 minutes. So challenge accepted. I think talking about this matter could be like you can spend all your time here, all you want to, address it. So I'll try to be quick. Thinking about it, many answers came to mind, but I narrowed it down to two major approaches that I and my team applied in our work when we talk about investigating Russia. So basically, number one is how to investigate Russia by teaming forces with your colleagues from different newsrooms internationally, and together via cross-border reporting, doing a story that shows a larger trend in Russian behavior. And number two, individually finding evidence on the ground, in our case, in Ukraine, within Ukraine, both offline and online. So I'll now bring you a couple examples of what we've done from each of those 2 points. So one effective way of investigating Russia is through collaborative cross-border projects, and we've recently, at SKIMS, an investigative project of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty's Ukrainian service, had a chance to do a great story. By great, I mean a story that actually yielded immediate result, which is an expulsion of the Russian agent from Riga. So I'll tell you a little bit more about this one. So in March 2026, our team, where I worked as an editor at the time, revealed that a Russian state-funded organization called Profond sponsored and backed projects of a EU-based Russian historian who spread Kremlin propaganda. The name of this historian is Valery Engel. He's of Russian origin, and for years, maybe even decades, he had been residing in Riga, in Latvia, living his best life and spreading Kremlin propaganda. Somehow, without being noticed by local security service. But they eventually did, so bear with me. So he was attracting the state funds from Russia to sponsor his research papers on xenophobia in Europe, on Russophobia, and he was presenting his scientific papers in Russia, inside Russia, on Russian universities' websites, and on the sidelines of the OSCE Security Conference in Warsaw. Somehow also without anybody, paying attention and stopping him. We found, thanks to OCCRP and Holger, who's sitting next to me, thank you, we got access to a huge chunk of data. It was leaked data from Profond, where we found conversations, emails, correspondence, and also documents proving that this very person, this Russian historian, for ages was receiving Russian funds for his projects. And of course, he never declared that the money came from Russia. He, with a straight face, was trying to present his projects as independent research. So basically, we found it, we approached him. Of course, he denied everything. He threatened to sue us many times. He even asked some friends of his in the United States to try and put some pressure on us, send us letters saying that we are, we're wrong in our reporting. But we were firm. We knew what we were doing. We knew that we fact-checked everything. And we are very much sure that that is what's going on. We ran the story. And immediately there was a result. Latvian Security Service put his name on the blacklist, which means that he cannot enter the country indefinitely. So guess where the guy is now? He's in Turkey, enjoying the sunshine. But still, at least he's not where he was, spreading Russian propaganda for years. So that is like a small story which came to light and which was possible because of the journalistic collaboration between newsrooms. It was us at some point realizing that we have all the pieces of the puzzle, we have all the information necessary to run the story in Ukraine. We can do an English language version for OCCRP, which we did, but there was still something lacking. That was this, ability to reach out to local audience in Riga, in Latvia, in Latvian language, but also that was this access and personal connections of local reporters to people in power there who can pose these questions to them in local language and actually demand responses. So we reached out to Rebaltica. It's a great investigative media outlet, also part of the OCCRP, who is based in Riga. We reached out to them saying, we have a story about one alleged Russian agent living just next doors. Are you interested? They were like, of course, write it up. And they posed these questions to the security service. And that's how I think we actually managed to reach this impact so quickly, because we had local journalists asking the question and they were like, yes, sure, we somehow missed it. They expelled him. I'll move quickly to another example of how to investigate Russia by doing something else rather than teaming forces with your colleagues internationally, which is a good one. What you can always do as well if you don't have the luxury of international collaboration, but I still think you should explore this one, is trying to find sources and evidence on the ground. If you have an access, it could be, of course, physical evidence on the ground, in our case within Ukraine, or it could be evidence online, say Ukrainian database, which shows you something that you can further use in your research and investigation. So what we did as well in September 2025, one example that I want to bring to you is an investigation into how Russia uses chemical weapons, chemical agents on the front line against Ukrainian soldiers. This is an activity which is prohibited by the international law. There is, chemical weapons convention that says that you cannot basically do that because tear gas on battlefield is not okay. Not to say that something else is okay, but this is specifically prohibited. In this story, we actually had access to the used tear gas grenade that was retrieved from the battlefield by Ukrainian soldiers. And we placed it, we just, passed it by the laboratory, which analyzed it and said that it is an RGVO type grenade, which is prohibited to be used on the battlefield. We also looked and examined the writings on the grenade, the labels, and by that we were able to actually connect physical evidence from the battlefield to the maker, and also to trace back the chains of supply. So this is a good example of how you can actually, by approaching soldiers, talking to them, gaining their trust, and asking to help you, you can get access to physical evidence of Russian, basically breach of international law, and then trace it back to the maker, and trace it back even to the supply chain, which we did. This is just another example of how you can do it. It wasn't easy. Of course, it required building up connections with the military, building up connections with the laboratory and experts, also studying international law, attracting researchers in this regard, asking their opinion, and also a lot of very attentive digging in data to see how the supply chains work. But these investigations are very fruitful in terms of impact as well, because that is something that can help then further, lobbyists, activists to lobby for sanctions for Russia in concrete, in very certain sectoral sectors, or personal sanctions on individuals in charge of these factories that make the grenades, for example.
Okay, thank you. Holger, we have quite a good opinion about the Estonian special services. Can you outdo them in your research?
I thank you, but I don't take it as a competition. I'm not trying to outdo anything. I'm still trying to serve the public interest and then to be open with our work. First of all, thank you. It's great to be here in front of such a large audience. I'd like to add that besides Delfi Estonia, where I run the fact-checking and investigative desk, I also work part-time for the same OSCRP. And it's my job to interact with all the European member centers and then to build cross-border networks. As Anna was saying, that a lot of the Russia investigations are cross-border by nature. But I think that in Delfi Estonia, what we almost deliberately decided back in 2022 was that we can't only publish stories in Estonian language behind paywall for Estonian people, but we need to bring many of the topics that we are researching, investigating about Russia out much wider in Europe, in other countries. So that's why we decided that whenever we have an idea, we have a lead, we have a leak, we have something going on, but we try to build these quicker, smaller cross-border teams to work together. But we always try to involve Latvian media, Lithuanian media. We've worked a lot with LRT, of course, Poles, Germans, but also Nordic countries, and then try to get those stories out in English language as well. Because in the Baltic countries, we kind of know what Russia is. We know, in general, we are very well aware, we have been aware of their attitudes towards us, their wishes, their desires, and then their attempts for, I don't know, for decades, if not for centuries. But what we witnessed in 2022, especially, was that in much of the Western European countries, in the Nordic countries, that understanding wasn't there in the societies. So we knew that we had the skill set, we had the experience, we also had the contacts, but if we work together across Europe or in cross-border teams, that we can get our stories to have much more impact and much more engagement. And we could see that stories that, for example, in Estonia, did not relate so well because, once again, we know the Russian threat. They worked really good in countries like Sweden or Germany or France even. And then secondly, what's like when we are investigating Russian, be it like hybrid war or however you call it, we need to remember that Russia doesn't treat, I don't know, Estonia as one specific target. It doesn't take country by country. It takes us as part of a much larger theater. We used to be part of the so-called like Baltic theater. Now, over the last years, we have expanded it to the Baltic Sea region. So we are treating us as one macro region. So we might have like smaller operations country by country, but overall we treat the entire region in one angle. So what's important in Estonia can be equally important in Norway, Sweden, Germany, or France. That's one thing. Second thing, what we like to investigate, of course, we want to know what they are planning in our countries. We have been working a lot with leaks that show historically what Russia has been doing, what kind of like who have been the people, what kind of operations, especially in disinformation and propaganda. But what we want to get what we want to get understanding is what are we doing right now? Maybe we haven't noticed yet, or what will they be doing tomorrow? It's easier to investigate what did they do 10 years ago and who were involved, but it's much more difficult to understand what are they thinking today, what they will be doing tomorrow. And sometimes we have been lucky enough to be ahead of a curve with our reporting. For example, 2 years ago or 3 years ago already now, 2 or 3 years ago, we started looking into Russian sabotage attempts in Europe when they really first time started appearing. Again, that Russia has been historically Russia has been using Baltic countries quite often as a test ground. They've done it with cyber attacks. We've done it with election meddling, with disinformation, with propaganda, and so on. But I think the same applied with sabotage. Many of the first sabotage attempts, even like small in scale, started first appearing in Estonia, in Latvia, in Lithuania, in Poland. And again, Russia tries it out in our countries and then expands it. Right now, Russia isn't focusing with the sabotage so much on the Baltic countries. Their effort, besides Poland, is on Western countries, on Western European countries, on France, on Germany, and so on. So 2 years ago, when we first saw the first attempts, we asked ourselves in our investigative desk, but what can we do about sabotage? But you asked me about outdoing the Estonian security services. But one possibility is to rely on whatever sources we have in one or second or third security service or whatever the court system, the prosecutors, the law enforcement. But we said that what if the best way to get knowledge of how Russia is doing sabotage or planning sabotage is try to get recruited ourselves. So could we get actually recruited to Russian sabotage, to carry out Russian sabotage acts ourselves? And it sounded kind of like this wishful thinking. But we started working on it, and soon enough we did identify specific Telegram channels or chatbots, bots on Telegram that were used to recruit. And that's when we decided that, okay, we will go undercover. We created a new identity. We took really serious security measures. We had really these operating procedures were really strict for us. And then we engaged with them. And they started giving us tasks, burn down a military facility, identify help or military vehicles that are going to help Ukraine, then throw Molotov cocktails, or kill a Baltic fascist or faggot. That's the words they were using about us in the Baltic countries. But that there are so many fascists in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Find any, kill them, and then we pay you $10,000 in crypto. I think so. 2 years ago, we were working. We did, I think, throughout the year, we did 4 or 5 different significant investigations into sabotage, and once again, that all of them we published internationally as well, not only in Estonia but in Germany, in France, and so on. And I think that this year we have been doing quite well with investigations into what's going on the Baltic Sea, specifically the use of the Shadow Fleet. And the mercenaries with Wagner background, like war criminals that they have put on the Shadow Fleet tankers to protect the oil trade that Russia is doing through the Baltic Sea. And in essence, they are keeping the actual crews of the Shadow Fleet tankers kind of captive or hostage. that they are controlling. The Russians have put teams of 2 war criminals, or in many cases, onto Shadow Fleet tankers, just to guard what the captain is doing of a Shadow Fleet, that they wouldn't listen to what the Baltic Sea countries' authorities are telling them about, for example, entering the territorial waters of any specific country or so on. And of course, also they deter Western authorities from trying to seize the ships. We are continuing to work on those topics as well. But again, all the time, like, I'm asking myself, I'm asking people who I meet, but what do you think? What is it that Russia is trying to do next? And that's the key question.
Not following, but trying to be ahead of the curve. Moldova, I think Russia nearly won in Moldova in terms of the recent elections and the referendum. It was a very near miss for Russia. How do you operate in such an environment?
Hello, I am Natalia Zaharescu. I am from Republic of Moldova. I work for Ziarul de Garde. It is the biggest newspaper in Republic of Moldova. It is almost 23 years on the market. And we have the biggest investigative team in the Republic of Moldova. And in the last years, we have investigated how Russia tried to influence Republic of Moldova and elections. We have done 3 undercover investigations that had, we think, a big impact in our society. I will tell you just in short about them. In 2022, after the full-scale invasion in Ukraine started, it was in autumn, and one of our oligarchs who was a fugitive in Israel, his name is Ilan Shor, but he used to still run his party in the Republic of Moldova, started to organize protests, big protests in the capital, and we infiltrated, me and other 3 of my colleagues, infiltrated among these protesters, and we proved that they were actually paid. We also received money, cash, about 20 euro for participating in one protest, in a 2-hour protest. And we understood that those people were not just protesting because they were so interested, but just because they were paid. And those protests did not have like political or geopolitical messages from the start, but they were on social demands, economic, because the prices were really high. But after that, this Ilan Shor stated that very officially that he is against EU and he is pro-Russian. After some time in 2024, we had the presidential elections and also a referendum on European integration of Republic of Moldova in the same day with the elections. We saw that Ilan Shor was already in Moscow. He was still operating in Moldova. He had some smaller parties controlling, and the people from those parties were under criminal investigation for illegal financing of a party. And when they were appearing in the courts, in front of the courts, there were also some smaller protests. And we were very curious, are those people also paid? And we started to find out. We tried to infiltrate among them again, me and one of my colleagues. Her name is Mariuța Nistor. She is a very young and talented journalist. And we understood that they were better organized this time, and they were being organized for the elections, actually. And people were getting paid not just for participating in one protest, but they were receiving money every month, like a salary, from a Russian bank. Pромsvязьbank, it is a bank under Defense Ministry in Russia. And I was infiltrated in a small group, and my colleague in another small group, and we were paid for participating in protests, for delivering on streets flyers with Russian propaganda, for participating in some electoral meetings of some candidates. But the main task was to bring more people into the organization and to convince them to vote against the European integration of Republic of Moldova at the referendum. And it was very interesting for us to see how people were convinced and recruited. They were mostly elder people with like Soviet nostalgia, and people who were not very, politically involved until now, but they were convinced to participate in this organization. And I think they didn't have any other occupations, so that is why they got involved in this organization. And we were ready to publish when police did a press conference and said they are investigating the same organization, and they said that in this organization were involved about 140,000 people from Republic of Moldova, with a population of 2 million people and less than 1 million voters. That was a very big organization. We understood that the small groups were organized around polling station, so the voting process was more easily to control. In the day of the election, I was still undercover, and I was called by my boss. It was an old lady, and she told me to go to vote, to bring more people to vote, and to vote no in the referendum, of course. That is illegal in the Republic of Moldova to tell people to vote in the day of the elections. And before the second round of the elections, from this organization, I was called to tell and told to vote against one candidate, against Maia Sandu, who won the elections. And that means to support the other candidate who was supported by Socialist Party, a pro-Russian party. And we thought that is the end of we published it, it had a big impact, people saw how actually the votes were bought, and a lot of people told us they decided to go to vote, to have an honest vote, and we thought that is the end of our adventure undercover. And 4 days after the second round of presidential elections, and 1 week after we published the second part of our investigation, I was called again from this organization. They didn't understood that they were calling a journalist. And they asked me again to participate in some other activities. And that was very different because they tried to go online this time. And I agreed, of course. I said, sure, I am very interested. And that started how it started my new journey. But that happened almost in my kitchen because the trainings were online every evening using Telegram groups, and Russian speaker people told us how to use Facebook, TikTok, Telegram, how to make fake accounts, how to, and they were, after several months of training, they were giving us tasks, short messages, propagandistic, of course, anti-European, pro-Russian, specific hashtags. One of the first tasks they were given I was given and all the people in the group is to, it was around New Year's, and I had to film, to record myself, to dance around the tree, and to put 4 important messages for them. What do I wish for Christmas or for New Year's? I want fair elections, I want big pension for pensionaries, I want cheap gas, and I want the LGBT community to be banned. So that were the messages. And after I was invited, actually, but after that my colleague Mariuța also infiltrated, so we had a backup. when I had to be paid, they asked me for the data from this Russian bank, and I think they understood that it was a journalist actually, and they kicked me out of the organization. But they were started to talk about paying people in crypto. So my colleague Mariuța, she was already infiltrated there, and she stayed just before the election, the parliamentary elections. And she received money in crypto for doing all this online propaganda. So this is how we investigated the Russian influence in the Republic of Moldova. And we tried to find out the ways they are using in Moldova, and maybe they tested a lot of things to use in other countries.
Okay, so they're crooks. That much we know. They don't pay the people. Jurgita, we had a couple of governments collapse here in Lithuania, not without your little input, I guess. Your team's input. Is Russia happy about the turmoil that journalistic investigations bring into Lithuania, or is Russia perhaps scared that you're uncovering their agents or their businesses or their finance schemes?
I think it's very wishful thinking that they're afraid and something is collapsing in Russia after some investigation. But of course, when you uncover mostly not the people that are doing something, but connections between those people, because talking about how to investigate Russia, I don't want to repeat everything that was said here, because everything is true. I will just probably stress two things: that collaboration again, because it's really important. And a few weeks ago, me and Indra did, we don't call it investigation, just some kind of analysis about this person who fled to Minsk because, well, he had to almost go to jail for financial stuff, but he went to Minsk. And now he's there. He's a very active spreader of propaganda, pro-Russian propaganda. And here we also had to look to Latvia, Estonia, who he's talking to, who are his companions there. So the main thing is to uncover connections, because one person who says that Russia is the greatest country in the world, well, that is a person with his opinion, and he has a right to think so. It's fine, but we look into connections, and they're always connected in the country and cross-border, just as journalists are, do the cross-border investigation. So those nets are cross-border. So it is very important to do that. For example, we had a few years ago, our colleague did this investigation about actually the same party that was kicked out now from the coalition, about its leader, how he was meeting Stefan Korte from Alternative for Deutschland. And after some time, other journalists from Germany, I think, proved that Alternative for Germany, they get paid from Russia. So, it's very important to collaborate, that's one. And second thing is that consistency, because my colleagues talked about investigations from the leaks of Profond. I didn't work with that, but my colleagues did. And the most important thing was that most of those people that were in the documents, we knew them. They were like relatives to us, because we were investigating various stuff from, like, there was this March of Families where we saw a lot of pro-Russian activists gathering there, organizing that. Later, we had a lot of protests connected to COVID pandemic and vaccines and stuff like that. Then we had riot next to the parliament. And we always saw the same people actively being there or just spreading some news about it. And finally, we see the documents of Profond, and we see the same people asking for money, like organizations, let's say in European Union, ask various funds to fund their activities.
Sauce.
Yeah. So, and they're doing the same, asking Profond for money. We will do something. Yeah, we need this and that amount of money. So we have their bio at that time. We don't have to waste our time. And mostly it seems like nothing changes after one or other investigation when we show their connections, because most of the time we don't find money. Because in Lithuania, well, people don't get paid by Russia, you know, going to embassy and receiving envelopes with the cash. They are smarter now. We saw from the same Profond documents that they were going to Kaliningrad, to ATM of Sberbank, cashing money, or they all have accounts in various platforms. So it's very easy to pay them without being noticed by institutions in Lithuania. So, but when you publish one investigation, other investigation, then something else happens, then you find that, oh, this dot and this dot has a connection. So you just consistently keep on track. You feel the pulse all the time. And I think it makes some difference because, yes, people who know that Russia is a bad country, they will think the same. People who think that Russia is the greatest country, they will probably also think the same. But there is this part of people who are, you know, in between, who are like, oh, but is their opinion, they're not getting paid and stuff like that. But when they get this information, this one bigger picture, broader picture, especially when we see that in various countries, it's the same patterns, it's the same actors, and there's some money flow between them, then you start thinking that, you know, maybe it's not that right. And I think that's what makes the difference.
Okay, thank you, Grzegorz. Poland is, apart from Ukraine, we are small countries. Poland is big, much bigger. Does that mean that the Russian actions and the Russian networks are also much bigger, and you need much bigger efforts to uncover them? We've just seen the shooting. We've seen, you know, arsons in the shopping malls and stuff like that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I would like to express my thankfulness for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be there, to be here with so many respected colleagues. Answering your question, I would say that Poland is a specific example because I can explain it in my speech, of course, but shortly speaking, because Russians did and do now many of their malign, malicious work by using Polish hands and under this cover, under the false flag. First, answering the question how investigate the Russian interference, I agree with you, and I put it this way: we have to do it constantly, precisely, and deeply, using reliable sources, including documents. That's very important from my point of view. Using documents, for example, state archives. In Poland, we have a huge archives from the communist time, from the produced by the communist secret service, and this is the good source for investigative journalists like me. We have to follow the money, track the connections, including, as I said, those from the distant past. And it is undoubtedly worth doing. Why? I try to answer this question for using my example. My recent work as an investigative author, because now I'm author, I'm focusing on writing investigative books. I focus on Russian interference in Polish politics. I try to answer for the question how it started and how it is going. After communism collapsed, one of the Russians' main efforts in Poland has been to re-establish a significant friendly political force that could gain strong influence and eventually seize power. And those efforts seem to be successful. Russia has managed to cultivate far-right radicals who are mentally close to them. And Russia also wants to undermine democracy in Poland and destroy the unity of the European Union using these hostile actions prepared by these extremists. Polls indicate that political parties, polls surveys, indicate that political parties representing those extremists will be able to form a parliamentary majority and a government after the elections scheduled for next autumn. Thrilling, isn't it? Yeah. To find out how it happened, I had to go back in the time to the 50s, to post-war communist Poland. And I discovered numerous and strong connections between Polish nationalists who survived the Second World War and the communist secret police controlled by the Kremlin's intelligence. I did it by digging, among other sources, through thousands of previously unknown former security service documents stored in the archives of the so-called Institute of National Remembrance, EPN. Who knows what is it? It is the Polish institutions that collect and store documents from communist time, documents of the Polish intelligence and counterintelligence services. And thanks to that, I was able to prove that many of those connections between pro-Kremlin communist services and Polish nationalists, now far-right, pro-Russian extremists, continued for years and flourished in the 80s when they tried to stop democratic change in Poland. Yes, Poland, some Poles, some extremist Poles were against the so-called round-table negotiations between communists and Solidarity, and they tried to undermine this process. What's more, many Polish far-right, that's interesting, that many Polish far-right extremists living in the United States as exiles were connected to and supported by American Republican Party far-right wing politicians at the time. The same politicians, after a couple of years, endorsed Donald Trump after he started his political career and were publicly identified as Putin's puppets. It means, in my opinion, that Russia has not only cultivated friendly extremist groups in Poland during the communist era, but also supported them with the help of American radicals. So this combo gave Polish radicals really overwhelming strength. We can observe it now. And all of those findings will culminate in my new book that will be published soon. Thank you.
Thank you. You've touched on another issue that I think Holger has also mentioned a little, of the societies, about the difference that our society is closer to Russia and the societies further away. So Pekka, you are doing a very good job of, sometimes even funny job, of revealing the vatniks. But who are who pose the bigger danger, the vatniks or the useful idiots who are out there somewhere further away from our societies?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe I also start with the disclaimer. So I am not an investigative journalist, unlike these fantastic people here. I am an academic turned social media influencer / activist turned EU official, which also explains this official attire here. But yeah, I would say that it depends on the context and the country. In some countries, I would say that vatniks create useful idiots often. So vatniks are the origin of these narratives, and then these useful idiots, or they're often not idiots, but we can refer to them as such. They take these narratives, for example, conspiracy theories. They really take this in and then start spreading them. So it's I think it's you need those people who bring in the narratives, and then they are being spread by these people. But yeah, there was a question on how to investigate Russia, and I thought I would kind of give how I have investigated Russia. So I used to run a project called Vatniksu. How many of you have heard of it? Maybe raise a hand. A few people, yeah. So, oh, okay, here too. Great. So it is a social media project that kind of describes and introduces the people who spread these narratives. So be they vatniks or be they useful idiots, but it kind of explains, it describes these people, but also explains how they do it and tries to explain why they do it. The Ukrainian journalist and author Peter Pomerantsev described it as Bellingcat meets Daily Mail. So it's a bit kind of gossipy also. And I try to use humor as a way to engage people, and it's been at its peak. It was quite successful. It had around 700 million views annually on Twitter or X, if you want to call it that. But maybe in general, I would like to talk about this information war that we are with Russia. It's a very asymmetrical war. There are a lot of benefits for Russia. They spend a lot of money on this. There are two things where Russia is now putting more money in: its military and information war. And there is a massive discrepancy in the funding between Russia and, if you look, for example, in Europe. So this is something, and they have been doing this much longer than Europe has been trying to counter it. So it has become this kind of reactive situation where we are always reacting to what Russia is doing, and I think Holger put it greatly there, that we should be more proactive in our thinking and always try to kind of think ahead in the future. But also, I think a lot of this investigative journalism, I see that it would need a lot more attention. It would need to see, all these great investigations, they would need much bigger audiences. And I think that's something where social media is a useful tool. And I would say that for a little too long, a lot of traditional journalism outlets have kind of almost ignored the social media part of in the information sphere. But how to investigate Russia is, I think, you need to be creative. You need to be proactive in your approach. So you have to always try to think what is coming next. So, for example, the future trends, probably a lot of this will be automated. So if you look at 2013, there were these infamous troll farms where people were working in shifts like a factory, producing pro-Kremlin commentary online and anti-Europe. But now most of that is being automated. So, and also something that we need to look into is so-called LLM poisoning. So large language models, ChatGPT, Claude, that's the next battlefield. That's where we see the battle of narratives. So who gets the kind of say on these? So if you ask a question from ChatGPT on who was the aggressor in the Russia-Ukrainian war, who gets to kind of decide the answer, or is it neutral, or so is there a bias? So this will be the next battleground, and this
is already a battleground. If you ask Grok something about Twitter or Musk, it's already a slanted answer. Yeah?
Definitely, yeah. And I think this is also we always talk about ChatGPT or Claude, but what about DeepSeek? What about smaller LLMs that people are still using? So it's a massive battleground where we have to prepare. And I think, again, investigative journalism is a really useful tool there, because it's your investigations that will be part of these answers. So this is extremely important work. And what we also have to do, I think, with Russia is what Russia likes to do is they like to steal the agenda. They like to steal the narrative. They want to tell our story. And I think we, in Europe especially, we have to take the initiative back. We have to tell Europe's story. We have to take back the initiative in this. And I think it's extremely important to tell our own story through journalism, through stories, through history, and so on. So I think I'll conclude here. I don't know if I answered the question at all, but here were just a few thoughts. Maybe we can.
I think that was a great wrap up for the first part, because before opening this up for the audience, I just wanted to ask a question to everyone about the impact. And the impact of all what you're investigating is essentially, you cannot change Russia. You cannot change Russian behavior. You can investigate North Korea as much as you want. You will not change North Korea. You can investigate, I don't know, SpaceX all you want. You will not change the big titans. The same with Russia. But what can journalism investigations change? Can they change our societies? Can they change our politics? Can they change our culture? That's a question to every one of you.
Yeah, first, because my idea is we have to appeal to the people. We have to talk with people. We have to write our books, our articles, prepare our videos, post for the people, to educate them, to say them, hello, it is a really important issue. You have to be aware of that danger, because they came for us. So I observe it in Poland, because it's a hard job, because we have few journalists that are really dig deeply in that stories. And I remember then in 2019, I published my first book about the so-called wiretapping affair in Poland in 2014. And I remember how many people were shocked but confused, didn't believe that there could be some Russian paths, links in that scandal. And after that, step by step, year by year, people educated, so-called educated by us, informed by us, by journalists, by fact-checkers, realized how dangerous situation was in that time and how it is developing. So I think that we should not care about what politicians say, what some elites say. We should appeal to the people. We should, as I said, we should be in contact with people and discuss it with them, those issues on the meetings, on internet discussions to support this awareness.
I think that one thing that we can do is to make it less easy for Russia, a bit more complicated, because when you they have some plan, when I talk about propaganda and disinformation, they have a plan, and then suddenly some journalists come and investigate something and shows, well, now you have to change the strategy. That's one. And second, we can make at least a tiny bit inconvenient for politicians who are working with Russia, with Russia's business. Because, for example, we have this mayor of Kaunas who had plant in Kaliningrad, and he didn't close it. And of course he doesn't care, because I'm pretty sure that he doesn't care about anybody's opinion. But still, it's not nice when you go to, let's say, a basketball game and the fans are shouting that, I won't repeat what they were shouting, but they said it, very straight to his forehead, that he's working with Russia. And it's just not nice. So that's what we can do. Two simple things.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Go for it.
I just wanted to quickly say that please don't accuse me of being naive, and I don't think I am naive. But Russia is still afraid of us. They are afraid of us, and I don't mean like the 6 or 7 of us here on that panel, but Western media, Western platforms, and just see what is going on in Russia, how they are turning on the screws on the society, how they have switched off access to Western platform, how they have even how we are even trying to kill access to Telegram, for example. But why are they doing this? Because they are afraid of the kind of information, of the stories, of the scoops that we are publishing, and then not only that, of also like the entire Western influence. So of course, like change will not happen like over a day, or any one story will not like cause, I don't know, the Kremlin regime to collapse. This will not happen. But it is a little bit like this boiling the frog. And eventually, I think that like 20 years from now, I think that we all here in this room, that we can be kind of happy in reaction that like we were part of a solution. We were all playing a small part of a solution. Maybe I am naive, but at least this is something that keeps me going.
Drop in the ocean. Yeah, that's what we are. I just wanted to add up to what my colleague said, with whom I agree totally, that we cannot change Russia, but we can change societal perception of Russia across countries. And just, by working together, these people, they eventually elect politicians, right? So we just, spread awareness in hope that this will, consequently help at some point when they do, get to voting, that will help them to, vote for democracy. And that will consequently help us to win this, information fight with Russia. But also, I just also want to highlight the comment of a colleague about, making Russia's life inconvenient. Not only making it inconvenient, but also, by doing more and more investigations, but by approaching law enforcement and authorities in different countries asking about Russia's money flows, you already, by just poking them with these questions, consequently, they start tightening the laws. And that is also something that we can already notice. The more you ask about it, the more you highlight how Russia bypasses legislation, the more it gets tightened, and the more complicated it is for Russia to then run their businesses financially. So I think, just by being a drop in the ocean, eventually we can achieve something.
Yeah, just to add to Holger's comment, there's a good indicator from Russia on how much they are actually afraid of independent and free media. Is if you look at countries like Georgia or Belarus or where they have a lot of influence, what do they ban first? It's NGOs, it's independent journalists. They try to avoid money coming from like NED or USAID and so on. So this is the first thing they attack is independent media and journalism, investigative journalism, because it is so effective. They are so much afraid of it, all these scoops and so on. They understand that. I actually disagree with Holger. I think one story can make a big difference. I think it can. We saw it. We have seen it in many elections, and I think this is one of the indicators where you can actually see how afraid they are.
Yeah, you mentioned the referendum before and said that Moldova almost lost. We were told after we have published our undercover investigation on how Russia was buying voters that the impact of the investigation was so big that the referendum was actually saved. The difference between the options no and yes were about 10,000 votes. So the referendum passed. And of course, the police said that they were investigating in a press conference. But after we have published our investigation, our video investigation, because we have documented all these actions and recruiting and people being paid, we have documented with hidden cameras. And all the country was just watching this as a Netflix show. We saw that it had a really big impact, and we saw opinions that after the elections, actually the independent journalism won the elections. After we documented how this online propaganda was happening, the people who are doing studies on this said that it was very helpful for them because we have documented from the inside of the organization how it was started, how it grew, how it developed, and how actually things were happening inside this kind of organization. So I think it is very important to have independent media and to have, I think, brave journalists in the country. Even a small country like Moldova, I think it made a difference in the Europe, because everyone was expecting the results of our elections in the presidentials and, of course, in the parliamentary in 2025.
For the police, it's a 9-to-5 job to investigate Russia. For you, it's more of a vocation and passion. Yes, do we have any questions in the audience? It's very dark, so just wave violently.
Hi everyone, my name is Ingrid. I'm from Transparency International Lithuania, so we're also a global movement. And seeing that the audience is quite international, I wanted to slightly change the question to ask not how to investigate Russia, but why to investigate Russia. And Vykintas was already mentioning some impact questions during the discussion. So I was wondering, what would the success of your approaches look like for you? Like, what would the successful work that you are doing mean?
Okay, we'll take two more. I saw a hand there. Yeah, and then somewhere behind. Okay, well, okay. Yeah, and there. Okay.
Would you like me to go?
Yeah,
next?
sure.
I don't have a question. I'm a journalism professor and former investigative reporter from Toronto, Canada. And I'd just like to say you are among the most impressive journalists I have ever seen. And I thank you.
Okay. Yeah. And
Hello, thank you so much for sharing insights. I'm Dhara, I'm co-founder at Same People. My question is, so we talked about narrative tracing, like on one hand, and identifying propagandas or uncovering those networks. And then there was another side, which is around tracing those paper trails or where the transactions are or where the money is flowing. And what I want to understand is where do these two things combine? Essentially, because if you look at social media platforms or just have these operations takes place, there is no way to verify who is whom. These accounts are bots. And then we talk about tracing those paper trails. So are there ways where these two combine together, or they more or less remain separate? I'm not sure if I was clear.
Yeah,
I can. Not always you can. Sometimes it is separated, but sometimes you see the same. For example, we did this investigation a few years ago when full invasion to Ukraine started. We did this investigation about how Russia's disinformation spreads in social media about what Russia was doing in Ukraine. So we saw those bubbles of connected various groups and Facebook profiles and pages. And we just saw how you have this very, very pro-Russian Kremlin idea posts in this one small bubble. And then you see how it goes from one to other that is lighter, who is asking, is it really everything true what the Western media is saying? And everywhere you can eventually, we could follow who owns those groups, the real people. And we knew them, and our services also knew them. So it's sometimes it is obvious, but sometimes, yes, especially now in AI age, I think it will be bigger and bigger challenge to connect money and documents from all the digital world.
I want to end up, if I may. So yeah, it is very difficult actually to trace it back. Like, for example, some propaganda message on the internet with some person in the Kremlin sitting there and financing some bot to write it. But sometimes you as a journalist get a luxury of working on an international project where you can trace it back from the agency who is behind it to the message, like we did with SDA. You can add up after. So together, myself and Holger, and as part of a bigger team of international journalists, we did a project about Russian agency, like a private one, which is called a Social Design Agency, SDA. Basically, OCCRP received leaked data from this agency where we had various documents. They were reports on the successful operations. There was correspondence between people, and there were also documents on financial operations, who was paid and how. So basically, what we did, the first time we looked at the documents, we just looked at the reports first of all of the completed actions and operations, and started looking up these messages online, whether they're still there. And it appeared that most of them were. So basically we were able to see what propaganda messages there on the internet were first of all created by this agency of basically the agency that makes propaganda, produces propaganda for the Kremlin, basically. That's what they were known for. Eventually they were sanctioned and by many countries, both as an organization but also individually, the people who worked there and who ran it. But yeah, that's another example of how you can combine a message online and the money, the Russian money that was paid for it to appear there.
Yeah, one thing about Russia, which is really good for us, is that they have this, I don't know, in their genes, but they demand all sorts of forms about proposals, about reports, really detailed ones. Of course, there is a lot of bluff in there. Oftentimes, when we are working with Russian documents, we need to take this coefficient of Russian bluff or lies or exaggeration, but we can't take them for face value. But yeah, they need to fill a lot of papers.
And they steal their own money even from that as well.
Yeah, of course. Like 1/3 always goes to the left, they say. So that's written into the budgets as well. But that gives us, that type of like paperwork gives us a lot of like valuable material. Like first time I did a story on a specific Baltic disinformation operation or propaganda operation was like, I think 2016, when I totally openly, I obtained documents from a criminal investigation in Estonia into tax fraud. But I went to read the criminal files, and I discovered how they had like Skype chat logs, they had contracts, how the specific Balt News propaganda network was financed, how they had set up shell companies in the Netherlands, in Cyprus, in Serbia, how the money was moving, and then how they were receiving tasks from Moscow, what type of like content to produce in the Baltic countries. And then every month they needed to send back reports explaining how they used the money, what kind of stories they did, what type of audience they reached, etc. So it's like all like full picture of one very specific operation. And with the social design agency, we can see it, but it's still like going on exactly the same way. So I love the Russian bureaucracy.
Yeah.
We don't have to forget about one important question that was answered before, why we should investigate Russia. And I would like to answer quickly and shortly. We should do it because Russia is a deadly threat, not only for our liberal democratic values, not only for our allies, not only for the European Union, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, Poland, and other countries, but Russia is a constant, deadly threat for ourselves, for us, for the people, their freedoms and their dreams. They want to capture us and transform to slaves. We remember that time after the war when Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia were captured. Ukraine was a part of Soviet Union, and we do remember it, how people lived under Russian rule.
Thank you. So just looking at the seconds ticking away, if someone has some final thoughts, perhaps about that question, how do you measure the success of your investigations? We've seen, you said that sometimes agencies get banned, or in Moldova you managed to help to win the referendum. What are other possible measures of
I mean, it depends a lot on the stories or the specific investigations. But, still, like, Russia is really persistent in what we are doing. They make a lot of mistakes, as I think Nina this morning said as well, but they are persistent and they keep on doing. And all of their operations still take money. They still take people. It takes time. It takes a lot of resources. And even like sometimes maybe the smallest stories on one specific, I don't know, operation, entity, or whatever, by even like publishing the fact, like showing how it works, who are behind that, how the money moves, and then so on, it destroys the operation. But I think that's already impact. So everything doesn't need to lead to regime change in Kremlin, although of course we would like it to lead so far. But there are a lot of these like seemingly low-hanging fruits that do bring instant impact that we just need to understand.
I also wanted to add that I brought a few very successful examples, but like in life, not every single story actually yields results as an expulsion of a Russian agent from Riga, as I described, because this story was way more big than this. We actually had a Ukrainian angle in it as well, and there were also 2 Ukrainians involved, and there was like a very popular Ukrainian political analytic who was part of this Russophobia and xenophobia projects. But he wasn't a public official. He was just an individual with a very popular YouTube channel who was spreading this information. Unfortunately, I mean, we couldn't get such a success with him, like such an impact as it was with this Russian historian, but still we attracted attention of Ukrainian security service to the matter. Still, the investigation was very public and very popular. In Ukraine, it was very well read in Ukrainian language, in English, and I'm sure that for this guy now to attract some attention to his words internationally, whenever he speaks somewhere on any platform, people can just look up his name. And now I just hope that we made his life a little bit more complicated. And for Russia, this also means that, well, probably this time they will have to come up with some other option for a person who would spread their narratives, because this one is already kind of done deal. So
LLM poisoning.
Yeah, just yeah. But I just think that it isn't ideal. It isn't like you can just demolish the entire Russian propaganda in a day. It's slow, but it works. And I think it really is similar to me, like when we investigate supply changes, like microchips or something like that. I think with information, it is very much similar. They're the same supply chain, but they just supply information. And by just ruining these supply chains for Russia, you eventually make life so complicated for them. So it slows them down significantly. And it also wins up time for the European Union and countries individually to change legislation and to react accordingly. Because I very much agree with Holger that our reaction is more, well, sorry for being repetitive, but like we are reacting rather than proactively thinking forward of how to make sure that they cannot do whatever they want to do with our countries information-wise.
Yeah, just policy people. I don't know if there's any, but I mean, this is. I've been talking a lot about this. We should look at NGOs and journalism in a way that we look at the startup industry. So there should be a lot of investment. Not all operations and projects will be successful, but sometimes you get these unicorns, these massively influential stories, and I think there needs to be more this like of kind of risk taking into funding these operations, because in the best case, the what you get from it can be massive. It can be changing a lot of it can be very impactful.
Okay, thank you. One word that I did not hear throughout our discussion, and actually the word that was written into the description of our panel was hybrid. And I'm very happy about this, because these are not hybrid threats. Hybrid, by definition, means that there is both war and something else. So apart from, obviously, Ukraine, we're not at war, but the opposite side of that is that Russia cannot achieve its aims with war in Ukraine for 4 years, but Russia can achieve its aims with that other part. So even though these are not hybrid operations, we can see Georgia, we almost saw Moldova, we almost saw Romania, that these other types of operations can be far more successful to Russia, which is why obviously we need to work on these issues even more. And I want you all to join me in thanking our panel for this wonderful discussion, for the efforts that they are making, and for the striving that they show to get our societies, make our societies better and more resilient. Thank you very much. And one more thing. In 55 minutes, let us all be back here for the next session. And now you can all enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
upon this. Meditate upon this. Meditate upon that.
talking about. soon as you turn your back. Don't stop. Maybe it was a Michelle Bourgeois, 1970. But in an AM upstairs on Crescent Avenue, I had a conversation with K.C. Bird. We were discussing rhythm, and I said, rhythm makes everything move. The seasons swing. Backs up the elements, like walking Paul Chambers' fingers. My worthy constituent, Bird said, the universe is a spiraling big band in a polka-dotted speakeasy, effusively generating new light every one-night stand. We agreed that nature can't do without rhythm, but rhythm can get along without nature. This rhythm, a stylized spring, touched by a blue-collared man, kids, and denims. Williamsville swimming pool shaped like a bass clef. Baird Hall on Sunday afternoon. Admission free. All rooms must be checked in at the door. I wanted to spend Betty Moses' harsh laugh and smile, but the reject wouldn't automate, and the change room won't run. Progress.
So, hello everybody to the second panel of the day. In this panel, we will investigate or discuss or talk about media as a target, and are there any synchronized actions in European countries against media, and what works, what doesn't, whether protest works. We saw that in Lithuania it worked, yay for us, right? But it's not always the case, and sometimes it's kind of a long struggle. So I am Mindaugas Aušra. I work at the public broadcaster. I'm an investigative journalism. And now I will give floor to our speakers, and we will start with Anushka, who is online. Yes, you heard us. Hi, Anushka.
Yes, I did. Hi, how are you? Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry I'm doing this via a link. Unfortunately, LOT Airlines airplane didn't fly out of Ljubljana yesterday, and there was no other connection to get me to Vilnius on time for this panel. So thank you for having me online. Just quickly, 8 years ago, I established a nonprofit investigative journalism center in Slovenia that is focused on the Adriatic region. And actually, for the last, I think, about 4 years now, we've been publishing a project called the Asset Detector, where we identify and investigate assets of politicians. And it's actually precisely with regard to this project that we are now under criminal investigation. And we have with the authority in Slovenia for freedom of information and privacy protection. It's called the Information Commissioner. And so both the Information Commissioner and the district prosecution in Murska Sobota are both investigating us essentially for doing our work. In my career, I've been, also politically prosecuted and everything. I've seen a lot of things, but something this outrageous I haven't really seen before. So we are literally being investigated for allegedly illegally collecting, analyzing and publishing private data of politicians. So it's data on their assets that we gather from publicly available sources that we double and triple check before publication. We give them right of reply, etc. Everything in line with the highest standards. Yet lots of politicians have complained to the Information Commissioner, and now it opened an inspection proceeding. And this has all been going on since October, November, so quite a while, and we have no idea what's happening. This development is that much more worrying because just recently, Slovenia got a new government. It is led by the so-called new Viktor Orban. His name is Janez Janša, and this is the fourth time he's in power. And every time he's in power, he makes sure to attack media freedom and independent journalists and media. This time, they also promised to attack NGOs. They have just passed a law that will effectively give MPs police rights, in a sense, and so forth. So I worry that this kind of bureaucratic terrorism that is being done against Ostro is both replicable in other countries and scalable. And I have a feeling that this government might upgrade what happened here. So I really think that this is quite a novel way of trying to limit the work of journalists, but it's here, and we need to find a way to respond and to fight back. Thank you for now.
Anushka, wait, I have a question. A very interesting case of yours, of course. Okay. And the interesting moment here is your Information Commissioner, right? So if you look at any other country in the world, of course, politicians are never happy when their data is investigated, right? And they always say that this is private data, and then you have to explain to a politician that he, as a politician, doesn't have a private data, right? He's a public persona. So the thing is, usually, for example, as we saw it in Hungary, in Poland, in Slovakia, before taking on the media, the new government, they take on institutions and they take over them. So at this moment, while you're being criminally investigated, had they already done their homework in taking over these institutions as courts, as Information Commissioner? So how afraid are you of their actions against you?
So there's two things. The Information Commissioner is an independent agency. And that one is not leading a criminal inquiry against us. That they are leading an inspection proceeding because they have the authority in the area of privacy protection, so data protection. The district prosecution is leading the pre-criminal inquiry against us, and that one does fall under political meddling. However, the government's only been in place for 10 days, I think, or maybe 2 weeks, actually 2 weeks, and they haven't yet, you know, they're doing priorities first, which is political police, etc. So I'm sure that prosecution and police and all the other important subsets of the society will be on their menu soon enough. But it's very clear that this is criminalizing literally the most basic journalistic work, which is finding data, verifying it, analyzing it, creating stories around it if there is a public interest in the findings, and then publishing it. You know, it's essentially going against the very grain of what journalism is and should be.
And you, as a journalist, I read about your career that you have been attacked a lot throughout your career, right? And what worries you the most today at the moment?
Like I said, right now I'm really worried about the effects this new government is going to have on media freedom and the entire NGO sector, actually, in Slovenia. Most probably also migrants, you know, foreigners in the country, etc. Just to illustrate the scope and scale of this problem, currently the new president of the parliament is a member of Janez Janša's coalition. This is the first election that they came in, and the guy is anti-vax, anti-science. So this is probably going to be a very crazy government. And considering the fact that Janez Janša, every time he comes into power, his government is even more arrogant, even more crazy, and does even crazier things. And the previous one that was during COVID, was pretty bad. I worry that this is probably going to be like, you know, Trump on steroids in a very, very small country of just 2 million people. And everything is possible. But we are already mentally and otherwise preparing to have to fight back, essentially, because we expect that there will be lots of issues for independent media and NGOs down the road.
Okay, so thank you for this particular moment. Of course, we will come back to you in the discussion. Now, our Lithuanian colleague, Jūratė, from 15 Min, on completely different scope, right? From private sector, the media as a target, right?
Yeah, I am Jūratė. I'm working as investigative journalist in news outlet 50 Minutes here in Lithuania. And yeah, we were facing with some kind of new or creative forms of the pressure of targeting. And last year we made together with OCCRP a big investigation about one big fintech group of companies, or as they called ecosystem, named Bankera, about their crypto project. They collected a lot of money, a big amount of money, around 100 million from the different countries' investors. And this project, as we acknowledged, was not succeeded. You know, nobody knows where money goes, and we just tried to track those money. We got a leak. It was finance documents, banking documents, and together with OCCRP, we followed those money. And yeah, and we found some, interesting findings like villas in different kind of countries. And that was the possible answer. What happened? No project, but those persons and those guys from small Lithuanian country, 3 educated businessmen, they became very rich people, and right now they are living in Monaco. They are Monaco residents. And from our experience, even before the publication, we got 5 different law companies letters from 5 different jurisdictions and countries. And they threatened, some of them threatened us that it will be some maybe criminal case if you will publish and you will disclose this information, which is banking secret information. Yeah, and it was, pressure, not very unusual maybe think when you are digging into, rich and powerful people. But after the publication, it was very interesting that it was absolutely silent, no letters, no law firms, especially what is regarding our content in this publication. But then started a new process. We get, until now we are getting some complaints to different kind of institutions, from law firms here in Lithuania already. And they are not complaining also because of some false facts in those articles, but they are, for example, asking, and a couple of days ago, I wrote an answer for one of those such complaints. They are asking, why do you not declared in your company reports that you got a support from OCCRP? Because OCCRP bought some, flights to one conference where we just tried to reach those main businessmen. They hide it from us. They didn't answer it until now to questions. So, yes, and I think it's some kind of institutional slapping, not through the court procedures, but through the institutions. But luckily, the institutions, they are reacting, normally, like, okay, we have this complaint, then you need to answer, we answering, and then they are free to decide what is it. We think that it is targeting with a very special goal to take your time, to take your energy, to split your attention to different kind of things. And I think that the best way to react to this is to stay calm, a bit ironically to say this whole things, and just to focus to your work, and to do this in the best journalism standards.
What is more scarier, Jūrate, when you're being targeted by politicians or by private rich companies, millionaires, and their law firms?
I don't know if it is a difference or not. I think it's not a big difference, maybe, because, when you are targeted, it is always not pleasure for you. Of course, it is disturbing. And we, as a journalist, this last year and this year, we also faced with political, some kind of pressure from the ruling parties here in Lithuania. They tried to take a control under national broadcaster here. And from the other countries' experience, we already can, we know what to expect from those, actions. that's why we decided with the journalist community here in Lithuania, not all of us, but okay, a lot of us, with organizations, that we need to react very quickly. And we, during the 6 months, we organized 6 protests. And thank you, Szabolcs also attended in one of them. And it was, I think, a big fight for freedom of speech. I believe that it was such very important and even historical maybe turn in here in Lithuania journalism history. And we succeeded. We succeeded. They stepped back. And I think those very quick, very united actions of journalists, also with the support, very strong support of civil society, because in those protests attended tens of thousands of people, it is very good way to stand up for freedom of speech.
Thank you. It's good that you mentioned Szabolcs, because yes, Szabolcs visited Lithuania, visited the protest against or for freedom of speech, and you in Hungary have been fighting for years in that term, and now you're on a cusp of change, we would guess, no?
Fighting, I don't know if it's the right word. I mean, my colleagues and myself, we've been just doing our job. And when I became a journalist in the 2000s, before Viktor Orbán came to power, I thought this is just a normal middle-class job, writing, sitting in front of your computer and just reporting on things, calling up people on the phone. Well, then we had this 16 years journey with Orbán that ended in April. The change is real; it's already happening. So currently, it's quite surreal for me just to look back at these 16 years, and all of us are having very mixed feelings. There's a lot of uncertainty about the future because a lot of us have actually forgot how it is to operate as a journalist in a normal world. But what I want to circle back to is the protest you had here. As far as I remember, you had 6 protests, right, Indra? 6 protests. I think I spoke at the 5th one, and in my speech, I wanted to convey one message: if you don't stand up for the independence of the public broadcaster, then it's all gonna go downhill very fast from there, because that's exactly what happened in Hungary, and that's usually the playbook everywhere else. So what I want to emphasize is that Nina already talked about solidarity and cooperation. We have to learn from each other, and we all have to learn from the bad practices as well that we've seen in other countries, like in Hungary, where, and I'm saying this with a lot of sorrow, that back in the 2010s, a lot of people did not recognize at first what Viktor Orbán is about, who he is, what kind of ambitions he has, and a lot of people didn't take seriously the threat that he posed to independent media. And by the time everyone recognized that he's been labeled by RSF as a press freedom predator, that by the time he got that label, it was already too late. So what I want to emphasize is that Slovenia's example also shows that these bad guys, Viktor Orbán, Janez Janša, or our former foreign minister Péter Szijjártó and Remigius Žemaitaitis, they are cooperating. They are, probably also discussing, how to deal with lousy journalists, what to do with these nasty independent outlets, how to prevent explosive stories from being published. So if they do cooperate, then we also have to. There's no other way. And in the case of Hungary, I think the other thing that you should learn is that a regime like Orbán was mostly that successful because their media capture was strategic. Like they had a clear plan that they executed meticulously, which was buying up media outlets using state funds in the process, so using proxies who receive loans from the government, then use that money to buy up the outlets. And then, of course, this scheme was also extended internationally. So Orban's minions and proxies, they also started buying up outlets elsewhere, also in Slovenia, but part of Euronews was also discovered to be basically owned by Hungarian Orban-linked money. So because of this strategic approach, Orban got the country into a stage where basically only online outlets could do independent investigations. And then, obviously, after he was unable to financially pressure them or give them offers that they can't refuse, he started copy-pasting, the Russian playbook, using these so-called foreign agent laws, creating an authority that started labeling journalists, including my colleagues and myself, as foreign agents. Although the exact label, whether we are agents of George Soros, the United States, CIA, or Ukraine, it always changed according to the rhetoric of Viktor Orban. But the pressure was also starting to focus on individual journalists. Smear campaigns were launched against lots of great journalists, and I myself, in the final weeks of the Hungarian election campaign, found myself in the spotlight. I was accused of being a Ukrainian spy. Again, like 5 years ago, I was still a spy for the CIA, so I guess I got promoted or relegated, who knows. But the scariest part was, this was really crossing a red line when the government started to press criminal charges against me for espionage, which is not something that happens in the European Union. So from that experience, what I can tell is that, again, solidarity is extremely important, because when I was facing these attacks, I received enormous support from also Lithuanian colleagues all across Europe, and more importantly, because my person is not that important, but it also gave much more attention to the stories that we were publishing. The reason why I was targeted was mostly because an investigation we did actually together with Lukáš and other colleagues about the communication between the Hungarian foreign minister and Sergei Lavrov. We published transcripts of phone calls, also audio recordings of phone calls, which revealed that Hungary was acting as a puppet of the Kremlin. And again, these stories revealed that it's not just about one small country in the middle of Central Europe, but it's a country that's acting as part of a network, a pro-Kremlin network that acts on behalf of the Kremlin, and also tries to influence the politics of other countries, like of Slovakia. And this whole network building among, again, the bad guys is something that we should not just investigate. We should, but also we should learn from them and build our own good networks.
Do you believe that a new Hungarian government can truly implement the freedom of speech, or will everyone in media outlets, for so long, for 16 years, right, being the mouthpiece of the government, won't they have a Stockholm syndrome, right? Will they make a change?
Yeah, so you have to differentiate between the public broadcaster, which is directly under the control of the government. Currently, the new government of Prime Minister Péter Magyar, they proposed a draft bill how to reform public media. It actually looks okay. So there's going to be independent oversight. There's going to be civil society and expert community involved in the whole process. So it looks okay. There are some minor issues, but I think once there's going to be amendments, it's going to be okay. The other part is this vast propaganda empire that Viktor Orban has built. And this is probably not something that's known to the international audience. So what's happening these days is that they are almost firing everyone. for 16 years, these propagandists pretended that they are journalists. It was, part of the trick that they disguised themselves as journalists, and they were basically accusing us of being, political activists working for the left-wing globalist whatever elite. But then it turns out that once Viktor Orbán lost the election and there's no need for this propaganda anymore, these seemingly independent businessmen and proxies who owned these outlets, they started firing all the propagandists and journalists. And so there's no need for them to switch sides or to, do anything with their Stockholm syndrome, because this whole empire is dismantled. And in retrospect, obviously, it justifies our investigations and our claims that all along the way they were not journalists. They were not, serving the public. They were serving a party, and now that the party has collapsed and its resources are gone, then they just don't need these propagandists anymore.
Thank you. You mentioned Lukáš, and we're going to now news from Slovakia. Right, so it seems that Slovakia at the moment is kind of the last bastion of Orbanesque or Orbanism, right? And Slovakia did have a successful protest years ago, but now it seems that the government is doing a harder grip on the freedom of speech there.
Yeah, definitely. Before I start, I always show this photo of this happy couple of our colleague Jan Kuciak and his fiancée Martina Kušnírova, who planned wedding, but in February 2018 their lives ended tragically by the hand of murderers. At the time, government and politicians created a hostile atmosphere towards journalists that some people thought that they can get away with the murder of a journalist without any punishment and cut. And now we are 8.5 years later, the same people at the power, creating even more hostile atmosphere towards the journalists. We see politicians not answering the questions of journalists. Their answers are attacks, even though the questions are always legitimate in public interest. We see a lot of online attacks against Slovak journalists, paid promotion on attacks against the journalists. We found that only in a few months last year there were like more than 300 posts paid by Slovak politicians to attack journalists. And what we know from our experience is that this online violence, or however we call it, transcribes to the real world. We know the cases of journalists who were first attacked online and then verbally or even physically attacked on the streets. This is real danger, what is going on in Slovakia right now. And also, when you say the word Orbanism, I would say that Slovakia in the last 2 years was Orban on steroids. It was really much faster. It took Viktor Orban, I think, 6-8 years to do it. Fico's government was able to follow Orban's model in 2 years. For example, we don't receive any response to our questions. Also our colleagues from independent media, so we can see government actors limiting access of the information for the public. And even we have experienced that we don't receive the answers to the FOIA requests, which is against the law, but they just don't care. And it was the case also in Hungary before. So now we face the limitation of information. And also I wanted to congratulate our colleagues here that you were able to save the public broadcasting, because there is no public broadcasting anymore in Slovakia. It's completely controlled by the government, even though from outside it could see that it's independent. It's not. And it's completely captured, and it tends to the narratives presented by the government. And we can talk a lot about all the proposals of the laws against the NGOs, against the media. We know that there are proposals to have state media office that would issue accreditations. There is this idea in the government coalition, luckily not the law was not adopted yet. Hopefully it will never be adopted, because I don't want anyone from Fico's government to give me the accreditation to be a journalist. But we also have like the outcome, and to conclude this, I don't want to speak that much. We also learned some lessons. One was from the murder of Jan Kuciak, and we found out that the cooperation, we know that media market is very competitive, but after the murder of Jan Kuciak, we started cooperate internally, competing media in Slovakia, and we were able to uncover a lot of things because there was a bigger group of journalists, and also it was safer for journalists because it was a big group, so harder to attack. So we do not cooperate only internationally, but we started and we do a lot of investigations in cooperation of various media in Slovakia. The second one is, and it's part of our mission, to preserve the legacy of Jan Kuciak, and it is that we set up the protection platform for journalists, Safe Journalism, in Slovakia, where we monitor the attacks against the journalists, so we at least know to some extent if the problem is bigger, small, or as politicians say, there is no problem with the attacks of journalists. So we have at least some data, and we also can provide psychosocial support, legal help, and security training for journalists. And I think it was said by one of my previous speakers that the third and the most important thing is that we have to preserve. We have to do professional, ethical journalism. We have to be really impartial, not to be drawn into any activism role, because our mission is to bring truth and to bring facts in the public interest to the public. And that's, I think, the most important, that if we preserve in doing that professionally, then we can fight with whoever would want to limit the freedom of the media.
I found a fact that in your 2023 survey, results showed that 2/3 of journalists in Slovakia had faced threats or attacks in the last year, so in 2022, right? First of all, shocking data. Second of all, has the situation worsened?
Yeah, what we know is that the situation is much worse, especially after the last year assassination attempt against the Prime Minister Fico, because some of the politicians started to blame journalists. And we know that we have some reports from journalists to the platform, but we also know from our analysis that the reports are just a small portion, because a lot of journalists just don't report, they just delete threads, or either they don't read it. So it's really big problem. We want to repeat the survey to have the new data, but yeah, the situation is much worse, and hopefully there will be nothing similar to the murder of Jan Kuciak.
Rasa, from Delphi, talking about the attacks on journalists. You have a lot of experience, and recent experience from the last year, for example, right?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Rasa Lukaitytė Vnarauskienė. I'm editor-in-chief of the biggest online media here in Lithuania, called Delphi. And really, we are facing a lot of targeted attacks because of different articles, investigations, and for example, now at the moment we are facing one of Lithuanian mayor attacks in social media because we are investigating her real estate issues, and there are a lot of stuff to go deeper. I think that it's gonna continue, and we will see how it's gonna end. But here I would like to share a huge achievement, actually, not only for us, for journalism, but for all Lithuanian media, because early this year we finished a very long legal journey, and Supreme Court decided that one of construction companies' claim had characters of SLAPP, and it's a first precedent in Lithuania of SLAPP. We have a real first SLAPP case. And it's really a big achievement for all of us here, because now journalists can feel safer. They can say that it looks a slap, and court can look at our case. And how it was. It started a few years ago. We had an investigation. Our investigative journalist Tomas Janonis started an investigation about state lands sold under market price. It's quite often case, I think, in different countries. And we were investigating it, publishing articles, a few actually of them, and then legal claims started. 1, 2, 3. As a big media, we have a lawyer, of course, and we were answering them. We were participating in all legal actions. And then we were counting that we have more than 10 already. And we were talking with experts, media experts, journalists, lawyers. And they told that it looks as a slap. We have to go for a slap procedure, actually. And then we decided to go. We started from the first stage of the court, and as I told you, this year it ended. And how it was, we asked our journalistic union to look at this case and to give expertise. They decided that it has characteristics of slap, and we send this expertise to the court. Court analyzed the situation, and as I told you, we have a really big achievement for our media and, of course, for our society. And I think it's a very strong news for all politicians, business people, as Jūratė told, and for all our heroes of the investigations, that we have really strong media in Lithuania, and I'm proud of it, because they know that we're gonna defend our journalists, we're gonna defend ourselves, we're gonna defend free speech, and we won't just end with their lawsuits.
The question would be for you is that it's great when a big media organization is fighting for the journalists, right? Who are being slapped or who are being attacked by politicians or corporations. But do you see any examples, or maybe it's not an issue anymore in Lithuania, that some journalists have to fend for themselves? They don't have maybe an editorial support, maybe it's too expensive to fight in courts, they don't have lawyers, and they would then just negate those bad stories, and they would adhere to maybe local politicians or local corporations?
No, I'm thinking, because usually when journalists independent, for example, from small media, see that it would be a big story, they invite others to participate. And I think it's a good way to go, because when you publish it together, 5, for example, media broadcasters, it's totally different from that you only want a small media outlet publish it. Actually, I don't know, but I think that there are problems in regions. As far as I heard, they are struggling with financing, lawsuits, situation with in their regions with politicians, and there are things to solve.
Thanks. So, Dina, Georgia is kind of the last or the newest victim who fell under the pro-Russian government, and the media was the target number 1.
So, hello to everyone. Yeah, I'm Dina Oganova. I'm a documentary photographer, and I'm freelancer. So probably I'm more observer than a journalist, I would say. And it was very interesting to hear all of you, because all these things we already passed. And I think the Georgia can be a very good case for you, just to know what to expect more, because I don't know how to say, I'm coming from very brave country, like really I'm very proud of, because I don't know if you're familiar with the situation, but we are in the streets more than 566 days, which is like historical protest in Georgia. But we have a lot of problems, especially in the media. And I will start to show with the photos, as I believe that my photography can speak much more better than I do, because I'm not a good speaker. So my personal protest starts with this photo and with this day. And sorry if it's hard for someone to see, but this is my colleague and friend Lekso Lashkarava. He was a cameraman of one of the main TV channel, and he was beaten. And after a few days he died by the radical groups of the people who are supporting by government, so-called government. And yeah, so my personal protest starts from this, because that was the first time when I saw that that you are not safe, like I'm always, even that I'm independent, I'm always using like press identity or some cards, so I know that I'm safe, nobody will touch me, because I'm important person, for them to say the story. But that was the first time when I saw some people, men in the street, who were running in the main street with the scissors and trying to cut the live channel, from the opera cameramans, and for me it was like, I was like, wow, what the hell is going on, but they were very good trainings, so they knew exactly what they were doing, and it became not safe to be a photographer also, because they were just following everyone who has a camera, who were showing everything what they are doing. But go back to again, and so the protest started in real protest in Georgia starting in 2019, when again so-called government who came in the power in a very beautiful way in 2012 and are sitting already for 14 years. They suddenly bring a Russian guy and put him in a chair of in parliament, and for Georgians, just to understand, it's a very important thing, because in 2008 we have a war with Russia, even nobody is mentioning it like for a very long time, but and calling only conflict, but for us it's a war, when you're losing your territory. We lost 22 village officially, but now it's still ongoing process because the Russians are still moving borders, and we call it in creeping borders. And suddenly they bring someone and put them in a chair, so a lot of people, like without anything, the social media was not so active at that time, they suddenly starting to stand in front of the parliament. But the protest after a few days it was finished, but then start the war in Ukraine. And again, thousands of people, were standing in front of the parliament, because for us, this is like really very important topic, because we really know what the Russia is, we really know what the face of the Russia is. And on this photo, you can see how the Walia Bebo, who is on the right side, standing in Georgia, but on the other side there is this border things, and this is our territory, but Russia is controlling it. And she, with her husband, decided to stay on the territory, which is under their occupation, and they've been the last persons, like this year, Valia Bebo passed away, and for us it was like, oh my God, the big hope again, I don't know, gone somewhere. And officially, the protests start with when they bring in power so-called Russia law. We are calling it, when it was the law against against NGOs and against the civil society, because it's very active in Georgia, and it's very important, they are really what they are doing, like they are doing a lot of things with the education, with new generation, and it was very, very important for us, So a lot of people were standing, and it was very successful. We win, and we got also, they took back the law, and we also got the candidate status from European Union, which was like a really the biggest success for us. So we thought like, okay, so we are so many, and we can, this is our country, so we will say to government what to do. But after a year, so this is happening in 2023, but in 2024, government came and say that Prime Minister came and say that they are stopping negotiation with the European Union till 2028. And that was again sign for us, that, okay, let's go to the streets, especially the social media already is very active and it's helping, they are starting, people are organizing some kind of groups, and all of us were out, and it was like really, and this is the historical protests which are not stopping, as I'm mentioning, but also at the same time there is a huge way of the propaganda, which is we don't know actually what to do, because there is we lost broadcast because we woke up very late about it, and not a lot of people were understanding what to do, because not a lot of people knew what to do with this. So you are just don't be calm. The only what I can say, don't be calm, because this is it can be a win, but you should be always awake, because we lost broadcast, and broadcast is the most important place when they can reach any person in any village, and they are speaking, I don't know, absolutely different things what is in the reality. And we have a lots of cases about that journalists were beaten, like really beaten, and also we have journalists who are in the prison, like now Zia Maglobeli, who is become I don't know, face for us, and the most important person who always even sending words for us and supporting us from the prison, that don't stop, continue to do it, because this is the most important what we can do, like really. And as you mentioned, that what we should do, it's like a really just continue our job, but more active, I would say more hard and more, I don't know, probably put all our energy again, in this. But what gives me hope, I don't want to be so pessimistic, but situation in Georgia is really very hard. But what gives me hope, it's like a really new generation of Georgia, which is still standing, and it's like we're calling them Gen Z, wake up, because sometimes there are not so many in the streets, but at least we see them, that they are standing, and they love their country. They are fighting for the freedom. They are fighting even for I don't know. They are fighting even for us, for media. Sometimes they are coming and just crossing the hands and don't touch the media, because they need to cover the things. And we have a lots of also political prisoners and. Famous actor who is also in prison, famous Andro Ciccinadze, and we have famous poets, Zviadrat Iani, who is in prison. We have a lots of prisoners, political prisoners as well, leaders of the oppositions. One of Elena Khoshtari, just while coming here, I was checking the news, and there was a news that her health issue is really very hard because they are not giving her medicine, and she's mother of 4, and she's sitting for nothing, like really just because regime decided so. But also we have a lots of young girls and students who've been arrested and sitting in the prison. We have also mother of 9 kids who've been sitting in the prison. And it's a lot of people, and they are not just statistics. They are people who are making Georgia. They are Georgia, like a real Georgia, because they are like very important people. They are society, and then they are coming out from the prison. This new generation, and again, first place where they are going again in the Rustaveli Avenue, where the protest is going, and this is what for regime they don't understand how they can't I don't know, kill them in a way that how they can't stop them, you know, because what for Georgia is for real is we know exactly for what we are fighting, and that we are fighting with Russia, and it's not that some names, you know, sitting now in a chairs in our parliament, you know, but this is really, and let's say it's a Putin, you know, who just wants the small country to be under his control, you know, but this is also the other way how we are protesting. You know, we have a lot of new laws, so which is now we're not legal to protest in front of parliament. We're not legal to cover our faces during the protest. We are not legal to say about the so-called government that they are so-called government. And probably I will be fine when I will be back in Georgia. If they will see this, of course. But, you know, it's also very important to know exactly for what you are standing, you know, and for what you are fighting. Because, I don't know, as I mentioned, I really believe in Georgia, you know, because even sometimes people have individual protests, you know, like if someone is now realizing that they can't go to the protest every day, you know, and standing in front of the parliament, and but they have some individual protests, you know, so they are now fighting with the propaganda in social media, which is very important, you know, and our online media is like really doing amazing job, you know, which is under, I don't know, like government is trying to control them, but they can't. They put the new law against them. They are not allowed to go now to parliament. They are not giving them accreditation. They are not answering on the questions. They are not doing anything, you know, but still media is working, you know, and they are just really fighting for I don't know, for a better future, because we don't want to be under the Russia, you know. But what Russia is doing is also using Georgia, you know, against I don't know, they are using Georgia in a way of as a third country, I would say, and it's for me, it's like a really very pity, you know, because 80% of the Georgia is really in the protest. Even they are not showing it every day, but they are in the protest, and it's exactly 80% of the people who wants to join European Union and don't want to be in under Russia. And I will be very quick and finish with these two photos. So let me introduce my main hero. Her name is Keto, and she's living in the village of Erguneti, which is the last village under Georgia control. And after this, Russia takes this part, let's say. And this was the first time when I met her. She was 7, and Keto is the person who represents for me the face of Georgia, you know, because she was born on 7th of August in 2008 when her mother was giving her a birth in a Gori hospital, which was bombed by Russians. But now this is Keto, who just finished school this year and has a great I don't know, she has a great plans for her future, you know, like that she must continue her study in Europe in university and become very cool person, you know. But this is the only thing what we should do together, you know. I don't know how to explain in a better way, but this is also the photo which I took in 2008 when a lot of people after the war came to in the street and say the only message was to stop Russia, you know. And I don't know, we need to be somehow together, you know, because you know already what can come later to your country. So just stay strong, you know, and just react on everything. Just don't be calm. Don't think that you win and this is end. No, just be very, very strong and very active about everything what is happening. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound very pessimistic, you know, because I'm really very optimistic person, and I really believe in in a Georgia society, I really believe, let's say.
Thank you for this moving presentation. You know, you say that be fast, react, right? This is your message to other countries. However, here in Lithuania, when we have threats to freedom of media, there were other representatives of media, other people, political scientists who said, well, I don't think that that they're trying to control the media. I don't believe. Maybe you're exaggerating. Maybe you just want to protest, right? So there will be always voices, these kinds of voices. Well, we should believe politicians. Maybe they're not that evil, right? From your perspective, what is the first sign to act and act fast?
Act is always, you know, like I can make a very quick parallel between what is happening in Georgia, what was happening in Georgia, and what is happening right now in Lithuania with the cultural sector, you know, because our problem was that we could not explain to the people that this cultural things, it's not only touching us, like a cultural people who are working in the culture, you know, like it's film directors, photographers, actors, or so on, you know, gallerists, but it's also touching all of them. And that was the first sign, but we did not react immediately, you know, we did not realize it, that it was so that it will go so far, you know, we were not expected, you know, this. So your mission, I guess, react and to explain to the people how important it, because why they are touching you, why they are starting with the cultural sector, because cultural sector is the most important and most powerful. Even cultural sector, people don't understand it, you know, because they are touching a lot of people, you know, they reacting on a lot of people, and that's what government are afraid, you know, because if very famous actor will stand on the stage and say like, hey guys, you know, react, what is happening, we don't want to be under Putin again, you know, because and under Soviet Union, you know, as we've been before, you know, so we are part of the Europe, we are Europe, you know, so just let's have this democracy, strong democracy here. But you need to explain to the people that this is not just something, that this is very, very important things, you know, this is just first step, and you're lucky that you pass it, you know, but just react. Don't think that you win, because they won't stop this way.
Thank you. Well, every story that we heard today, every story has a common thread, that to target media is just a way to control minds, right? And to win a war of public perception, right? Because the end goal is to control what people are thinking and how people are reacting to those media outlets, to those journalists. Anushka, do you hear us? Question to you, right? So social media is becoming a very important tool to facilitate attacks on journalists. And it sometimes, if like 10 or 15 years ago, attacks on journalists would be from politicians, and it'd even be kind of a professional thing, and you would brush it off. Now, these attacks are facilitated through social media and through AI, right? And it can be, and is it unnerving for journalists and for their family members, how the data can leak of journalists, right? And are you seeing any threats there?
So thank you for the question. It's an important question. However, I have to say that the original sin happened decades ago when trolls first appeared on social media, and everyone, you know, my colleagues and I, like all the media actually everywhere, were just kind of dismissing them, right? Oh, don't feed the trolls, just ignore, etc. And today there's trolls everywhere. There is a troll in the White House. There is a troll in Slovakia, you know, there's a troll just coming back up in Slovenia. And so I think the problem is that the that this issue of social media essentially facilitating attacks against journalists, activists, NGOs, civil society organizations, or essentially anyone that's countering anything that the government wants to do or says. The problem is like we are way behind in trying to solve this problem. But what is happening now, which I think is even worse, is that actually young people, so like young journalists who are just joining the profession, are being severely attacked online. So they're literally faced with having to enter a profession where they will work a lot, like really a lot. They will be attacked daily or regularly, and they will be paid very little. So I think the social media attacks today don't only function as a way, as like a tool to kind of show the need, show that there is no need for the media, right? Because the end goal, I think, here is to show that, we don't actually need journalists and the media. So I think what's happening today is that this is actually affecting the ability of our profession to actually remain, to, not only remain, but also to uphold high professional standards. In that sense, it doesn't really matter if it's a politician attacking directly or if it's, a profile that could be this politicians, but nobody knows, and they're attacking a journalist. It doesn't really matter as much because the fact is that everyone is, and we became kind of fair game. It's fair game to lie. We're talking a little bit about past experiences here. I mean, the colleagues that are there in person, not me. And I have to mention that actually with Jansha, the first mandate was between 2004 and 2008. And a lot of what we are seeing today was already done there then. So I think it's really important to kind of start dissociating attacks from like the people or media that they are directed towards, and to start thinking about it in a much wider context, where these attacks are actually destroying the very capability of a profession to remain, to renew itself, and to continue. Because once I'm too old, and Lukasz is too old, and Szabolcs is too old, we're like, who's coming after? And does anyone want to come after us? Because who is crazy enough to go into this and try to create change while they are simultaneously being viciously attacked, lied about, manipulated, I mean, at Ostro, we work with lots of young people. We have an incubator for future investigative reporters that is actually embedded in our fact-checking department. And we deal with that all the time. I mean, our young people, they have not even started their careers, they are often, second, third year of bachelor's, or maybe, they're studying the master's program, but they're very young people. And they still, have to build their careers. Yet they're being viciously attacked by disinfo portals and other kind of outlets that are all controlled by Janez Janša and his party. So, so I think the problem with social media is not only the attacks itself, but the way this problem will and still already affects our profession going down the road.
Jūrate, you have some younger colleagues who became also targets. How it affected them psychologically? It's one to have a very long career, you grow a thick skin, right? Maybe the attacks on social media doesn't affect you as other people.
But that's why I am nearby. And and we're working together, and I can help with some advices, how to react, how not to be, not to be defeated in such way, and and I also can share our newest experience with the social medias and internet websites. After this investigation that I mentioned about Bankera, the new media outlet born in Lithuania, so-called Press Club or like something like that, and they named that it is journalism, investigative journalism. And we don't know exactly who those people are, but we just suspected that they are connected with our heroes. And they are writing mostly about us, of course, about me, about my colleagues, about our news outlet company, about our CEO. And they are collected before, as a journalist, some data from registry about us. So it is new, absolutely new experience for us, how to react, how to deal with it. But as I said, we just need to stay calm, not for the protests, but stay calm and not to let them provoke you, you know, not to do some mistakes maybe. And yet you need to be strong psychologically. You choose this profession and you need to know why you choose this profession. And yes, if you don't have enough answer how to react, you can ask your older colleagues how to deal with it. So yeah, we will try to find the ways to defend from those kind of targetings also, in legal ways maybe.
Yeah, and Szabolcs, I don't know if you know, like for the Lithuania suffered kind of a new thing on social media, where during the protest, the December, the protest that you were in, leader of the ruling party, one of the ruling parties, started doing these profiles on journalists, right? That they are dirty journalists, they have dirty money, they are doing that and that. And those posts on social media, they garnered a lot of attention, a lot of likes, reshared. How to deal with that?
Well, in Hungary, we've been obviously experiencing very similar concerted attacks, smear campaigns on journalists. Just like here in Lithuania, we also saw some investigative site, completely anonymous, attacking journalists. And this is a method that's been tried out elsewhere. I think what helps here is that you have to decide, because if you engage with them, then you also elevate them, elevate these profiles, elevate these fake outlets, and that's one of their goals, to provoke you, so that whatever interaction you have with them will legitimize them as a counterpart. So sometimes it's better to completely ignore them, but at the same time tell your readers that these are some dirty tricks, these are some political operations to undermine your credibility. But I would advise against engaging directly with these whatever entities that there are out there, but also just telling your followers, telling your readers that you are under attack. So what Lukáš is doing on behalf of Slovak journalism, recording these attacks, recording these smear campaigns, it's extremely important, because for a lot of readers, especially these days, it's getting normalized that politicians speak, or political proxies speak and attack journalists in such a way. They should be explained that this is not normal. So that's why these initiatives that Lukáš is having in Slovakia is extremely important.
Okay, we have questions, right, from auditorium. No? Is there a question? Wasn't there a question? No? No questions? Okay, then. We can then move on. So, Lukáš, you said that it's very important when talking about media targeting to stay ethical, unbiased, objective, right? But now there's narrative that objectivity has a degree, right? Or there are different truths. Journalists have their truth, some other media outlet maybe they publish other truth, right? So how to, when you're being attacked, when there are disinformation campaigns targeted at you, right? How to, and when there are minds that are affected, right? People are affected by these attacks, how do you prove to them that what you are doing is the right way to do? This is the whole truth. These are the facts.
If I would have the answer, there are no attacks anymore. Yeah, but I think what is important, as Szabolcs said, that sometimes you just don't argue with these people because they have this implanted from politicians or trolls or whoever. And in Slovak case, the problem is that it comes from the state. So it's normalized attacks against the journalists from the highest position of the state, and for some parts of society, it seems that it's okay to attack journalists. So what we do is that whenever there is a possibility to file a criminal complaint, we do that, even though it's not very successful, but we at least have sort of trying to have some sort of prevention. In some cases, we were able to punish people, and it's always very good. And in one case, we analyzed the case of coordinated attack against the host of the political talk show. And she was attacked first by political party of Robert Fico. Then a lot of people started to attack her. Then she got a lot of threats over the phone. But what we did at the time, we were able to incite the anti-campaign, let's say. So people started to publish on social networks supportive messages. And it helped, according to our analysis, to turn the negative narrative to the positive one, because there was a lot of positive reactions to her. So it helped. The problem is that if we would do that to every attack every day, it doesn't work. But in big attacks, I think this works when, at the time, even the president of Slovakia wrote a supportive statement. So if there is a huge attack and dangerous one, I think there is a way how to switch the narrative on our side. But you need to, there is a lot of work how to do that.
Very interesting, by the way, idea. We have not tried it yet in Lithuania to do a pro-positive campaign against the negative campaign.
Yeah, we learned it. It's not our invention. We learned it from colleagues from Netherlands. They do it, and like politicians in Netherlands who don't attack journalists, they do it themselves. When politician from some party attacks a journalist, politicians themselves publish these supportive messages for the journalists. So it helps to at least somehow manipulate the algorithm so that the negative narratives are not that spread.
Okay, has everybody written that down? And we'll implement it next week, right? Rasa, how is it, one might say that what is happening on social media is not real because of the trolls, because of the bots, right? Because of the fake likes or fake posts or algorithms. But there is a sense that this might get into the streets, or no?
Yes, I think that we have to address this issue that social media is a very important routine of the day. And when people say that, no, I'm not using much, then I suggest them to look at their screen time. And quite often nobody wants to share with me the data. Because it appears that you have spent more than you wished and you planned. That shows that algorithms are very strong, and we have to address it and understand it. And I think that it's a problem to solve, but not this panel problem to solve. And we won't solve it because we have less than a minute left. But in general, it's really important. And the newest Reuters Institute outlet showed that social media became like #1 source of information almost everywhere. Young generation is number one for many years. And I think it's very important to journalists to be there and to participate. It's a very good campaign of positive reactions. I think that we have to be united, because me personally also am attacked. My journalists are attacked. We are targets. And yeah, I agree with colleagues that we don't have to comment, for example, in those posts, but we have to write about it if it's harmful, possibly harmful for the society first, or just to address police, because I've addressed police when we got very deep fakes and people were sharing it, commenting it, hundreds of comments. People were saying, thank you, now I know everything about our elite. But of course that was super deep fake. And social media is real, and we have to understand that it might be very dangerous also.
Thank you. I thank the panelists for this in-depth look on how media can be targeted in different cases in different countries and what can come of it, and for the tips. So thank you all. We can give a round of applause. And for everybody else, right after this, just a 5-minute break to change locations here in the Grand Hall. There will be a workshop at just in a few minutes with colleagues from German Corrective, Max and Sarah, on disinformation campaigns and how to investigate them. A coffee break at 3, then workshop led by Jane Litvinenko from NBC News Digital, and at 4:30, Denis Teisu, Agence France Press workshop on fact-checking and AI. So stay connected and stay curious. Bye, thank you.
zuerst mal setzt. Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm working for Correctiv in Berlin, in Germany. And we are going to talk about some of our investigations today and about having a look, how to have a look at the infrastructure behind major campaigns. In case you would like to have a look at our reporting, here's a QR code you can check. Shortly about Correctiv, just to introduce. So Correctiv is a non-profit media organization, which is donation funded and foundation funded mainly. And we have a fact-checking team. Max and I are part of it. But there's also an investigative team, and for the topic of Russian disinformation, we decided to get together and do some work together with a colleague from the other team. And those are the main articles that we produced during that time. So you can clearly see we had a look at the infrastructure behind the Doppelganger campaign, but also Storm 1516 and also other campaigns that we've been looking into. And I'm going to introduce shortly what the outcome was. So one of our first articles dealt with the topic of recent reliable news, which was a Russian website, basically hosting lots of propaganda articles and also partly disinformation. And we decided to dig a bit deeper and try to figure out who is involved in providing this kind of websites. And our investigation found that there are basically like two brothers from Moldova that are running hosting companies. And those hosting companies have been used for different things. So they have been used for RRN, but also for cyber attacks, for example, for smaller ones. And so our article clearly explains the infrastructure behind and how we got to this conclusion. And the interesting thing about it is that we were actually seeing an impact after our reporting. So, for example, the website RN, the FBI seized the website a couple of months later. And yeah, and we've been seeing some action after we highlighted who's involved, which kind of companies are involved in providing all these domains and also the infrastructure behind it. Another investigation was Doppelganger, and Doppelganger is a disinformation campaign that was spreading a lot of fakes on X, but also on other platforms. And it always linked to an article which often seemed to be from a major news outlet in Germany, for example. They imitated those documents, those articles, those websites. And also there, we decided to have a look at the infrastructure, who's behind, who's hosting those pages, and who is involved and what kind of digital services are being used to spread the links to these websites to an international audience or a German audience or others.
And as you can see, we found quite a bunch of companies there. And the interesting thing is that with the help of IT experts and, for example, Curium, we were able to expose those things, which led to the fact that some service providers involved actually reacted, because we found that some services from Germany, but also the Netherlands and other countries were being used in the EU, not only the Russian companies. And so the outcome in the end was that some of those companies actually reacted and turned off the services they were providing for Doppelganger, which led to the fact that for several months Doppelganger links were not available. So you still had the posts going on, but there was no website to give it more credibility in the end. Also, what followed later on were, for example, sanctions against special actors and hosting providers or people running those companies. Yeah, and we also had a look at Storm 1516, another campaign. I have to say that it is not always easy to make a difference. Like, it is not, the lines are blurred, right? So this kind of campaigns, they sometimes work together. It's not always easy to actually be sure which kind of campaign is it. And the best way to actually figure that out, which kind of campaign it is to have a look at the infrastructure, at the domains, at the hosting providers, and the services being used, like, for example, cloaking services that deliver a different result to moderators than to, for example, normal user. And looking at the Storm 1516 campaign, also there we had a small impact in Germany, because well, first of all, right before the election, we uploaded a list in our article with the link to all websites we were able to connect to Storm 1516. So already before the German elections, we knew on those websites there is a potential that a fake is going to appear, is going to be published. And we communicated those links to other journalists by sharing it in our article. And that way we were able, during the elections, to straight away watch what is going on there. And we realized after a couple of weeks, okay, this website got activated, now this website got activated, now this website got activated. And it was a really good way to be, at least to feel a little bit ahead of the campaign, you know. And we also saw some impact because after the elections, the German embassy in Germany invited the Russian ambassador, and they've been talking exactly about this campaign and trying to put some pressure on Russia to stop this kind of influence attempts on Germany. So another investigation that also came from our team was about the signal phishing attacks that recently happened, targeting journalists, people from NGOs, but also politicians. And my colleagues were able to figure out which tool was potentially used, because that was shared in diverse hacker groups. And we were able to provide some more context. At the same time, also Amnesty International had a look at the campaign and found other clues that linked that to Russia, because you cannot directly assume it's a Russian campaign, right? You need some proof. So the question is, how do you investigate it? And as I said, looking at the infrastructure is a quite decent way, because even if it is not always very easy, because obviously people running those websites are trying to hide information, but if you have the right tools, it can absolutely work, as our outcome shows. And yes, what else do we have? So now, standing here, we started in 2024. And now standing here, we saw one company after another getting sanctioned by the US, by the EU, and obviously also many other journalists from other countries have been investigating the same campaigns. And I think what made our investigation so strong basically was that we've been always connected to other journalists. We've been always exchanging, sharing information, asking, do you know what that means? And we've also been talking to IT experts, to organizations like Curium, for example, but also Vinium in France was a good connection. And also Antibot Navalny is someone I can highly recommend to watch, and also Gnida. Yeah, and I would like to hand over to my colleague Max first. Huh?
I think you have one more slide.
I do have a slide. Okay, all right. There we are. Sorry. So exactly. So why is it important? As I told you, by identifying technological patterns, you can help to attribute pages. You can identify similar campaigns. For example, if you look at the ASN, at the WHOIS records, at ad IDs like Google AdSense or the pub ID that you can find. And you can have a look, are they sharing maybe the same certificates also? And once you manage to identify those things in common, you're going to be able to connect them. And then in the next steps, maybe getting to the next level and figure out whether there's which kind of business or person is behind the campaign. And as I said, in the case of Storm 1516, it led to the result that we've been way ahead, and yeah, we're aware of what is going on.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, so basically now we wanted to talk a bit about the tools, methods, and concepts that we've used in these investigations, because they've always been very similar. And just to explain briefly what I mean by that, they've usually all started very similarly. So in the case of Storm 1516, we started with a single live website and then traced that back to over 100 websites. In the example with the signal phishing, we also had a single phishing link that we then traced back. And for Doppelganger, it's a bit different. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of links shared on X and Facebook. But the concept is the same. You start with a domain or a URL, and then you try to uncover the infrastructure behind it. And there's a couple of things to do that. One very common one is whois data. Maybe by show of hands, who of you has heard of whois data or used it? So about half or 2/3 maybe. Yeah, whois data is basically, it gives you information about who registered a domain. So that can be the name of the person or organization, can be their email address, phone number, which company they used to buy the domain and register it, and also when it was registered or when the entry was updated. And yeah, another thing we look at is IPs and hosting. So this means you know, looking at more at the sort of physical infrastructure behind it. You can look at where servers are physically located. And that's relevant, for example, with Doppelganger and Storm 1516. These were both sanctioned at some point by the EU, but we found that the infrastructure they used was in the Netherlands, for example, so within the EU. So technically, these companies shouldn't have provided services to those campaigns. And lastly, like Sarah said, you can use security certificates, so SSL certificates, ad tracking codes, and other sort of code snippets to tie websites together and find patterns. So just to give you a bit more information on whois data, like I said, this gives you information about who registered a domain. Nobody checks this information, so you know, I could put in any name. Usually, it's a bit more tricky with the email address because that's usually verified. But the problem also is that today privacy services are the default. So usually these days, if you look up a domain, you'll just see something like this, redacted for privacy. One way to get around this is historical whois data, because a couple of years back, people didn't use these services as much. So you have a better chance of finding out who registered a domain. And just a quick note, whois is a really easy to remember abbreviation, but they're actually changing the system to something called RDAP. The idea behind it is the same, but technically it's being set up a bit differently at the moment. So where do you find whois data? One very popular one is whoxy. For a long time, I thought they were called Hooksy. And they have free historical data, which is very helpful. Domain Tools is another great one. They're paid for, but I think they're always happy to give access to journalists. And another one that I found really useful are leak databases. So sometimes if you can't find any info on the general whois lookup services, you can sometimes still find leaked whois data, especially in the case of Russian registrars, actually. ViewDNS is another one, and then this is a case rather specific to Germany, but in Germany, since if you use a .de domain, you have to give contact information on the website. So if a website doesn't give that contact information, as a journalist, you can ask the national authority for the whois data. Yeah, the great thing is that also many of these services work in reverse. So you can put in a domain and get who registered it, but you can also put in the name of a person and see which websites that person registered. So in this example, I looked up Martin Sellner. He's a right-wing extremist activist from Austria. And we can see that he set up a bunch of websites. Moving on from domains to IP and hosting companies, just a brief explanation. If you visit a website, you type in a domain, that domain gets then translated into an IP. So you can imagine that like a phone book, you put in you look up a person's name and you get the number. The same system sort of works for websites. You have a domain name, and you use something called a DNS server that gives you the IP corresponding to that domain. And this is also data we can use in investigations. This is often called passive DNS data because of the way it's being collected. And basically, that lets you look up domains connected to a certain IP address. So sometimes you'll have more than one domain on an IP address. Yeah, so just to give you an example, as you can see in the little green font at the top, I looked up RRN Media in May 2024. This was the start of our investigation into the two Moldovan brothers. Basically, the website had just been sanctioned by the EU, and I was wondering how it was still online and whether it was maybe hosted in the EU. And back then, they didn't really hide where they were hosted. So this is a service called DNS Dumpster. If you put in a domain, it will basically show you the hosting service and other information. And as you can see, back then, it was hosted in the Netherlands. Oh, yeah. And what this service, for example, also gives you is the mail servers used. And mail servers are another really interesting way of finding other connected websites, because a mail server, the mail server, AMX server, basically tells you which server is being used by this website to handle email. And sometimes if people are lazy, they don't want to set up, a separate email service for each website. So they might be using the same ones for several. And this was the case recently in a great FT investigation that basically found that a network of companies that were used to bypass Russian oil embargo were all using the same email server. So there were real setup companies that each had different websites, but they happened to all use the same email server, which is very strange. As you can see, it's not always possible to, just look up a domain and see where it's hosted. There are, similar to Whois, there are sort of privacy services that obscure the real location of a website. One of these services, probably the biggest one, is Cloudflare. So it's a legitimate service. It's used by many legitimate websites as well, but can also be used by propaganda campaigns, influence operations, to obscure where a website is hosted. So as you can see here, we can't really see anymore that the website is hosted in the Netherlands. We just see that, it just says Cloudflare. There is some ways to get around this. It's not always possible, but with some luck, you can try to bypass Cloudflare, especially if you already know or have an idea what the IP address of that website might be. There are certain ways of figuring out, okay, is this the server or IP behind Cloudflare? And again, passive DNS data, historical DNS data is also really useful for that. So those are just some of the services that you can use. There's also a way, like I said earlier, to find other websites hosted on the same infrastructure. So that might mean hosted on the same IP, or maybe hosted on the same server. So usually the way it works, if you have like several websites that you're trying to set up, you might rent a server or a section of a server from a hosting company, and then have your websites live on that server. One way you can figure that out is a reverse IP lookup. You basically put in the IP, and then it shows you which domains are using that same IP or pointing to that same IP. What we also did, for example, with the Storm 1516 campaign was something called IP enumeration. So if you look at the example on the right, you can see that IP addresses for these websites are very similar. So the only difference is the last set of numbers. Basically, what we did was we just went through all the numbers. So, if Zeitgeschehen.de ended in a 9, we try ending the IP in a 10, 11, 12, and so on. And that's usually an indication of these websites potentially living on the same server. With all of these, they're always indicators. They're never proof by themselves to, for any connection. You always need sort of a layered approach of different indicators to really prove a connection. And that's it for the first part. Are there any questions so far? Yeah. I think there's a mic coming.
Yes.
Thank you. Adam, privacy and OPSEC specialist. My question is, now that you've uncovered how they operate and made it public, for instance, in 15-16 campaign, how do you think they start just obfuscating better? And I think this is my first question in the brain.
I think, they, you could see that with the example of RRN, for example. First, it was just easy to look up where they were hosted, and then they moved behind Cloudflare. So that definitely happens also with Doppelganger. After our investigation, they tried to sort of change the infrastructure, but also, especially with Doppelganger, that's a campaign that sort of different service providers work like different parts of it. So for example, we could see that they're still posting on X. They're posting the links, even though the links are dead. And then it also seems that they're actually buying views. So, they can go to the client, the Kremlin, and say, look, this tweet got 20,000 views on X, but actually the link doesn't even work. But yeah, it's definitely sort of a trade-off, and it might help them in the future obfuscating better. But then again, I think it also, has impact because the companies who provide the IT infrastructure also have a responsibility to make sure that they don't have these types of campaigns or hacktivist activities, DDoS attacks, and so on their infrastructure.
I could also add, I mean, you still have the Internet Archive, right? And it doesn't work for all websites and tools, but you can still start to search whether there is an archive version. This is the first thing. And the other aspect is you can also contact the service providers of these tools, right? You could drop them an email explaining what the problem is, why you would like to figure out who's running the domain or the service whatsoever. And then you potentially get a response, like not always, but it can actually be very successful to directly communicate with these companies. And everybody makes a mistake, right? So maybe you find, for example, I had like for another campaign, but I had like a bunch of Facebook posts. All these Facebook posts were very similar, also linking to a website. And then I had one Facebook post where I had suddenly a Vietnamese word inside. And I was like, okay, this is one indicator of many. But adding it all together, it definitely indicated Vietnam as a country of origin of the campaign. So just yeah, it's like searching for the needle in the hay, I guess.
Yeah, I think also one of the benefits of this approach is that instead of staying sort of on an information level and just describing what these influence campaigns are doing, you're sort of looking at the the sort of paper trail behind it, like who's making their money by providing services to these campaigns. And often, or sometimes you'll either find, oh, there's a very shady company that doesn't just do this, but also happens to provide services to a bunch of other criminal or nefarious activity, let's say. Or if they're a legitimate company, they'll often say, "Oh, we'll shut this down. We didn't realize." And then there's the in between. So for Doppelganger, they used something called a cloaking service, like Sarah said earlier. That's basically a technique to hide from Facebook moderators, for example, where a link actually leads. So if the moderators click a link in a Facebook ad, it will lead to a regular website. And if an actual user clicks it, it will lead to a falsified news article or something. And that's a tool used by cyber criminals, by scammers. Then basically they adopted it for their disinformation campaign. But we then found out that the person behind this tool was actually Ukrainian. So when we confronted him, he immediately, shut down the entire user account for the campaign, and that had a big impact. So I think if you're not sort of, putting these things out into the open, you also don't have any impact. But yeah, it does of course also, give them a chance to potentially then improve their OPSEC.
Other questions?
Over there, I think.
Yeah, thank you for very interesting presentation. I'm Daisuke from Japan Fact Check Center. Where is the technical key point for concluding that a website or account is definitively linked to the Russian government rather than being at the suspicious stage? Yeah, I would like to know whether it is possible for journalists to definitively conclude such attributions through technical research alone, or whether it requires intelligence from government agencies or law enforcement activity?
Yeah, so it's not always possible. You know, often it's more an indicator. So, for example, with the phishing campaign, we found Russian infrastructure. We found a tool that was advertised on Russian language hacking forums. And we also found some infrastructure overlap with previous hacks that others had attributed to a Russian state-sponsored hacker. So we didn't have any direct confirmation, but we did have some clues that this might be state-sponsored at least. With Storm 1516, for example, or Doppelganger, there were leaks, internal leaks, for example, for Doppelganger from one of the companies involved called Social Design Agency. So we're not always making that attribution ourselves. But then one example we didn't mention, because it's not technically disinformation, but after one of our investigations published, the Corrective website itself came under a large DDoS attack. And we were able to trace back some of these IPs to basically to a location in the center of Moscow, very close to the one of the ministries. I can't remember which one. I think it was the Interior Ministry.
Yeah, so you have a set of indicators, and there are secondary and primary indicators. So primary indicators are the indicators that are clearly giving you some information, and secondaries, you always have to, like, you can have 10 secondary indicators, and they're just one primary indicator in the end. So it's, you just got to collect your data. And as Max said, when we didn't only have that, we also actually became part of the Storm 1516 campaign, because they published, or no, it was Matroshka, right? They published a video with Max and the Corrective logo. It was something completely made up. And also that way we knew that, you know, we are being watched, definitely.
Yeah, and maybe to add to that, so of course this is the sort of digital part of the investigation we do, but on top of that, we talk to sources we have in sort of IT information security circles. You know, I'll go to them. I say, this is what we found. You know, what do you think of that? Have you heard of this tool before? You know, and sometimes they'll say, oh yeah, this tool, like they started using that. You know, Russian state-sponsored hackers started using that like a year ago. So we don't just have the technical aspects to go by. We also do have sources. We talk to other people who investigate this kind of stuff. Maybe one more question, and then I'll go to the second.
Basically, I'm interested in, from your article, your research, and going into investigating these sites, the timeline and the process that led from reporting on them to them getting taken down. If you could maybe elaborate a bit on that.
It's very varied. So for example, some hosting providers, we would send them, you know, a request for comment, and a day later they would take down the websites. Especially if you look at the sanctions, or in one case recently in the Netherlands, there were also arrests made at these companies that we identified, I think like 2 years ago now, so it took 2 years for authorities to actually take action. So yeah, it goes from 1 day to 2 years. Okay, I'll continue then with even more technical aspect of these infrastructure investigations. Basically, if you start looking into hosting companies, you'll come across a concept called autonomous system. And what that means is it's basically, you know, if you think of the internet as a network of networks, this network is made up of autonomous systems, or ASs. And an analogy you can think of is that it's like post offices. So if I'm in Berlin, I send a letter to Vilnius. My letter goes to the post office in Berlin, and then maybe goes to a post office in Warsaw, and then gets forwarded on to the post office in Vilnius, and then to the person I wanted to send it to. And internet traffic is similar in a sense that you can also think of your internet provider as one of these ASs. So when you visit a website, the traffic actually traverses several of these networks, and then the website, the data of the website reaches your computer. And this is really helpful because it also can give you interesting information about hosting companies. There's a sort of analog to whois data. There's data on these autonomous systems. This is an example from one of our investigations. And if you look closely, there's a couple of interesting things you can see already. So the company is called AESA Group LLC, but the email address is lethost.co. That's a different company. So already you can see those two companies must be somehow connected. And then in the MNT, which means maintainer, you see another entity mentioned called 4S. So you already found two more potential companies that are part of the same network of hosting companies, if you will. Again, there's a caveat, just like with whois data, this data isn't really checked. You can put in whatever you want. So if you look at the address here, it says blah, 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 444, and that's still a valid entry you might come across. The way the sort of data is forwarded via the internet and these autonomous systems is governed by something called Border Gateway Protocol that basically tells servers how they're supposed to forward data between each other. And you can also look this up. So you can look up these ASs or hosting companies and see what their protocols are. So what sort of connections do they have to other hosting companies? And that's also interesting. So Stark Industries was one of the companies of these Moldovan brothers. They were quite notorious. There was a lot of crime going on their infrastructure, influence campaigns, scams, DDoS attacks, hacking. And you can then, using the BGP protocols, you can look up, okay, who is giving this company connectivity? So who is sort of connecting the small hosting company to the larger internet? So if you look at this image at the end, you see the tier 1 ISP. So those are, let's say the big internet and the large IT companies, like Verizon, for example, or AT&T. But Stark, for example, they only had a single company at the sort of closest connection point, and that was Mir Hosting. And they happened to be in the Netherlands. So that basically gave us a clue to look at them. And we found there was also a company set up in the Netherlands by a Russian man, a piano player, who had also been tied in the past to cybercrime and pro-Russian hacking attempts. Like actually one of his companies in 2008 already was used in hacks against Georgia back then. Yeah, so this is a way to sort of look at how individual hosting companies might be connected. And lastly, you can also find connections between websites and domains using security certificates. So basically, you know, when you visit google.com in your browser, you'll often see like a little green shield or a key in the address line next to it. That means that there's a valid sort of certificate for that website, and the website, the domain is sort of pointing where it's supposed to point. Sometimes people are lazy and they'll use the same certificate for several websites. So that's another way to find connections. There's also ad tracking codes. I'm not going into how to look these up in too much detail because it can be a bit complex. But just so you know, you can look these up and also find connections between websites. And then another thing is there's also search engines that let you look for websites that use like the same sort of code snippet. So that might be a piece of JavaScript code. That was the case, for example, in the signal phishing campaign. So for the signal phishing campaign, we found a piece of JavaScript that was used by all the phishing domains that were set up. And that was sort of one way to confirm that they all belong together. And yeah, you can use domain tools to look these up, or a service called BuildWith, and then also public World Wide Web is another one. And that's it. Are there any more questions?
I don't see any. Maybe I would like to add something first. So when it comes to this kind of investigations, you always have to be very careful that it doesn't get a self-fulfilling prophecy. So don't look for what you are searching for, but stick to the methodics and just have a look at the facts and just check your lists and have a look at the details and try to be as neutral as possible looking at the data. Because if you have something in mind where you want to get, for example, figuring out is this a Russian disinformation campaign, sometimes it turns out to be something totally different, right? So this is something very important when you work on domain and IT infrastructure.
Yeah, that's true. So you can also find the same connections for very legitimate websites, you know, and for very legitimate hosting companies. So I think, yeah, to give you a sense, if I looked up a disinformation website, you know, and I found it's hosted on the same, let's say it's using the same IP or hosting company as 20,000 other websites, then there's a good chance that it's just a very big hosting company. But if you look that up and there's only 20 other websites and you look at these websites and they're also all, you know, maybe pro-Russian or scams, then that's a better indicator that they might be somehow connected. And then you can look for other clues why they might be connected, you know, so looking at the code, maybe they use the same file data file structure. That's also something we used in one of the investigations was for Storm 1516. The photos they used on the websites always used the same format, like the same naming format. Yep, back there.
Hi, I'm Ani. I'm from Armenia. Just recently we had elections in Armenia, and before that, for several months, Armenia was a target of Russian influential campaigns. We were a target of Star 1516, Matryoshka, Doppelganger. For 7-8 months, it was a hell for us. But one thing that we noticed that they use not just new created websites for Storm 1516, but they were also using, for example, Turkish media outlets, legitimate media outlets, for example, Oda TV, to Storm 1516 operation, and it was making our life more difficult. And other things that we noticed that they are evolving because they started to use also AI-generated videos, not Matryoshka videos. At first we were thinking that this is Matryoshka, but then we understood that, no, this is Storm 1516. So I wanted to ask you about this other direction, that they don't use like new created websites, but legitimate websites. And we also noticed that they started to create websites in AM domain because before that they were using like com or I don't know, but they started to use also MN domains. But what was interesting that they weren't sharing these articles on social media, and like we were seeing this and not just ordinary people. And what was the aim of this? What do you think?
That's a good question. So I don't have a definite answer. I'd have to look at it more, more closely. But it kind of reminds me of the Pravda campaign. If some of you are familiar with that, so I think it's already at least a year ago we started observing these websites that were called Pravda. DE, Pravda ES, Pravda EN, so always sort of having an ending for the language, and then they'd be in German or Spanish or English. And all they did was republish content automatically from pro-Russian Telegram channels. And it seemed very strange because nobody was actually sharing these links, they weren't spreading organically. But I think later, I can't remember who, but someone did an investigation and found that likely they were used for LLM poisoning. So they were, just sort of, like one thing that was noticeable was they were ranking very high on Google, but then also apparently the sort of narratives spread on those websites started showing up in LLMs or also the websites themselves, because there's a lot of legitimate newspapers called Pravda, or a couple at least. So these fake Pravdas also started showing up in LLM responses. So it could be something like that. But when we looked at Storm 1516, of the 100 or so websites we identified that had been set up, only a fraction had been used. So I think less than 10 had actually been used to spread this info. And then we could sort of slowly, after publishing our investigation, we could slowly start seeing them being used to spread narratives. So that could be one explanation. But
and maybe also to add something from the fact checker's point of view. I mean, you have elections before your door, and then all these disinformation posts are coming, and at the same time you have like real disinformation out there that you also want to tackle. And I think this is exactly the moment to really think about does it make sense to fact check a doppelganger post, for example, or a Storm 1516 post? Like, how many people actually were reading that kind of stuff? And there's a report from the German Verfassungsschutz after our investigation about doppelganger was published. And they had a look, well, they said in the report that during, like in the time of 8 months, the doppelganger post they've been watching, they reached like 800,000 views. So this is basically nothing, right? This is not much. In the numbers of internet in 8 months, 800,000 views, that is nothing. And this is exactly why we decided to have a look at the IT infrastructure of the campaigns, because we were like, if we fact check these, sorry, but sometimes very strange claims, it's more effective to really look at the campaign and its intent and the men behind and so on. Because you shouldn't forget, like, having a fact check out there is also some kind of advertisement for these campaigns. So it makes them seem, you know, it makes the fake seem bigger and more important. And so we always think about and discuss, are we going to publish a fact check here or are we not? Because it's simply not relevant. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
So now we have a 15 minutes break, so please be back at 15:20, and there will be a workshop with Jane Litvinenko, senior technology reporter and at NBC News Digital. She will be talking about interviewing for digital evidence. So have a good break and see you soon.
Okay, hi everybody. I feel with the music and the lighting, I really feel like I should be selling you like Bitcoin or I don't know, putting on a hood and doing like a hacking in front of my computer. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so glad to be here. As people are trickling in from break, the sunshine treat that we got. Oh, I forgot my notebook. I'm gonna be right back. You can buy Litvinenko coin at. Okay, thank you so much for sticking around for the afternoon. If I'm making a lot of jokes, it's because I'm trying to keep myself awake as well as you. I think at least a good half of us are mentally in a very different time zone. So thank you so much for staying awake and for being here. Before we get into the workshop and the presentation, which, by the way, what a venue for a workshop, you know? I want to tell you a little bit about how I arrived at the idea for this workshop and a little bit about my background. So I started doing online investigations roughly in 2016 when I was brought on for BuzzFeed News to investigate disinformation. May BuzzFeed News rest in peace. And I did that throughout the first Trump administration. And you know, I think like many of us here, a lot of these things are self-taught. There's not really, you know, a program. I mean, there is now, but at that time, there was not really a program where you could go and say, okay, teach me everything. And one of the things that jumped out to me a lot is just how much time we spend at our computers and how little integration there is into source work of the evidence that we dig up. When the Russian full-scale invasion happened, I began contributing to the Wall Street Journal, first with the visual investigations team, and then with the Kiev bureau. I lived in Ukraine up until very recently. And it's really there that I began looking for online evidence and also integrating it into more traditional reporting. I'm now with NBC News, and I'm back to covering a little bit of technology and a little bit of disinformation. But a lot of what I'm going to show you now was also learned in this process of trying to combine on-the-ground reporting with some of the OSINT work. So, God, this is so grandiose. If you're looking for the slides from this presentation, here's the bit.ly URL where you will be able to find them. The capitals do matter, so if you're not getting them, that's probably why. And we're going to talk a little bit about how digital evidence and traditional reporting can come together. We're going to look at an example that I think does this quite well. We're going to look at what we can do to prepare for an interview to get our sources to provide digital evidence that might not be available through open sources. We're going to look at working with sources in the moment and how we can essentially keep looping that around to do something interesting. So the OSINT world is vast. I think as we've seen with workshops here at this conference, And also in our own work, one of the things that OSINT does is it provides us with a concrete piece of evidence. We're not relying on somebody's recollection of an incident. We're looking at something that in its ideal form can be irrefutable. It can also help us understand areas that are really difficult to reach. Occupied territories, conflict zones, remote locations, online communities that generally hide from the public eye. And we can look at this evidence in aggregate, right? So rather than relying on one interview, we can build on what we find more and more, like the great session before us showed, to really put together a puzzle in a way that traditional sourcing doesn't really allow for us to do. I do want to say that, you know, AI complicates this a lot, especially with visual evidence. We're seeing now very convincing AI fakes that juxtapose something that wasn't there onto a real video. I think especially I saw this when I was covering the Iran invasion early on with NBC News. We were verifying videos of Shahed-type drones, and the verification process took longer than it usually would because we just needed to make sure that there was no AI manipulation. And that's just one example of how that type of evidence is becoming less reliable in the age of AI technology. And I do think that that is where source work can come in and help reinforce some of the digital evidence that we're digging up. With at least 2 videos early on from the Iran invasion, our team found eyewitnesses, and we just went to those eyewitnesses to confirm that they saw something rather than rely only on geolocation and other verification tools, because a lot of the imagery, I mean, especially look around, a lot of it is already unbelievable even when it's real. And that is certainly also the case for fake evidence. So sourcing can get us evidence that's not available through open sources. They can also get us knowledge of communities that we might not ourselves understand. So if you're somebody covering far-right communities and there's a leaker, they can help you understand the lingo, the key figures, the potential locations you should be focusing on. Or if you're trying to geolocate something, they can help you understand the surroundings, what sort of landmarks to look for. Sometimes when I teach geolocation workshops, you know, somebody will ask me, I'm looking at a video of a field. How do I verify a field? And there are ways, but one of the fastest ways is to just call somebody and be like, hey, I think you might have been in this field. Do you know if this is the one? And even though it's imperfect, that human element helps us with countering some of that AI misinformation that we might be seeing as well. And I know that this is more about investigations, but I do want to mention the writing process as well. Human sourcing is crucial to writing a beautiful emotional narrative that our readers can connect with. That can sometimes be difficult if we only use online evidence, because online evidence, not everybody understands. It can be really difficult to explain to our readers. If you tell the story through the eyes of a person, or with the help of a person, it can really help hook readers in. I include the Berkeley Protocol in every presentation I do with regard to online investigations. The Berkeley Protocol is essentially a gold standard for how to conduct online investigations and collect digital evidence in a way that is later presentable in court. It can also really help us get out of the weeds if we're really deep in our investigation and, you know, we've been in a rabbit hole for a week and we just don't know up from down anymore. We forget our own name and we're at that stage of the process. You know, one of the crucial stages of the process, I won't spend too much time on it, but one of the crucial stages of the process is verification. And again, that is where we can rely on both things like geolocation or digital infrastructure, but also eyewitness testimony. This is available in multiple languages. The website is right there. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's just a fantastic resource. Next I want to talk about how we can combine online investigations and sourcing. Through an investigation that I contributed to at the Wall Street Journal with the visual investigations team. It was a team of reporters, of which I was just one, but I hope that some of the approaches will get some of those wheels turning. And I think this is going to be the video. Let's just hope it works.
This satellite image from the port of Sevastopol in Crimea on May 21st shows trucks lined up near a Russian ship loading stolen Ukrainian grain. A Russian soldier who drove one of the trucks around this time explained the details of the smuggling operation.
Left the truck outside port. The driver take in, put weight on ship, finish. 2 ships, 2 big ships. No more, please. I cannot speak no more.
In May.
We're not going to watch the whole thing. But put wheat on ships, finish, just a quote for the ages. So this investigation started with the interview of this Russian soldier with a source from a different reporter at the Wall Street Journal, who said that he was driving stolen grain from occupied territories. This is early on in the invasion in 2022. He didn't want to do it, and so he provided us with information about where the wheat was taken and the route that he took. And when he spoke to my former colleague, he gave us a series of clues. He said that it was on newly occupied territories. Of course, there's territories that Russia has occupied since 2014. When it started the initial war. And he said it took him about a day to drive from the location where he was picking up the grain to the port in Crimea in Sevastopol, which he knew it was unmistakable. He said it was a large facility, so it wasn't a small farm. It was a grain elevator. And he said that it was located near a river in a small town, not a large city. Early on in the invasion, Ukrainians took down all the road signs to try to confuse the Russians in terms of where they were going. And this seemed to have worked on this soldier because he says that he's never been to Ukraine before and he didn't know where he was and all the road signs were gone. Which, you know, a blessing and a curse, because for us, we said, okay, where could this possibly be? But he did give us a series of clues. What we were trying to do with that investigation, there had already been reports that Russia is stealing grain. There had already been some satellite imagery of ships. But the goal of our team was to show the Russians stealing grain from occupied territories in order to deny them the possibility of claiming that somebody was collaborating with them or that they were purchased the grain. So we wanted to show the actual act. So we started with this interview, and because I'm not on my own computer, we're not going to look at this ourselves, but Google Earth was, of course, a crucial resource for us. For those of you who don't use Google Earth daily in your work, it is probably the best satellite imagery archive globally that gets steadily updated, but the topography changes, and Google Earth allows for us to have historical satellite imagery. I don't remember where specifically it goes, but it goes something to like the 80s or something like that. Yeah, it can be really fun, especially if you're investigating something like a mining company or anything that changes the topography over time. You can really see it develop. So this is what the region where we think he took the grain from looks now. Russia blew up a dam that held a lot of the water on the Dnieper River, the main river that runs through Ukraine. And so if we were to look at it now, it would just look quite differently. But on Google Earth, there's this beautiful little circular history button. And if we return to 2022, we see that this is what it looked like then. Yeah, this one, at least 2005, for this one, 2004, I see. And from there, it was really just a process of elimination. We juxtaposed what the source told us and zeroed in on essentially the largest facility in the region that was within a day's drive, but he did say it was quite a long drive. It was by the river. It was in a small town called Kamensky-Dniprovske, which, like many other places in the region, had a lot of grain facilities. Although the company did not want to talk about it on the record, at that time they were very worried about their employees and any kind of consequences that they may be facing on occupied territories. On background, the company also confirmed to us that they have that they are sure that Russians have taken grain from that facility. So in order to confirm our hunch, we turned to Telegram, which if you were in my Telegram workshop yesterday, worlds colliding. And we turned to essentially buy and sell group or work search groups to try to see what was going on there in the first place. And we lucked out. The Russians were quite openly posting that they were looking for drivers. And not only were they openly posting that they were looking for drivers, they also wrote down the routes that the drivers took. And at least some of the routes matched up with what the soldier told us. To confirm this again, because Telegram makes it very, very easy to just phone somebody, I phoned a Russian man who was listing these job postings, and it was a very bizarre phone call, let me tell you. But before he started yelling at me about how Russians didn't do Holodomor, the famine in the 30s, he did tell me that they are looking for drivers at the route that we were interested in. So we had all of that confirmation already. But we really wanted to not just get confirmation that it was happening, but to actually show the Russians in the act. And for this, we turned to, again, Telegram. This is the actual group that I browsed. And Google as well, because what we wanted to get is any kind of visuals or images. I will tell you that this was not a brief process. At the time, I was living in Boston, and I was waking up early every morning to essentially pick up the phone and call every business along the route where people claimed the trucks were driving to see whether they had CCTV cameras that may have captured what was happening. And also, anybody who posted in the Telegram group, I reached out to them privately. I moved them to Signal almost right away, and I wanted to see if they had any images or videos. I will say I would not do this now because the situation on occupied territories has gotten much, much worse since 2022. But because it was a lot of confusion, there was a lot of resistance. This was, I think, might have been before Bucha, if I remember right, or certainly, during Mariupol. We were only just starting to understand the severity of the crimes that Russia was committing. And so there were actually a lot of willing sources who told us what was happening on the ground, but they were too afraid to take photos, and we did not ask them to do that because we did not want to put anybody in danger. We also used Google Advanced Search to look for sources on the ground. I used it to search the local government website for several different file types, in this case a PDF. And I wanted to see if there was a business directory of any kind or documents that would have listed businesses in the area that I could just pick up the phone and call or email or whatever to see whether they had any evidence. Very quickly, if you're not familiar with Google search operators, they still work somehow. I'm afraid of saying it too loud in case Google will hear me. If anybody's typing into Google Gemini, just turn it off. But Google search operators are essentially a way to do more targeted searches on Google in order to be able to get information that might not have otherwise surfaced, or that may have surfaced on some page 374 that we never would have gotten to. These are the operators that I just use the most. I'll have a link a little bit later for a more complete list, but to me, these are my go-tos. So the site colon operator lets you search a specific website, and you can search subdomains in that website as well. The in URL search operator, exactly what it sounds like. It searches for a key term in the URL. This is great for something like usernames, where they're very frequently in the URL of the website. File type is immensely useful. If you can think of a file type, you can search it. It doesn't have to be on a website. So this example is I'm searching for a specific file type on a website, but you can just search for key terms with a specific file type that you may be interested in. The minus sign eliminates any key term that you might want to eliminate. It's just a great way to get rid of junk if you're getting a lot of junk or spam. And the OR operator cycles through the various key terms that you might be using. I didn't put the quotation marks in here because they're kind of broken now. So quotation marks search for the exact phrase or key term that you might be interested in, but it does bring up Google Gemini. None of the other ones bring up Google Gemini yet. Quotation marks now bring up Google Gemini. This one I will say aloud, Google, stop it. And also, just as a quick note, if any of these key terms or any of these search operators aren't working, just make sure you don't put a space after the colon. That's one of the most common mistakes. So after, I think weeks, days, certainly maybe a couple weeks of contacting as many people as possible in Kamienka-Dniprovska, nobody sent me photos directly. But out of the blue one day, a gentleman who we did not name, and we will continue to not name, messaged me on Facebook, found me on Facebook, messaged me on Facebook, and sent me these photos. He said, I heard you were looking for them. Here they are. He sent more. These are just the most striking ones. I asked him how he got them, and he says, don't ask stupid questions. God bless Ukrainians. Nothing if not direct. And at the time, there were a lot of videos of trucks lining up. to drop this grain off in Crimea. We were able to match that they were very similar trucks. We were able to geolocate this. We really lucked out because the only street view in that entire town is at this facility. Nothing else exists, just this facility. But it allowed us to essentially show that, yes, here's a Russian soldier in uniform with a gun, with a grain truck at a grain facility, which they are then taking out of Ukraine. There's more to the investigation. I will let you see it on your own time if you choose. It was my first investigation with the team and the journal, all of whom were incredible. And we're immensely proud of it. We also used marine traffic, satellite imagery, and more source work to confirm the entire route. We also found another facility where they stole grain from, including documents showing that they stole the grain. So there's a lot more to it than that. But when we talk about the way that source work and OSINT can combine, I think that this is one of the best examples of how we can use that really traditional reporting, anonymous source, afraid to speak, with some of the OSINT skills that we've been learning this week and throughout our careers. And over time, I've really learned to bring as much digital evidence to interviews as possible. And in order to do that, you have to prepare as much as possible. So first and foremost, always search on social media platforms, whether it's for online evidence that you might be looking for, or the person that you might be interested in. OSINT Industries, I will update the presentation and link to it. I don't know why I didn't link to it. Just hangover brain, not hangover, layover. Where am I? OSINT Industries is a great tool if you just want to check for a username or an email or a phone number. And note note what the individuals may have posted about, the locations they may have posted from, and also other people they may have posted about. As much as possible, do any image or video verification before an interview. This way, you're able to just already have a cache of things you can point to. And do not forgo maps and satellites. Even if you can't geolocate something, note that in your own research, your own documents, set it aside, download or screenshot any satellite imagery you might be looking for, essentially begin compiling a dossier of social media, images and videos, maps and satellites. And also use your advanced search. Google News Initiative has, doesn't always work, but that walkthrough still works. Has a walkthrough on how to use advanced search if you haven't used it. Check local Facebook groups. Here's the Google Advanced Search recipe for that. And use as many key terms as possible to essentially just get as much information about the context in which you're finding digital evidence, and also the context about the person that you may be interviewing. And I know we talk a lot about online evidence and digital evidence, but one of the things I want to remind everybody is to never forgo the documents and any kind of bureaucratic paperwork that you might be able to dig up. We've got Open Corporates, which is a great resource for that. Depending on where you are, you can go to your local databases for companies. Always search the individual's name or address, which can, get you started with additional evidence. Ancestry records can be a really useful source of information, census data as well. So build on that traditional bureaucratic backbone as well as some of those online tools. I always say this, I always really try to make that point. If you're going into a new community, really take the time to learn that community. I'm Ukrainian, but I've never been to Kam'янka-Dniprovska. And so I don't know what the streets look like. I don't know the shops there. I don't know what people talk about in the groups. And taking the time to familiarize yourself with just the beats of the community that you're covering, whether it's a community like this or a far right group or a far left group or I don't know, whatever, Bitcoin sales group, LithuanianCoin.com. That joke's getting stale. We're going to throw that one out. Just take your time to familiarize yourself as much as possible, because the more you understand the community, the more you're going to understand where to look for and what some of those pivot points in your investigation can be. And before you talk to any source, identify what you're missing. Open source investigations are great and immensely valuable, although I think we all understand that they're getting more difficult as our tools are shrinking. Make sure in the timeline or the dossier that you're compiling, you're identifying any holes for any evidence that you might be missing. If you have a big amount of evidence, I find Notebook LM to be a helpful tool. It's a Google tool. It's an AI tool, but it is quite good at essentially spitting points of your evidence back to you. I don't know whether the web archive mark is here, but always archive your evidence all of the time. I think we know that digital evidence can disappear very quickly. It's kind of both, right? Nothing is permanent on the internet, but also everything is permanent on the internet. But as you're getting those crucial pieces of evidence, build out a spreadsheet or use the archive tools or download any of the images and videos that are particularly useful to you, and make sure that they're accessible offline. And depending on the size of your investigation, keeping a spreadsheet is a really good idea. Generally, especially if it's something with disturbing content, I always say add a column if it's particularly disturbing as well I think all of our mental health is shot, but to try to protect it a little bit as much as you can. We're going to talk about technology with the next slides, but really just do everything you can to make sure that the evidence that you've gathered is available offline, and it's not a one point of contact for the evidence that you're looking for. Once you've done all of that, sorry, let me have a sip of water. Once you've done all of that, prepare the technology that you are going to need to interview your source. We're going to talk about the interviews that take place offline in a second. Let's start with the online ones as they're more common. So first, you never, ever, ever want to fumble with technology in the middle of an interview, especially if it's a sensitive interview or an adversarial interview. You don't want to be like, hi, I'm accusing you of committing a crime, but by the way, let me just check if my screen share works real quick. Do not put yourself in that situation. So test it with your colleagues or a friend, and make sure that your evidence is organized and prepared. You have the folder or the spreadsheet open, and also make sure that your notifications or any private information is not visible on screen. I realize that this is very basic advice, but I've made these mistakes, and so I am passing on my mistakes to you, or so that you don't make them. Also, be logged into all the social media networks, because if your source is going to point you to a digital property, you're going to want to access it as quickly as possible to verify it with them. Have Google Maps or Google Earth or Yandex, God forbid, or God forbid, even stronger, Bing, open, whatever is relevant to your part of the world and your evidence, because again, you just want to be able to, this fly is going for my water. If you just want to be able to very quickly say, oh, I see the landmark that you're pointing to. And be prepared to receive evidence with the metadata in it. This is part of our evidence preservation process. You don't want to be taking screenshots of something, because then you don't have the metadata behind it. I mean, if you have no other options, of course. But email, everybody knows how to use it. It's fine unless it's sensitive. I also really like WeTransfer, if that's not a tool that you've used before. It's really good for a large amount of files. It's generally pretty easy to use or to explain to your source how to use. And we'll talk a little bit about the Apple and Google ecosystems in a second, but just be sure you have both. So if your source is on iCloud, make sure they can just share you an album on iCloud. If your source is on Google Drive, make sure they can just share, a folder on Google Drive. Make it as frictionless as possible. And of course, if the files are sensitive, the golden thing is to set up a meeting in person if it's possible. If it's not possible, Signal is our best bet here. For the offline interview, I don't know if anybody remembers these. Can I get a show of hands if you still use a real recorder? Oh my God, thank God. Okay, so yes, fantastic. I am a strong advocate for using a real recorder. One, it stays offline, and if you need it to stay offline, you can plug it into an air-gapped computer, and it will just remain off the internet. So if you need something sensitive, it's not going to be, don't record it on your iPhone. But two, I mean, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but two, it doesn't get interrupted by phone calls, data coverage, AI, whatever they're packing into the voice note app these days. Invest into one of these. This is actually just the one that I use. I'm not a brand rep, but I've been using this for maybe 15 years, and it hasn't crapped out on me once. So, Olympus, sponsor me. But in terms of preparing the technology, first of all, if you're going to be showing digital evidence, come with a tablet. I learned this really the hard way. Your phone, there's too much going on your phone. It's very personal. You might be getting a message in the middle of it. You just don't want to be handing your source over to your phone so that they can be zooming in on a computer. And don't come with a computer either. I had an interview with a very high up commander who fought North Koreans, and I brought digital evidence to him on a computer, and he doesn't work with Apple computers, and he's very busy, and he was fielding phone calls from the highest up officials in Ukraine in the middle of it, and he's just like, I don't understand, like, don't do this. The follow-up interview, I brought an iPad, smooth as a baby's bottom. So an iPad or an Android device, store all your evidence on it. It has the added benefit of if you download the maps and your evidence, you don't need a Wi-Fi connection. And so you can just very quickly out of the box start working with that. Even if one of them is just a burner phone, even if you get, a second or third hand phone, do have both an Apple and an Android system available. Because of the different ecosystems, you don't want any kind of friction if somebody decides to share a large amount of evidence with you. I'll show you when that happened to me once. Have your own hotspot. Do not rely on Wi-Fi signal wherever you are. I mean, I think we've all tried to connect to Wi-Fi at this conference, and we know how difficult it can sometimes be. So have either your own hotspot, or if you have the budget for it, or if you work in a major newsroom, Starlink is a great service. This is something that when I was working with the Wall Street Journal, we used on occupied territories because you couldn't use cellular service there. Just be sure to test it ahead of time, set it up ahead of time, know where you're going. If cell service is spotty there, try to find another, either one of those plug-in USBs, or just think ahead for that technology. Always carry a hard drive or a USB stick with you in case your source wants to give you files from their computer and not their phone. This is happening with more and more rarity. People generally live on their phones, but still, it's really good practice to just have one of those. And the voice recorder, I am an emphatic supporter. And finally, we get to the moment of the interview itself. When I thought about how to conduct interviews like these, I actually really relied on the thinking behind trauma interviewing, because it is a practice where you're gentle with the source and you warm up the source before making the big ask. You're not going to sit down right away and ask a source, tell me about the worst moment of your life. You're going to make them comfortable. You're going to approach it with gentleness. And so that the great work of the DART Center and trauma-aware journalism, I just want to give them a shout out because I think their resources are invaluable. And the first thing you want to do is warn your subject that you're going to be asking probing questions. Explain to them what digital evidence is. Explain to them how you use it. Make sure that they understand where that evidence might be going and what the practice of verifying digital evidence actually is. That piece of education will go a really long way at the beginning of the interview. Set up expectations. And I've tried it a few different ways, but generally I find that beginning the interview with just a classic, tell me about what happened, tell me about what's going on, works much better than right away jumping into the digital evidence component. So if it's a sensitive interview, lean on the trauma-aware journalism skills, but just hear them out first. Let them say their piece before you start mucking around their technology. But if they are mentioning anything in the interview that you think might be important later on, if they're mentioning, groups, Telegram or Facebook or whatever groups that they're in, just note that down in your notes real quick. As well, if they're mentioning any locations, note that down as well. If the subject is talking about a location that is of interest, it's generally fine to ask them, hey, does it have tall buildings or short buildings? Does it have an identifying statue? What type of trees grow there? Anything that might be helpful. What was the weather that day? Anything that might be helpful for you in your geolocation, or when you go back to your desk in building out that digital evidence early on. Once you're done with the traditional part of the interview, remind them about the digital evidence you're collecting. Whether you're on Zoom or on your iPad, just turn on the screen record so that you can see what they're doing with the visual evidence. This is going to be really important, specifically in mapping. and start with stuff that you've already verified. That way they know that you're not just, coming out of the blue, coming out of nowhere. Show them the images, the videos, the satellite imagery that you already have, and ask them to describe it. This is really great for building narrative, and it's also really great for getting your source comfortable. Once you do that, pointing to surroundings on a map, really underrated interview technique. I'll talk about the North Koreans, which are in Ukraine, which I reported on extensively in a second, but just pointing where something happened on a map can save you a whole lot of time and a whole lot of trouble. Make sure you take a screenshot where they're pointing or note it down in your notes if there's a specific intersection. Sometimes I'll even just draw a quick diagram. And if you just don't want to break the flow of the conversation, one thing that I find works really well is just repeating what the source said. So they'll say, it was actually at the intersection of Avenue A and Street B. And I'll be like, okay, so it was at the intersection of Avenue A and Street B. And that way it's recorded, I have it, even if I didn't capture it in the moment. Ask them about anything that they've mentioned in this is now the time. And ask them where online they may have seen something. We talked about a little bit with Telegram, and we can use this with other social media networks, about just the discovery of where people hang out. Generally, if we're not familiar with a community, it's going to be pretty imperfect. We're going to find what's indexed, whether it's by Google or by the social media network or by any third-party tools. That is not a substitute for somebody just telling you, hey, this is the WhatsApp group where I saw the fake thing. And then you can just immediately say, add me to that WhatsApp group. This is also the time to ask the subject for any evidence that they may have collected. Once I got comfortable with this method, I've quite literally had interview subjects just hand me their phone and say, take whatever you want. It's not something that you're going to get at the beginning of the interview, but once they understand what it is you're looking for and why you're looking for it, once they're at that comfortable level, it actually happens more often than you'd think. And of course, prime the subject for follow-ups, whether that's a traditional interview or an OSINT interview. Make sure that they know that you're going to be probably bothering them as you're verifying new material you found, material they've given you, or anything else, any other details that might be relevant. Once you get the data, I don't recommend you do this immediately in front of them, but check the metadata as soon as possible to make sure just that it's there. If not, just pick up the phone, call them back and be like, hey, I think something is wonky here. Can we try this method instead? Document the chain of custody. This is especially important with anything that might be legally tricky. Just write down when someone sent it to you. If they sent it to you in a WhatsApp log, maybe just download the log. Just make sure that you know when, where, and how it was sent to you, especially if you're working with a large amount of evidence. Save the originals, do not screenshot. Screenshotting will lose valuable information. Screenshots should be your absolute last resort. And of course, always use secure channels if they are available to you. And once you're done that interview, return to the OSINT evidence and start the process over again. This might help you discover new sources, whether online sources or traditional sources, that will help you build out your own investigation. And it will also help you build out the narrative and the writing and the storytelling that you're going to eventually have to do. I know that there's reporters who are researchers and there's reporters who are writers. The more you get detail, the more details you get in the interview, the easier the writing will get. One example of this is this story that I did with my colleague Dassel, former colleague Dassel, who was in the South Korea bureau. when the North Koreans began appearing on the battlefield in Ukraine, Ukrainians really wanted to get proof that these were not Russian citizens from Central Asia, that this is not, mercenaries for hire for elsewhere in the world, that these were North Koreans. And in order to do that, they needed to capture a North Korean, which proved extremely difficult. Okay, I hope this works because I actually can't see the text. So I'm going to just play you a video first. This is a video that the Ukrainian Special Operation Forces posted to an official channel. We were not able to geolocate it, but we were able to verify that other versions of that video don't exist, which is as close to verification as we got. Okay, I'm just going to play that again real quick because I know that there's some details. So here we go. Here you see two Ukrainian soldiers, and you see them speaking to a North Korean. You see it from a drone shot, and then it zooms out, and you see strikes in the background. This is the video that I brought to an interview with the man who you saw in the previous slide. His call sign is Green. And I showed Green, first of all, we did just a traditional interview. And if you've ever interviewed any official, you know that it can be like pulling teeth. They are not going to get you those picturesque details, I promise you, especially if there's somebody who just really doesn't like talking to the press, wants to get in, get out, doesn't want to really get into it. So once we were done the traditional part of the interview, I showed him this video and I said, point to yourself. And he was the man talking. And I saw that he was gesticulating. And I said, what were you gesticulating about? And he, and here I go, gesticulating. Just like I am now, he began repeating his movements and explaining to me that what they were doing in that video is trying to convince the North Korean soldier to give up a grenade that he was holding in order to blow himself up, because North Koreans are very difficult to capture because both historically and in this conflict, they try to end their own life in order to evade capture. And that led me to it just opened an entire world of detail about how they did it, how they felt in the moment. Was it scary? It totally unfurled details that he otherwise would not have provided me with. I won't do reading time. We just don't have time. But the entire narrative is built partially on the description of this video and other videos of the operation that we found. And we never would have been able to get that narrative without bringing him that evidence. And before the last couple of slides here, I also want to tell you about the story of Alexander Hordienko. If you're Ukrainian, you probably have heard of this man. We did a story last year with our team about how Russian FPV pilots were using the quadcopter drones to attack local farmers. We didn't know the scale of the problem. There were no statistics that existed. Russians, unlike with cities where they do this to civilians, they didn't post a lot of evidence online. And so we went there to speak to the farmers. Alexander Hordienko was famous for the amount of Russian FPV drones he shot down. At the time of our conversation, it was about 80. He was very close to the river, and the Russians were on the other side. And what he told us is that the Russians began hunting him specifically. They bombed his house on his birthday. They bombed his car. They killed his coworker, and they killed him. At the time of our conversation, using the techniques that I just walked you through, the conversation ended with him handing me his phone, said, take whatever you need. And I created an album of all the evidence that he collected that just did not exist online. There's some videos that he posted online and some that he didn't. And I still have this this archive of the evidence. Unfortunately, he died in August last year. Using these techniques can be immensely powerful and important, not just for our reporting, but also for future accountability as well. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I did want to give you a quick checklist that you can go through if you just wanted a quick at-a-glance look of how to prepare for this type of interviews. And as I see a couple phones out, there we go. Okay, we're done. As we wrap up, because I want to have a little bit of time for questions, OSINT and traditional reporting can really complete each other when they're done correctly. Be sure that you test all your technology. You're as prepared as possible, and also be creative. A lot of these approaches are just built on experience. Once you start practicing them on your own beat and in your own investigations, you will probably find different approaches to the ones that I showed you. This is an immensely impressive conference with immensely impressive investigators, and so I'm sure you will get I hope you will get some creative approaches out of this for your own investigations. If you have questions, this is where you can find me. If you want help with prep, if you want help thinking through the technology you need, if you use Telegram or any other skills here, please don't be shy and reach out. The big red clock says I have 3 minutes to sell you my Bitcoin. If I don't do that, we have 3 minutes for questions, and or maybe if you have your own experience with these approaches, I would love to hear those as well. Raise your hand high because I'm being blinded by the hot stage lights here. Yes, hi.
Hi, Martin from Lead Stories. I was just curious, could you give an example of a time when one of these steps really saved you? Saved your investigation? Or saved you from tech trouble? Or
I think the series of reportings that we did on North Korea is really testament to this method, because we used a lot of online evidence that we gathered in conjunction with interviews of the men who captured the North Koreans. That is probably the most recent case. But even with coverage of the Iran war, when we were trying to verify the Shahed strikes, again, looking for those sources on the ground, it allowed us to include digital evidence that we otherwise would have excluded because there wasn't sufficient enough. We couldn't verify it sufficiently enough to say, yes, this is all good. So this is something that I honestly just use as a reflex now, but didn't years ago. A silent room of journalists. What a rarity. Yes. Hi. And I think we have one more back there afterwards.
Okay. Just very quickly, I've worked in indigenous lands and in the Amazon, places like that. I mean, do you have any suggestions on what kind of satellite imagery is appropriate to use in situations like in non-urban or places where you can't really identify anything but trees that look like broccoli?
Yeah. So actually, I've had this specific question about that specific part of the world before. It can get tricky because there's fewer landmarks. You have to rely on things like hills, rivers, and source work. One of the ways, if for example, you're just chatting with a source on WhatsApp or something similar, one of the ways you can do this is ask your source to just share the location, either for a limited time or send a Google pin or something like that. And that will allow you to have a jumping off point in terms of where to look. I've been doing geolocation for years, but I still find especially those sorts of scenarios tricky. I mean, I think we all see the super geolocators on social media who are able to identify, I don't know, like a US base from a blade of grass. But I'll also just very quickly say that there's a lot of hobbyists who do this, and the chances are, if there's an OSINT group in the area where you're interested in, there might be people who have already found the location you're looking for, and all you have to do is verify it. GeoConfirmed is an excellent project. It's not available globally yet, but it is spreading, and it's in many conflict zones, in war zones. CIR also has a map for the Center for Information Resilience also has a map for some of the conflicts. And very frequently I will just search the term geolocation or geoconfirmed on something like Twitter or Blue Sky, because people will generally post their findings. There's OSINT groups on Telegram as well that may have posted those. Yeah, and I think we have time for one more in the back there. Yes, hi.
Hi, just one quick question. It may have been covered indirectly, but for instance, if you're trying to take a look at US bases and the damage they've incurred during the war against Iraq, we were trying to look at Indian and Pakistani bases because there's a lot of propaganda on both sides about damage. What are the best satellite tools to use? Because US satellites don't always give you that information. Is there like a list of satellites that you would suggest that we try and subscribe to or get access to?
I don't have lists off the top of my head, but first of all, if you do not see satellite imagery available through your classic providers, the EU providers don't have the same restrictions as the US ones. God, what did Maxar ran to? Anyway, Maxar and Planet might be limiting information, but if you go to Boeing, for example, they might be able to provide that. This is also a case where it might be useful to take a look at Baidu or Yandex, because the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians all have their own satellite services, and you should verify those against other information, but they can be really useful to us. Depending on the depth of the base, for example, US bases sometimes have things like Starbucks or McDonald's or places for visitors and the public. So sometimes you can find those on social media. One of the bases that I was looking at in Bahrain had a Starbucks where soldiers were posting from, which was wild to me, but it helped me verify the geolocation that way. So there's no really one way to do it, but go directly to providers if you don't see something online as well. Depending on the scope and the impact of your investigation, I have had, this has only happened a handful of times, but I have had satellite providers say, we will image this for you. Just wait us to fly a satellite over this part of the world. It'll take a couple of days. Blows my mind. Absolutely did not exist when I started in this industry, but sometimes you luck out. So look at those adverse or non-Western companies. Go directly to Western companies and try to find a roundabout way on social media. Those are the steps that I would take. Okay, I think we're out of time. Thank you so much for your time, your attention.
Thank you, Jane. And now we have a very short technical break just to change a presenter. Just 5 minutes. So welcome back after the short break. And we continue with the workshop, but Denis Teyssou, he's from France, from Agence France Presse, and he'll be talking about the new fact-checking dilemma. Is the content under review age-generated or not? Please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a pleasure to be here again. Thank you for IFCN and for our Lithuanian host for having made possible this wonderful conference. As the introduction said, I'm going to share with you findings from mostly AFP fact-checking in the last month about the new trends or new type of disinformation that we encountered with my colleagues. So I'm Denis Teyssou. I'm the head of AFP Media Lab. I'm a journalist, a geek journalist. I'm a fact-checker, and I'm a tool maker. And the rest of the time, I'm also a researcher in media studies and semiotics at Paris-Nanterre University. So today we are going to talk about this AI content wave. Visual examination is still very important. I'm going to showcase a few examples of a similarity tool that help you to build convincing proof of forgery, even on AI images. Forensic analysis with LLMs and how to fact-check also the LLMs, because their responses, the first responses, are not often very good. We'll talk about reality manipulation through AI, investigating and preventing false positive, avoiding reputational risk, and watermarking tips to end the presentation. Okay, so this is data from the AFP, from our repository of fact-check. We have published more than 52,000 fact-checks since 2017. And you can see here that the AI-generated content fact-checks is growing rapidly. We have reached more than 2,264 on the 1st of June. And it accounts for almost a fourth of our production since the 1st of January 2025. So it's growing rapidly, and this in all languages, with mostly English as a first language, but also Spanish and the other languages that we produce. We produce fact checks in 26 languages at AFP. This is not only a trend in our production. I did the same kind of exercise with factcheckinsight.org, downloading the dataset. In that case, that's so. We had recently a meeting with Angie about claim review. Claim review is very important because that's only the only structured data that we have collectively, all of us using claim review. In terms of finding knowledge inside this dataset, is more limited because you have to query the claim and the description of the fact check, the title of the fact check, and you don't have always the AI mentioned inside those elements. But still, so we retrieve less data, but the core has exactly the same aspect. And finally, I did the same with a script on Google Fact Check Explorer, directly also querying claim review, and we have always, worldwide, for all the fact checkers using claim review, we have this kind of code. Let's start with AI generated or not. In February, this content was published first in Russia, then in Donbass, then in Poland, then in Slovakia. And in fact, I was contacted by one of my our fact checkers, to help him support whether this content is AI generated or not. And most of the first images have been removed at that time. And so it was more difficult to prove it was AI, at least using tools. And so we started to look at where this kind of content was circulating. So this is just an extract of the Google Fact Check Explorer image context, scraping that content and just getting back the unique domain names, sharing this particular picture. And what we found, in fact, that's quite easy on this example, we have many flows in this kind of content. First, you have propellers here. This kind of plane is an Hercules C-230. They have propellers in carbon fiber, black, but this one has only one pail. So for taking off for a plane, it's a bit complicated, this kind of propellers. Then you have the Polish sign here will be 2 squares in red in diagonal, and in fact it's wrong. You don't have any kind of immatriculation on this plane as well. You have some flows here. You have a soldier that looks like having a wooden leg, and then there are some others looked having 3 legs, or you have one military in front of the coffin, which is not very common. So it was supposed to depict, according to the different narrative of Russian, you know that disinformation is there to sow confusion. It was depicted in Russia as being NATO forces being killed in Donbass. It was depicted in Poland as Polish NATO forces killed in Donbass. In Slovakia, it was more about Polish mercenaries being killed in Donbass and being sent back to Poland. You have plenty of different flows here with either more legs than normal and people in front of the coffins. You have extra large and extra thin coffins. They are carried on the wrong way. That's normally you carry coffins perpendicularly. And if they are supposed to come back from Donbass, they should come out the plane and not go into the plane. So there are plenty of visual anomalies here that are enough to conclude that it's not a normal picture in that case. It was debunked by many different organizations. I mean, many. The first one was Meat Detector, by the way, to give credit to Meat Detector, because you debunked the when it was published in Russian at the very beginning, and we were at the end in Slovakia. The link, it doesn't appear here, but it is corrected on the online version that I will share on my last slide. With this kind of example, we started to use LLM agentic AI, more specifically Gemini, but we can use others. We have been using others as well. And the idea is to build just an agent, just telling the LLM, you are supporting fact checkers, and try to find out all the visual anomalies, the visual inconsistencies that you can find in this image. Check your results. Try to check online as well whether this image is known for being fact-checked before. And after you do rather easily your agent on Gemini, it's called a gem. And after, you just have to upload your image and click on a button, and you get answers on your images very quickly. So that's quite useful. In that case, you get back some key anomalies identified here. So there is also some merged fingers on the coffins at some point, but these kind of anomalies sometimes could be artifact of compression, and that's what we will see later. But what is interesting, you have a distorted propeller blades here, for example, which are highlighted. The inaccurate Polish Air Force tail insignia, for example, is also flagged. So it may help you to find clues, to find some evidence that you didn't think about, and so that's helpful in this kind of things. And you remain in editorial control. That means if you are not convinced by the clues that the LLM is giving you, you can always discard them. I mean, you can just take whatever is for you evident from a visual point of view. Let's start another example. We go much far away. That's in the Pacific Island and in Solomon Island. There was a fire in a public building, and it was debunked by the local police. This GIF, animated GIF, shows is that the two pictures were taken exactly from the same angle, but you have fire on one side and on the other side. So that's visual inconsistency and temporal inconsistency, because if you take each one of these images, which one is the first? They depict the same fire. How can you put them on a timeline? If you put them on a timeline, you have the fire on one side, and after you have fire on the other side, and the one which has no fire is not burned on the other one. And so there's it looks really like a generator, AI generator, that gives you two options. And the two images were in PNG format as well. That's not something coming out of a camera. So we went like that, just saying that it was inconsistent. We started like that, and something like 10 days after, we got this. They verify OpenAI using SynthID of Google. We had checked those images against the SynthID of SynthID of OpenAI. We have checked those two images before against the SynthID of Google, but it was not working. We didn't have any response on that. But here it was detected by the Verify detector of SynthID by OpenAI. So OpenAI has adopted the SynthID of Google. They still keep C2PA, but C2PA is not robust. It's always removed from platforms because they're just metadata coded inside the image, like other metadata like IPTC or XIF or others. But the watermarking is much more robust, and that's the technology of Google. So OpenAI has adopted the technology of Google, but by contract, they only detect the one, I mean, each one detects its own AI, but not the AI of the others. So if you want to check for SynthID, you have to check both detectors, whether OpenAI, whether Google. And Google now, the Google SynthID, I mean, if you don't have access to the DeepMind detector directly, you can still apply for it, but you have it in Gemini as well. So if you will ask Gemini about whether this image is AI or not, it will go to the SynthID detector. One word about compression versus AI forgery claims. So we have some historical past examples. You have this the hand of Putin disappearing behind a mic in an encounter with hostesses in Moscow or somewhere else, which was debunked by Cheyenne from BBC a long time ago. We have the famous missing ring of Kate Middleton in a video announcing she had a cancer. And each time it was the compression that made artifacts that looked like some possible flaws in the image. We had recently at AFP an example, which is this one. People, complotists or some people saying that the mission, the Artemis mission, did not exist, that they didn't went to the space because, and they took this pretext that in the video, which was a long video of the astronaut coming back on the Earth, the people taking pictures of them were not seen on their mobile phone. So they just say that, so it was just a misleading interpretation, just to a bias of confirmation, because they believe that the astronauts are not going to the space. So what we did is that we looked for specific keyframes of a video. So I downloaded the 4K NASA. So I'm sharing a tip for the geeks in the room. We use a specific Python library, which is widely used for downloading videos, but we download only a few minutes, just the part which we are interested. So that's pretty interesting tip, because when you have a 4K video of a live video of 4 or 5 hours, before downloading it and processing it, it takes a lot of time. Here you can just decide, okay, I just want 1 minute of that video, and you just grab that content. And in the second command, so that's in the terminal, but you have you will find on internet also for YouTube DLP some interface that are available. And at the bottom, what we do, and we extract only iframe, which means intra-coded frames. That's the way the video compression is working. The video compression is working with frames which are authentic image of what is in the video, and all the, which is completely different of the B and the P frames, which are B predictive and predictive, which are only the changes between the E frames. So that's a way to save bandwidth, I mean to save format in terms of weight of the object. That's something which is widely used. I mean, that's the standard of MPEG-4 compression. So you extract only those keyframes, and those keyframes are on the right on the slide, and you can see that when you zoom on the smartphones, you see the astronaut behind the scene. So that means that we have exactly the same use case than the Putin hand and the Kate Middleton ring issue. Compression make some kind of artifacts that people misinterpret after to say that this doesn't exist or this is wrong. So it was debunked rather easily, just visually, by using this kind of tricks. Video verification with LLM. So we start by some kind of misinterpretation. We have this, so we have a quite famous video because there were rumors that Netanyahu was dead after an Iran missile strike. Here you have a video showing that the video saying he's alive is fake, and he has 6 fingers, so that's a problem also of compression and some particularity of his hand. And interestingly, it was published by RT and taken by I don't remember the account, but it was an account publishing Russian propaganda again. So Gemini at first says, okay, this is a deep fake. So I looked at the video and I was absolutely not convinced. So I was asking, so you can always challenge your LLM and just go on asking questions if you have any doubt. So in that case, I said, okay, but could it be some strong compression rate and this kind of thing? So a very sharp question. So they were always fine with you, but still making the mistake. So I found another video which was on YouTube. Give him the video and say, okay, what do you think now? And then the response, in a surprising turn for this forensic investigation, checking the source, reveals that this specific video is real. And in fact, it infers a new verdict, but more based on this internet search than based on technical matters in that case. So I insisted to get more explanations, and then we get something which is more interesting, which is the fact that Twitter is compressing much more the videos. And the previous examples that we have seen of compression issues, well, also most of the time on X, because of the compression of the videos. So they are doing this 420 effect, which is called subsampling. I will come back on that. There's less bitrate, so there's a lower quality video, and then we have this kind of issues. You have more details here, for example, where it gives some explanation about why he was misled by the X video, and giving some conclusion about that mistake and what to look at. So that's something to take into account. Always try to find out a best quality video file before deciding that there are some artifacts that lead to some kind of verdict of AI generation, which is wrong. We faced an interesting, maybe it's too early to tell it is a new trend, but we have seen several examples in the past month about reality manipulated through AI. That means that real images or real footage that becomes an AI manipulation. In this example, that's the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who was a bit emotive in a discourse in the synagogue of Munich in the reopening in September last year. And in fact, this image is fake. It doesn't appear in the video. But there were plenty of footage. And in that case, if you just say, we don't find this image in the footage, nobody is going to believe you on social networks, basically, no? Because everybody will say, oh, convenient, no? So how do you prove that this image is not in the footage? That's very complicated. By the way, we have, in our plugin, we have now, and you have, because it is public, we have ways of looking at the circulation on social networks. I mean, not all social networks, but at least on X, on this part. And those accounts are some pro-Russian accounts and AFD accounts were shared widely this kind of image. Then we applied again another check GIF here between the keyframe and the fake image. And what we found, what was interesting, what we had a distortion, a geometric distortion of the image. And this could be a sign of AI generation already. We have seen several examples. We have seen something where another examples with a deputy in Slovakia, for example, exactly the same issue. I mean, the same kind of disinformation by manipulating the face to make the person either ridiculous, either weak, or more emotive. So you can see here that we have the keyframe, which is this image, and then this is the fake image as it was published on X. It is detected by several AI tools. Our tool also detected. By the way, the B3 algorithm, we have just released it today. I will come back on that. We have more than half a dozen of models. They are based on the forensic traces left by generators. Of course, there are other tools that work also on this image, but not that much, because that's very peculiar. That's a local modification of the image of a keyframe to make a forgery. So that's not all the image is modified. It was detected also by forensic AI methods. You could detect that there is a manipulation on the face. And going on investigating, we found that it was also detected as Google AI and very likely Nano Banana. I tried to repeat the same kind of image, the same kind of forgery, not to spread it, but just to understand how it works. On Grok first, it was not conclusive, but with Nano Banana, I managed to. So interestingly, I did it on Gemini, and it told me I can't make images of known persons. So there was some kind of railguard. But if you go for any kind of supplier of models and that give you Nano Banana for test for 2 credits or free credits, you can recreate this kind of image. So it was likely, very likely, made with Nano Banana. More about the same trend. We have seen in the recent war against Iran, those kind of posts on Instagram in Turkish, on vKontakte, the Russian social media, also on the Times of India, on YouTube. And so allegedly the US Gerald Ford aircraft was on fire. In fact, they removed it from the East Mediterranean at some point because there was saying that there was a fire in the laundry. I'm not sure the laundry is on the deck here, but we got this image. So the first, as usual, when an image is fully AI generated, even sometimes similarity search still works, because you may find the AI channel where the picture was borrowed. You may find the channel of Midjourney or others, or sometimes on Discord or others, where the image was created. So it may still work. By similarity search, we found that it was a counterfeited AFP picture. And here we have an internal proof of concept about C2PA that we get back the metadata directly from this image by similarity and watermarking. And so we know that this image was taken in Greece on 26th of February on the Crete coast. So we have those images. So this image was widely published because when you have an aircraft like that, if they are close to the coast, you have more photos, and it was published very, widely, thousands of examples. And so we have this tool, CheckGIF, but we are constantly improving. You have access as well. If you are a beta tester, if you have access to our advanced tools, you have access. And what we did here, we just made another layer just to have annotations, original and fake. The idea is to use this kind of tool as a quick proof of forgery directly on social network to curb virality. So yeah, that's the idea. And it is available, our plugin localization is available in 10 languages. So in 10 languages, you have the possibility to make this kind of picture and to share it very quickly on social network. And after you, of course, you can put it in your fact check. It exists both in GIF format and in video in MPEG-4, depending on what kind of fact check you want to make, or depending on the structure of your website, whether you prefer to use MPEG-4 video. And you can, of course, use either one or the other. So we added this original stamp there because of his use case, which was very interesting for us. But not always you have the original image. Most of the time, you have a previous copy, but you don't always know whether it is original or not. And that's one of the problems. Some German media scholars have talked about original copy, which is a bit of an oxymoron, but the case. You have thousands of pictures on the internet. Which one is the good one? Which one is the original? That's not always the case. If that's a picture taken by a media company, you have exactly the location, you have the caption, you have the signature of the photographer. So in that case, we know that it is the original. So, and this is the result once we have the annotations. How it works? Very quickly, it works by geometrical alignment via mathematical homography. That means that the software is going to automatically find the point of similarities between the two images, the point of dissimilarity, and it's going to give us back two images positioned exactly in the same mathematical grid, and we use this to build the GIF. So that's pretty simple, but that's very effective. And here you have the result. So in this result, everything which doesn't move shows the link between the two images. And everything which moves shows all the forgeries undergone by the image. It can be a crop, it can be something added to the image, it can be something which has been suppressed, removed from the image. So for example, here you have the horizon, the cost of Crete has been removed, the horizon has been added, you have another boat with the throwing water on the deck. You have, of course, the smoke and the fire, which has been added to that kind of image. So you can, that's kind of 7 errors game that you try to find out which are the differences between the two images to have all those forgeries. In comparison, so CheckGIF is a forensic tool, but in comparison, if you use classical methods of forensic, you have the burden of interpretation on yourself, because you have to decide, okay, here it seems that the fire has been added, but it doesn't detect, for example, that there's an extra boat throwing water on the deck. So that's incomplete. And the idea of this tool was to simplify, and we did it in an IFCN project. We started it in an IFCN project called Investigative for enhancing visual forensics in 2021. And again, this image in particular, you may have seen in the GIF already, we have the rhombus logo of Gemini at the bottom. It was also generated by Google AI and by NanoBanana. After looking at that, I just want to raise some issues about investigating false positive detection and benchmarking this kind of detection. Here you have a slide that a work we did with Viginium. Viginium is a French FIMI public body, with FIMI standing for Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference. And they were interested to test whatever open source program in synthetic images were available. And we tested that with them. We tested on several thousands of pictures. We use the True Media dataset. We use an Amoeba dataset, and datasets they add themselves, plus the one we add ourselves. And what we try to understand is what was the recall, how many pictures we were able to detect, but also the false positive rate, because false positive is a real problem, because you can make mistakes if you have false positive. So until this morning, you had in those 5 models here, you had 3 of them already, and we have just added 2 models that have a slightly higher false positive rate, but they have a recall which seems to be interesting, because we detected more content with those models. We are doing constant adversarial testing to prevent false positive. So this is in the newsletter indicator, for example, very recently said that a tweet falsely claimed that the photo of the Bolsonaro son in the White House, in the Oval Bureau in the White House, was AI generated. And in fact, we don't detect it, but it is a real image. So that's good. So we're always trying to controversial images, to test them, just to avoid, to be sure that we don't have this kind of false positive. And some detectors sometimes make mistakes, but very little detectors are transparent about the kind of false positive they may have. They don't investigate really the false positive. Why do we have false positive, for example? And so when I talk with computer scientists and I ask, what do you do for mitigating your false positive? They look at me a bit strange, and they were thinking, should I explain to this gentleman that AI is probabilistic and AI makes mistakes? But they're not very eager to detect whether it makes false positive. So this one was a controversial image. The next one also, you may know that one. That's somebody called Donald Trump saying that the first meeting of Kamala Harris is AI'd. And again, in that case, we didn't detect it. But I know that an academic initiative in the States detecting deepfakes during the American election of 2024 did the mistake. And I sent them an email saying, okay, what you are saying is against what all fact checkers are writing. And they told me, oh, thanks. And they changed the human verdict on top of their tools. That means that the tools were still detecting this image as being a deepfake. And we have this kind of false claim of AI-generated content quite often. Another example here on a video, so the proof of life video. So this is reported by Newsworld, and it's just showcasing this example. They claim, Newsworld claims that it's real that IF moderation, in that case, was having a false positive on this video. It doesn't explain whether they took the same video and tried, or the official video, and tried IF moderation by themselves. So I don't know, that's not explained in the paper. When I put the same video, it comes from Twitter, from X. When I put it in Gemini, I have the same kind. It tells me first it is AI, and when I tell him, okay, but this is coming from an official channel, and then he retracts and say, no, I was mistaken, and it just provides another version in that case. So yeah, but this kind of example we have. What is a bit striking here, that it comes from Sprinter Press. Sprinter Press is an account where, that's a FIMI well-known account, pushing Russian propaganda most of the time. And I don't know yet if it belonged to the galaxy of Sprinter. There are plenty of accounts called Sprinter, and this was debunked by debunk.org last year. But this particular account is is a rather recent account. Another AI, in that case, that's another kind of peculiar example, airy example, if I may say. So we got, I got an alert by our photo department about that, because Forbes Middle East was publishing this picture on their Instagram account, saying it was an AFP picture. And so they told me, my colleague told me, oh, we don't have this picture, we didn't make this picture. And then we tested it, and it was detected as AI generated. So we came back to them saying, no, this picture, it is detected as AI, so they withdrew the mention AFP on the Instagram account. So this is the kind of things, we have a lot of now claims whether something is AI, or claiming that some picture is from a media organization while it is generated by AI. Just a way to, investigating false positive. I show you here that's a pure qualitative, where before we checked globally for thousands of features. Here I use the New York Times. You have an interactive game there to, is it AI or not, to train to recognize whether it is AI or not. The first image is this one. And we have 4 detectors that are detecting it as AI. In fact, when you look at the image, this is a crop from that particular picture of famous actors here in front of a Chinese temple. And what I want to share with you is that image signal alteration is not the same as semantic alteration. That means that the human is looking at the semantic message of the image. It's looking at whether is there a person added on this picture? Is there a person removed from that picture? What has changed in this picture eventually? And here, that's just a crop. Just a crop, but with some modification. That means that if you look at the faces or the background, you have much more details on the image on the right than on the left. So that means that the signal of the image on the left have been manipulated, but without altering the semantic message of the image. And this, of course, is more complex, but that's something that may happen. So you have examples where there is no semantic alteration apparent, but there is an alteration of a signal of the image. The image has been degraded, it's not the same image. And unfortunately, it works in both senses. Here, this is the chroma subsampling, but just that the way the compression works, especially TikTok or X, they are using this kind of trick. It helps you to remove between 50 and 75% of the colors, and it decreases by 50% the size of your object, of your video, of your picture. That means that you're saving bandwidth. That means that it displays more rapidly on your screens. So the platforms are doing that just for constant streaming. And the streaming videos work well like that, by decreasing the number of colors and decreasing the size of the file to make it appear more rapidly. So in that case, it's a false positive from the human point of view, but that's not really a false positive from the forensic point of view, because the signal of the image has been altered without modifying the message. Sorry for the complexity, but that's what we have. Another example, which was really, really complicated, because there were thousands of these pictures. And very early, we got this image, in fact, upscaled. And here you have those two pictures. The pictures on the right has a quality of 63, the other one 78 with a higher resolution. So it's a bit counterintuitive, because we always say that when you look for similarity, try to find a better resolution image, try to find a better quality image. Here the quality of a JPEG file is just the last compression. That's not the history of compression of the file, but just the last one, the last save of that image. In that case, what we have is that this one is AI upscale. That's our main hypothesis. I mean, we have some confirmation, but some other people are telling us no. It was published in a Filipino publication, cebudaily.inquirer.net, and this one is not detected as AI. It was the first publication, according to Google Index, published by the Times of Israel. So the one on the right says it's not AI, and the one on the left, which is much bigger in terms of size, is found as being AI upscale. When I work with Gemini, it tells me that's AI upscale. When I ask Claude or ChatGPT, they tell me no, that's not AI, and they even tell me sometimes that the image on the right is has been downsized from the other one, which is not possible because it is published after. Okay, so this is the kind of complexity that we have. It's very difficult to find out. And my colleagues were using another image, and they found it was detected as AI generated, and they asked me, is it a false positive? But is it a false positive if the image has been AI upscaled? Because, again, the signal is altered. Of course, the problem is that they look perfectly the same for human eyes. But that's the kind of complexity that we have again. And it takes a few hours. There is, unfortunately, too few attempts to benchmark the detectors. So you see sometimes some people saying, oh, this detector has made a mistake. Or, of course, we have some rather good detectors all around, but we have some issues. Here, this was made by NewsGuard also. And in that case, they just added no kings, so just a label on the missile here. And this was not detected by some detectors. So what it shows is that some detectors are not completely robust to local small modification of an image. The same kind of things that I showcased before with the Merz example. In that case, again, if you are using similarity to get back to the images, because the image with no kings is at NewsGuard, they kept it by themselves. I mean, it is on their Substack. But the image on the left, in fact, is everywhere, so it's possible to get it. And here we can apply this check GIF because that's a proof of forgery immediately. After, the problem is whether do we need a proof that is AI generated if we know that the content is already fake? Do we have to go to have absolute proof of AI generation? I just put a question mark there. That's up to all of us to decide by ourselves. But at what point do we need an accumulation of evidence, of clues, of indicators to, at what point it makes a system that we decide, okay, this is fake. And, okay, this is the same here. And we have some other benchmark. For example, this one is from France 24 trying, but also on 2 pictures. So again, what we did to try to determine false positive rate, recall, and everything was made on thousands of pictures. And this would be, I mean, the community would benefit here to have data sets of fact-check AI generated media for evaluation paired with a performance leaderboard. All the AI, VLM, so video language model, or LLM, they have leaderboards about some specific task. And this is something that I'm just throwing a bottle at the sea, but we should probably build together just to make sure to recommend also all the tools that are outside in the wild, just to tell you, I mean, this is usable or this could give you good results or not, because we are a bit blind with other tools. Another example. So this one was from Burma. It was a low quality CCTV footage of the former Peace Nobel Prize and the Foreign Minister of China, but the video was really blurred and the faces were blurred. And here, again, Gemini is giving some clues that you can see by yourself most of the time, but I mean, that sometimes it may be interesting to have to pinpoint some kind of interesting evidence here. What was interesting and was a bit counterintuitive is that at some point we tried to find out whether there was a watermarking, and we found that the video was created entirely with Google AI, according to the SynthID DeepMind detector. I say counterintuitive because if you have a CCTV very low quality footage in black and white, that's not evident to think that it is made by AI, but it was. What interestingly, we had this example, which was a better quality of image, but inside the template as a kind of BBC template from a Netos News publication, and in Asia. And in that case, it was not detected. So what we did is that we extracted the video just by grabbing the video with software. I used ScreenFlow on my MacBook. And you extract the video in better resolution, but still you have some flaws inside the video, like blood faces and a kind of missing hand at some point. And then using that video, so it was interesting also to check with Gemini again, because Gemini pinpointed very quickly that there were two different timestamp on the video, which is not normal. In CCTV camera, you have one timestamp, and you are quite inconsistent because at some point you have CCTV, and then after you have 2026 at the bottom here. And this one was still detected as being generated by AI, by Google DeepMind detector. So that's that's the kind of, I mean, the watermarking is quite useful for us because it gives really a good indicator. What we don't know is whether there are some false positive rate about that. We know that Facebook released some library to remove watermarking, but that's not so, it works only partially. So watermarking is very robust, and much more robust, of course, que C2PA, because that's coded inside the image. That's not metadata that can be removed easily. But still, there's, that's one of the best, probably, alternative that we have. And that's good that OpenAI has adopted the SynthID, because even if we have to query two different services, that's something that helps us also to have another proof of AI forgery. I just wanted to share those two images. I like this juxtaposition of the two images. So of course you can interpret it as with many different titles. We could talk about slowpaganda, AI bullshit propaganda in short, in neologism, in one word. That's interesting also because you have on one side the glorification of carpet bombing, and on the other side the victory, the pious victory. You have the how to say, the hubris of on one side, and the fake humility, the real hubris on one side, and the fake humility on the other side. I use, I want to use this for just sharing that it's good to label AI. Of course, you may decide this is bullshit, I'm not going to fact check this. So the image of on the left was removed from Social Truth, and I had to struggle a little bit to find a good resolution image to get a detection, but still it works. But my point here is that it should be good that we label systematically AI. We know that there are studies in social psychology saying that it works, so people don't believe those images when they are labeled. And so that's quite important, I think, to label this, because most of us in the room have seen a lot of photographies before the advent of generated AI, but the next generation will probably see much more AI-generated images than photographies from real photographies. So I use the reference of the fixation of belief. That's a small essay by American pragmatic philosopher Charles Sanders Peirce, who was the founder of semiotics. And the fixation of belief is talking about 4 methods of authority, methods of a priori, methods of tenacity, which are the authors of those images are using those 3 methods. And he talks about the 4th method, which is the scientific method, and inquiry is the best one for the fixation of belief. And so that's important, I think, to label AI-generated images. And of course, we can maybe also have some influence in terms of regulation or policy. The DSA, for example, is pushing for the platforms to label AI, but they have engaged themselves only to detect their own AI, not the others' AI, which is circulating also on their platforms. So key takeaways, we have seen that AI-generated content is fast-growing. Visualization examination is important. We have to take care about compression artifacts. LLM is becoming helpful, but we need to fact-check systematically what the LLM is telling us. And if we are not convinced, we shouldn't publish it. Similarity and check GIF, I hope that's convincing that you can really build a proof of forgeries. We need data sets for AI-generated media, and including all of our fact checks. And to be able to benchmark seriously all the tools which are available. And those tools, I mean, that's the one I've chosen in the detections, in the benchmark here from NewsGuard or from France 24. And SynthID is a valuable tool to help us to find out that the AI is content generated. A quick word, advertising, if I may say. That's a free product, so that's fine. So our plugin is there. It goes on. I published this morning the 0.92 Vilnius version with some new algorithms, a couple of algorithms for detecting synthetic images. You have also the check GIF with the annotation, the double annotation, original and fake. And now we are working on a new project. So we are working also with some previous partners of Vera project about videos. But we are working in this new project, Antigone, which is an EU project, which is about narrative analysis for agentic AI and LLM. That's what we are going to work on. We have other tasks, but this one is our main task here. Sorry, and just want to share that we have this local LLM chatbot, which established between the plugin and a tool called LM Studio, with which you can load by yourself models from Hugging Face and interact with your local model. And we provide some agentic tools. So we provide context and prompt to query, for example, to get an analysis in terms of fact checking, whether is it accurate or is it propaganda or these kind of things. We have a more deeper linguistic analysis as well, and we have a claim detector as well. Just you put a content and what kind of claim I can extract from the content that I would like to fact check. So this tool is still is not yet available. That's a real prototype. But if some of you are interested, just contact me. We can open it to you, and if you want to test it, and it will be enhanced during the project. And as indicated, I share my slide. There is a few glitches in my slide, but they are corrected on the version which is online here. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer or to try to answer. Too much complexity, you know?
Thank you so much. That's super interesting. I just have two quick questions. The first one is, when you're using the LLMs to do like an initial fact check, do you prompt it to be not sycophantic towards you? So if you're pushing back, and actually let's just say it is AI generated in a particular case, and you're saying, well, what about this? And then it'll kind of...
Yeah, I just ask normally some about anomalies. And after I interact, if I'm not convinced about what the LLM is giving back, is pushing back. But of course, you can, after iterating several times, you can enhance your agent. So you can add some more context. You can improve your prompt and asking some more specific things. So, for example, if he doesn't perform what I've showcased with this Twitter, then YouTube video, if it doesn't perform any search on the web to find out whether this content has been already checked somewhere or whether somebody is talking about this content, then in that case you can always ask it. I mean, you can create a prompt even with tags saying, okay, first do that, and a chain of instructions. And to refine your prompt, but that's empirical. But the idea of the agentic AI is that you don't have to repeat it again and again for each image or each video you want to fact check. In fact, you do it once. I mean, you do it first once, and after you improve your prompt and you improve your context, the instruction you give your LLM, and after that, just you upload the content, you click a button, and you get the response.
Super, thank you so much. And a really quick follow-up question is, I noticed you were using Gemini quite a lot. And I know you mentioned Claude and OpenAI. Are you testing the multimodal capabilities of those and whether one is better than the other for detecting AI images, or is one kind of just pulling stuff from the air if it's not strong multimodal-wise?
Well, I'm biased on this because I'm using more Gemini than the others, but I'm using also the others if I'm not convinced as well. The problem of using the three and some others, because locally I have DeepSeek, I have Quen, I have Mistral, I have Llama, I have plenty of others, Liquid AI from a spin-off from MIT. There are many, and they give sometimes different results. But the problem is that when you start playing with different LLMs, they give contradictory results, and then it's more complicated to make advances. So, for example, on the soldier with the statute, the marriage statute there, I tried several of them. Gemini gives me often Python script as well, so I like to play with it. But when I showcase the Python script to Claude and ChatGPT, they told me, "Oh, that's bullshit. This parameter, you should change it." And they changed the parameter, and then the script was not working. It was not detecting anything. So I mean, if you want to spend your life, that's a good way, because it's really time consuming. So I try to first make one tool working. But of course, you are free to use whatever LLM you want. And what we are interested, for the moment, we use them mostly locally or through APIs. But we would like to have a model for our plugin. But that means also training a model. That means having a model which is not doesn't ask too much server, too much capacities, because that's costly. So we are looking at many open source models, and we'll try in this new project to train something to see whether we can have a model that we can push. You're welcome. There's one here.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. I think a main thing missing right now from an automated pipeline is reverse image search. And I see modern AI agents would be very capable if they had direct access. Google, in its beta fact check toolbox, it's called, has this very useful chronological list, but I still don't think it gives any kind of access to an API. Have you had any contact with Google or other companies that offer such? Perhaps,
with Google, yes, we are in the beta of. I don't know whether I should say that publicly. We are using Backstory. and we are using also the Google Fact Check Explorer image context. So what we do for the moment, image context, we sort by time, then I scrape the results, and after that's what I showcase with the image of the Polish plane there. And I would like to put it in the plugin whether we can avoid some kind of security measures of Chrome. But that's, I think Gemini is one of the reasons I'm using Gemini, because they have the capacity to search the web, which is higher, and they have some responses close to what Backstory is doing. So that's interesting. But the problem is that the index of Google Lens is different from the index of Google Fact Check Explorer image context. So in that case, they're complementary. Sometimes you find, because you find on Google Lens, sometimes you find on Google Fact Check Explorer image context. Of course, sometimes you find on Yandex, perhaps more rarely on TNI, Bing, and others. But yeah, that's one of the problems, the lack of possibility to automate these kind of things. And the problem of also of indexation, because sometimes the images are not well indexed, and you have holes in the indexations, and after a few months you don't retrieve easily the same images, and that's one on in fact-checking training. You have an example from 6 months ago. You want to play again the same examples, and the results of Google are completely different, and so yeah, that's. We still have work for a few years.
A very small follow-up. I don't think still that Gemini has the reverse image tool in. I think it only searches by text. Do you think that it has added reverse image when you ask it to search an image?
Not completely sure, but what I've showcased here is that when you on X, it was saying that's the fake, and after he got the YouTube video, he get back. So I don't know whether. I mean, they are interfaced. Google Image is interfaced. I mean, Gemini is interfaced with Synth ID detection already. I don't know what is the links with Backstory, for example, but he was able to find more contextual information, and he has some weights to invalidate. And it was said in some of the panel yesterday, I believe. That they trust fact checkers. So if they see that there is some fact check somewhere, they are going to revert their judgment because they have found some, and they do it by web search. So it could do it also by describing the image and after querying on the text. That's possible. So I don't know exactly how it works behind.
I have to also check it more because it's very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Another question?
Thank you very much, Denis.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that's the very end of our conference. So big applause. And thank you for your patience, for the questions, for participation. I hope that this day of investigative journalism at Global Fact was both useful and interesting. And now I think that the reception is awaiting for you, and enjoy finally sunny and pleasant Lithuanian evening and weather. And I hope to keep in touch. Bye.
Thank you.